We want to welcome our viewers to KCAL News at noon as we continue to cover this breaking news. A fire in Pacific Palisades that has burned at least 200 acres. We have also received reports of at least one home burning. On the phone with us now is CBS correspondent Carter Evans. Carter, you live in this area. Give us an idea of what the winds were like. We've been talking about the wind conditions for quite some time now. Give us an idea of what you've been experiencing there this morning.
When I woke up this morning, the wind was intense. It was blowing very hard, and I thought immediately, this is fire weather. All it's going to take is a spark, and we're going to have a big one, and that's exactly what happened. And when this fire started, the wind at my house was blowing very, very hard. Although the wind right here now has calmed down quite a bit. Actually, the trees aren't blowing at all right now. So I see the smoke kind of drifting more upward right now than it was before. It was just moving sideways earlier when it was gusting really high.
And Carter, for those who aren't familiar with this area, who don't live in this area, can you kind of describe what the terrain is like and how difficult it might be for firefighters to get in there on the ground?
Right. Well, the Palisades, you might be familiar with the Palisades village there with the shops, and there's a Starbucks, and there's a little central triangle square park in the middle. But behind that, up the hill, that's where a lot of these homes are. And there are a lot of windy roads up there. They're not one-lane roads, but there are a lot of roads up there. And that is what people are dealing with. So a lot of people live on the ridges, behind Sunset Boulevard. And that is where they're trying to get down from right now.
All right, Carter, thank you so much for joining us. Are we going to stay with Carter?
I'll send you some video.
Okay, that would be great. Maybe we can check back in with Mark Liu. He's getting all the new information as it comes in. But of course, our efforts a little hindered here in the newsroom because we can't get SkyCal overhead because the president's in town and there's those air restrictions.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I've been listening to an incredibly intense fight happening on the northern flank of the fire on a road called Lockman Lane and another road called Charmel Lane. There is a structure defense team up there called Structure Defense Team 1, and the commander in charge of that unit has immediately requested 10 more engines to do structure protection on that area because they are losing homes. Now, I'm going to zoom in here. We've been looking at this map for a little while here. Here in the northern part of Pacific Palisades is where LA City Fire said that this fire has begun. Now, based on information that we have seen with both of our sky cams and talking with Paul Diano, it appears that this fire is moving in a southerly direction along these flanks here and down through here. We have Structure Defense Team 1 has moved north through the community of Pacific Palisades and is putting a strong line of defense right here for this community, and they say they need more help. So the battalion commander in charge of this entire operation is sending them 10 more engines to head up into this neighborhood to protect these homes that are all along this ridge line. And you can see that the fire very deeply, probably entrenched along these areas here. And so they are doing their absolute best to protect these homes. But we know for a fact that there already is a home somewhere here on Lockman Lane, and also that has been destroyed. It's unclear where on Lockman Lane is here, but this is called Charmel Lane, this one here. And apparently there are very serious homes in danger that are there on both of those places as well. Now, the other thing that I want to talk about, just as a matter of safety for those in this community here, is the evacuation order that has been issued from Rustic Canyon, which is right about down on this side, to Topanga Canyon here. This entire area is under an evacuation warning. If you live in this area of Pacific Palisades, it is probably in your very best interest to leave the area as soon as possible. There are not a lot of ways in and out of Pacific Palisades, PCH being the primary one. Very likely it is going to be very busy trying to get into the Westwood or Santa Monica areas or towards Malibu in either of those directions. Now, in that vein, I also want to talk about something here from LAUSD. They say this just came out on X, or formerly called Twitter. Due to fire activity, the following temporary relocations are underway. Palisades Charter Elementary School and Marquez Charter Elementary School will relocate to Brentwood Elementary Science Magnet at 740 Greta Green Way in Los Angeles. Paul Revere Charter Middle School relocating to University High School Charter on Texas Avenue. So affected schools are communicating directly with families. If you have a student or your staff there, you're very likely getting communications from those schools about how this relocation will work. But the other thing that we are looking at, again, continuing to monitor the very active water dropping helicopter situations. The Super Supers still en route. I have not yet seen any evidence of fixed wing jet aircraft here yet doing those water drops. But this, FOS check drops, but actually this one may have just come in. It looks like Neptune Aviation, a very large B426 British Aerospace 146-200 jet now en route. Looks like it did a large loop here. This one may be doing a FOS check drop shortly. I'm going to keep monitoring this. Send it back to you guys.
Mark, and of course, we have been following this fire for about an hour now. We did see it jump very quickly from 20 acres to 200 in about 20 minutes. If you were just joining us, we are watching as this fire continues to burn. We've been talking about the winds and how, unfortunately, they are fueling this fire, pushing it towards homes. We know of at least one home that is burned. And our Paul Diano has been keeping a very close eye on the wind conditions and what's happening out there. Paul.
Hey guys, got to start with this picture from our Santa Monica camera, and I want to show you what wind can do to a fire. Started as a 20-acre fire up here, up in the Santa Monica mountains, but we know it's not going to stay there because of the winds that are outside right now. They're blowing from the north to the south. That's a problem because from the mountains moving quickly into a populated area. But the problem is when the wind is so strong, a fire does not evacuate its smoke up, it hugs the ground. And within that smoke, embers. And the embers are like mini little fires waiting to happen. And if they hug the ground and hit the next hill or the next hill or the next hill, they start new fires out ahead of the original fire. We saw that in Camarillo. We saw that in Moore Park. We saw that in Malibu. All that happened over the past couple months. I can tell you that the fire in this image started up here. We can already tell, you can't see it now because the smoke is getting so thick. We counted at least 4 or 5 new fires that have started out ahead or to the south or downwind of the original fire. So this is no longer just a fire burning in one location. It is an event burning in multiple locations because the smoke is not evacuating up. It's hugging the ground and creating new fires out ahead of it. There's a lot of homes right here. The ocean's right there. This fire has the potential, because the winds are so strong, to burn all the way to the Pacific Ocean. We hope and pray that doesn't happen, but it's certainly a possibility. Here's why. Imagine you're driving a car at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. Maybe not the highway speed that you would prefer. That's a pretty fast motion. That's how fast those embers are moving right now. And that's how fast the smoke is moving right now, at 44 to 50 miles per hour. This isn't even the peak of this event. That'll happen tonight and tomorrow, but this is all that matters for the fire burning in Pacific Palisades right now. You can see the wind flow from northeast to southwest at 44 miles per hour. With wind gusts that strong, it is near impossible to contain the fire. The hope is that the tankers that are flying and the helicopters that are flying can put out enough of the flames so we can minimize the amount of embers that are sent up into the sky that would create new fires downwind. But worst case scenario, fire burning upstream, smoke now blowing toward a populated area, and wind that basically makes the fire uncontrollable. All of that is coming together right now. So we'll look at what we can expect moving forward. Temperatures are in the mid-60s. The wind is coming from the north to south, pushing that fire toward Pacific Palisades and toward the PCH, and eventually toward the Pacific Ocean. Another view, this from our Malibu camera, you can see how the smoke is not evacuating up. It's hugging the ground. This smoke isn't a concern. It's out over the ocean. Don't really care about that much. It's the smoke that's hugging the ground over so many houses and so many neighborhoods where an ember gets caught in your gutters, or an ember gets on your roof, or an ember gets on the tree next to your house. And that's how one fire becomes multiple fires in a matter of minutes. So we'll be watching it, but frankly, the weather's not going to get better for the next 18, 24 hours. So it's going to be a very critical firefight, and we just hope we can get everybody out. We're going to lose some homes from this, but we want to make sure people are safe, because we can't replace people. We can replace property. Guys, back to you.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, this wind event is just starting. That's the worst of it, is that this is the beginning of it, and we still have a long way to go. And we do know that evacuations have now become mandatory in the area. Our Amanda Starantino had been speaking to neighbors who said that they had not been told to evacuate just yet. Carter Evans on the phone with us.
He said he got a preemptive, like be prepared. But all of this is always fluid, and sometimes people don't get the evacuation orders. They don't get the reverse 911 calls. You know, it's not a perfect situation. It's not a perfect system. So if you can see the smoke and you're worried, it's better to just get out of there. And as Carter mentioned, he said that the traffic was backing up on Sunset. If you know that area at all, you've got Sunset in and out, you've got PCH, but neither of those are very big roads in terms of width, so traffic can back up very easily. And we're going to go back to Mark Liu at the desk. You've been getting all of the latest information. We've been saying 200 acres, but just looking at this, we know it has obviously grown to much bigger.
It certainly has, and I'm waiting to get an update on the fire scanners from the commanders at the scene. They have not prioritized getting an exact count of the acreage. They're actually prioritizing saving as many homes as possible rather than counting the acres right now. We do know that there are definitely problems up on a lane called Lockman Lane and another one called Charmel Lane. And what you're looking at there on the left side of your screen is now CAL FIRE. The California State Firefighting Agency has now activated their tactical and strategic map as to what's going on with this fire. And you can see these yellow zones here on the left side of your screen. These are the evacuation warning areas. I don't actually think they're complete right now. What we're looking at is some operator in the CAL FIRE Central Command actually populating this website as we speak. Just a few minutes ago, this red area down here was not on the map. Now it is. I have a feeling they are drawing these areas in real time to illustrate exactly where these evacuation zones are. I believe that this red zone is ultimately going to encompass this entire area here. We're going to see that fill in. We expect that to be the entire evacuation zone. I expect this area up here to be part of the evacuation warning zone, possibly including these areas as well. Now, in terms of where this fire is burning, I can tell you there is a very fierce firefight and where this fire is moving. It started right about here just about an hour and a half ago and has seemed to have moved in a southerly direction. We could see it with our mountaintop cameras moving down into these communities. We've got strike forces from LA City and LA County Fire moving north to set up a fire line right here. But unfortunately, this community of Charmel Lane and Lockman Lane caught right in the middle. We know that there are some homes burning there, and we're hearing about evacuations proceeding southbound toward PCH, which is only going to get more intense, which is why we have been expressing the incredible need that if you live in this area of Pacific Palisades, down in this area, just know that the roads are going to get congested and you should depart if you can as soon as possible. Do not wait for an alert on your phone saying that the evacuation warning has been converted to an order. You should depart immediately if you can. This is why they always say you should have a go bag ready and everything that you need to get out on Pacific Coast Highway. There is a very concerted water dropping helicopter effort going on right now. There are some fixed wing aircraft. What you're looking at here is live radar images of the water dropping helicopters in the area. We've got a large Chinook up here. That's a Coulson Aviation CH-47 capable of dropping 3,000 gallons. They're now circling up here in the northern part of Topanga Canyon. I'm not sure why. This could mean that perhaps there's another fire going on up there. But then we have got multiple fire helicopters like Fire 3. That's an LA City Firecopter. You can see their flight path has been going back and forth doing water drops here. This is a new aircraft that's on station, British Aerospace retardant dropping jet, going to do a lot of work there. And of course, we also have a couple of super scoopers that are down in this area picking up ocean water. They'll be dropping it in this area right here. So I'm going to keep monitoring this radar here and also talk to LAFD and LA County Fire to get the latest on what's going on with the ground fight. And when I get that, I'll come back on. Until then, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you for all of that updated information. And I have to say, when I was driving into work this morning, Topanga was already closed for the day. They were already making the necessary preparations because of the wind event. And, you know, we've been talking about the wind coming and preparing for it. And so many of the fire departments had upped their resources and were ready for this. And it is here. The wind is here, and it really is kind of the perfect storm.
Yeah, and we want to get now to Sue Cole. She's the president of the Pacific Palisades Community Council. And thank you, Sue, for joining us, because I know you don't have a lot of time. You're getting ready to evacuate. Can you tell us where you are and what you're seeing?
Okay, my family is in the middle of the Alphabet Street, which is just right in the Palisades Village. And we just got a notice to evacuate. Before now, it's been the Palisades Highlands. It's been Upper Bienvenida towards Shadow Mountain, and everything north of Sunset between Temescal and probably PCH, but it's spreading, and I think the evacuation order is probably going to go for the entire town soon. I don't want to say that officially because I don't know, but that's my understanding.
And Sue, if there are people living in Palisades who are listening to you right now, what do you want to say to them?
I want to say, grab your most precious belongings, get your family photos, get your medications, get your pet food, get whatever you need for the next few days to get you through, change of clothes, that sort of thing. That's what we're doing.
And it really is. If you haven't gotten the word yet, you should be preparing, as Sue is mentioning.
We just got the word, but I wouldn't wait for any word. There's no reason to wait.
Yeah,
Pack
exactly.
your car, and worst comes to worst. I mean, if best comes to best, you unpack the car and move back in. Yeah.
And have you gone outside? Are you seeing what are the conditions like? Is the smoke really thick? Is it hard to breathe out there, especially for people who might have respiratory issues?
In certain parts of the Palisades, it would be almost impossible. It's very smoky. In the village, we're getting definitely, you go outside and you can smell the smoke, and there's a little bit of ash. But in the northwestern part of the Palisades, the western part towards Malibu is bad.
Yeah. And Sue, were you really experiencing strong winds all morning long?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they were, they were sort of expecting that something might happen, and their worst fears have come to life.
Yeah, and we know we want to let you go because the most important thing is that you get out. But, we're hearing that there's a lot of traffic on Sunset, a lot of people trying to get all out at the same time. I imagine that you know the area very well and have lived there for some time. Do you have any advice for people who maybe are sitting in gridlock? Any other routes that you would recommend?
There are so few routes out of the Palisades, which is something we've been dealing with for a long time. We've got Sunset Boulevard, Temescal Canyon, Chautauqua. It's just rough to get out. That's why we're just going to try and get out kind of early and just, like I said, get the dogs out of here and take what we need and go.
Yeah.
I don't even know where we're going to go, but we're going to head towards the beach and south if possible.
Okay, Sue, be safe. We hear how chaotic it is there for you. Thank you for joining us. And I want to say there is an app called Watch Duty that a lot of people follow to look at these fires. And there is a report there that traffic on Palisades Drive is so gridlocked that cars are being abandoned by civilians, which is making firefighting operations difficult. So a reminder to people who are trying to leave the area, I get why people might have that urge to leave their vehicles, but if you could at the very least pull them over as far enough as you can, obviously safety first, but firefighters have to get in there to protect these homes. And also there's people who choose not to leave and there's people who cannot leave. Maybe they have mobility issues. And so we need to make sure that firefighters can get in there and do what they need to do best. And I think, are we able to go now to Elise?
Not quite yet. She's on her way there, but we do know that Mark has been getting updates. He's been really keeping a very close eye on this fire and the conditions out there. Mark, what are you hearing?
Well, it just continues to be a concern to get people out of the area of this Palisades fire. The evacuation warnings continue to be in moving and actually the evacuation orders continue to grow as well. What we're looking at here is CAL FIRE's state tactical website of where we've got these evacuation orders so far. I believe that they're incomplete because we understand that they extend all the way from Rustic Canyon to Topanga Canyon, which would include the areas right about here. Rustic Canyon is about here, and then Topanga Canyon is about here. So what we are looking at is an evacuation order in this community as we know that the fire continues to move south through here. We can see it on webcams, and very strong firefight going on in the middle of the screen there in this hillside just to the north of the beach here in Pacific Palisades near Santa Ynez Canyon Park. Now, one of the things that we can't offer you right now is a look from SkyCal as to where all of this fire is happening, because there is what's called a presidential TFR. The president is in town, and that means that for 30 miles around him at any given time, due to Secret Service and security, presidential security, we cannot fly media airships. So that includes this area here in Pacific Palisades. Now, thankfully, it does not include water-dropping helicopters or other fixed-wing aircraft. They are exempt from that presidential flight restriction. So that's why we are seeing a very large presence of water dropping. And now even FOSCHEC aircraft. I just noticed something. This is a time lapse from the Alert California UC San Diego camera system. Look right here. That is the first example that I have seen of that pink FOSCHEC coming down. That is a really great sign. This is just from about 1 minute ago. So we do know that I think that's probably the aircraft right there. It's one of those British aerospace aircraft. It's a little hard to see, but they are doing FOSCHEC drops, which is going to be tremendously valuable to get this fire. And I believe it's probably this aircraft right here that we just saw. This is B462. It's a British Aerospace 146-200 Neptune Aviation Services FOSCHEC dropping aircraft. And you can see the wide swoop that it just made as it did a FOSCHEC drop, probably right here in this area. Now, the camera that we were looking at was right here, and we were looking at this direction. So very likely that is the aircraft. Live radar images right now. This jet aircraft moving north. They looks like they are. Let's follow their flight path and see where they came from. They circled up and around, and it looks like they came all the way from Fox Field. That's quite far to the north. That's actually in Lancaster. They took off from there, came all the way down here, and you can see the flight path of this FOSCHEC dropping aircraft. And of course, that's just one of many. Here's a Coulson Aviation Chinook that came from Van Nuys Airport. They're always flying in the valley. If you're ever in the San Fernando Valley, you see these large black and white twin turbine helicopters that fly around. And then, of course, we've got Fire 3, Fire 2, Fire 1, all from LA City Fire. These are Augusta AW139 water dropping. They drop about 1,000 gallons of water, and they're really focusing on this area right here. I'm very concerned about how they have been flying in this area, I got to tell you, Amy and Christine, because this is a neighborhood, and you can see these helicopters are going back and forth over this neighborhood. We have not had eyes on this neighborhood or any information about any sort of structures being damaged here. The most information we have been hearing is that the fire has been moving in this direction because, as we know, Lockman Lane right here and Charmel Lane, we know that there is a very fierce firefight going on there. But we don't have any information about this community, but I'm a little worried at how much those water dropping helicopters are focusing up there.
All right, Mark, thank you. And joining us now by phone is a Pacific Palisades resident, Nicholas Libinanti. Thanks so much for joining us. Have you evacuated, or are you still in your home?
Yo, I evacuated right when I saw it, pretty much. The winds were too strong. It was that gut feeling.
And can you tell us where you are? Because we're hearing that the roads are very congested. There's gridlock, some people even abandoning their cars on the roads.
Yeah, no, I saw that. So I went down there's one road in, one road out, and we have a fire road. And I tried to go through the fire road, but a flame went right over my head. So I went down the main road, and everyone had that idea, obviously. And then the fire started going down there. Everyone started panicking, going on every side of the road, and people just kind of started abandoning their cars and running towards the water. It was kind of a surreal scene.
And where they abandoned their cars, could that be problematic for the fire engines to get through? Is it really tight there?
It was tight. We were actually, a couple other people were helping move cars out of the way so the fire trucks could get up, and, you know, the guys with the shovels and the chainsaws and everything. And yeah.
Nicholas, sorry.
Sorry, no, continue.
What I was going to say is what we were hearing is that the fire broke out, and within 20 minutes it had jumped from 20 acres to 200 acres. Give us an idea of when you first saw the first sign of trouble. Was it the wind just whipping so much, or did you quickly see flames from your home?
We saw flames from my home. I mean, I took my dogs for a walk earlier in the morning, and you know, those winds were making me feel like I was walking in slow motion. And in days like this, we obviously have it in the back of our mind, fire, fire, fire. Actually, we had a fire start in the same location on New Year's Day at like 3 a.m., and it started at the same spot, but thank God there was no wind. So it's been in the back of our mind, and I was having tea with my sister, and she screams out, fire, fire. And we all, you know, we talked about what we're going to do, and I believe it. It jumped from a couple acres to a couple hundred in 15 minutes. Yeah, I must have.
And so where are you headed now? What is your plan?
The evacuation point, I think, is the Palisades Village, but I don't think that's safe between us. I mean, it seems like it's just getting worse and worse. I'm probably going to my grandfather's house.
Yeah, I am seeing, it says, at least preliminary reports, an evacuation center is being set up at Westwood Recreation Center. That's at 1350
exactly right
South Sepulveda Boulevard. Now, I mean, I know you're headed there. Are you actually able to get there, or is traffic moving?
I'm 5 minutes away. Traffic, it took me about 30 minutes to get down the hill because of all the traffic. But now I'm in the Brentwood area, going to Westwood, that location right now, meeting up with my family because we all had to take different cars and everyone was panicking in their own ways. So I'll be there in a couple minutes. Thank God.
Yeah, and are you able to see the actual fire from where you are?
No, but when I was on the 10, I could see it. It's so daunting how big this smoke is. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. And we've seen fires, it's not a ghost to us, and it was a bad one, that's for sure.
We were told at least one home was fully engulfed. Did you see any structures, any homes that were on fire when you were evacuating?
No. I mean, no. The fire kept jumping. The wind takes a little ember and it takes it across the valley. So all of a sudden, next thing you know, there are like 5 different fires all in different places, and then they meet up and they create one giant one.
Yeah.
But I did not see any homes on fire, no.
All right. Nicholas, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah,
and
guys. Be safe out there.
Yeah, you stay safe.
Yeah.
All right. Joining us now is Elise Martinez. She is in the area with a resident, I understand, Elise?
Yes, hi. The camera's not on me right now because we wanted to show you. We've got our camera fixed on these super scoopers coming in. There's 2 back to back, and they followed 2 others that just came in. They're approaching the other side of the fire. The other 2 that we saw went right into this black plume of smoke that we're going to show you in just a second. We are on PCH at Temescal Canyon, and as you can see and hear, a lot going on. Emergency vehicles, first responders roaring through this area trying to get to that fire. We did have that evacuation order that just happened, people being told to leave their homes. Let's pan over here. We're going to show you just how black this smoke is. It is going up, and of course very daunting to see, especially if you're a resident here. A lot of people coming straight to the ocean here to look at what's happening over our head again. I think it's another super scooper coming in. You can see just going right into the smoke there, and that's probably the 5th one we've seen since we got here about 4 minutes ago. And there you can see just going right in there, trying to drop water on those flames. Again, watch as it just disappears into that thick, dark smoke. All right, we ran into a resident, Sean Butler. Sean, you're a Pacific Palisades resident. Just tell us why you came to the ocean. I know you were on a call, I think, with a loved one, telling them what was going on. Just tell me what happened this morning.
Well, we all got the evacuation order when it happened, and I'm a longtime Santa Monica, Malibu, Palisades resident, and so I don't hesitate. And most importantly, what I do is I stay calm. I got my dogs in the car, I got my go bag, and I came down here to the parking lots at Temescal Canyon and Pacific Coast Highway. It's about 2 miles long, and I would suggest for any family that wants to find a place to group, come down here. It's safer, but I just got a message that people are abandoning their cars on Sunset Boulevard and abandoning their cars on Palisades Drive. Please do not do that. Stay calm. You'll just get in the way of the firefighters, and the best thing you can do is probably get down to this parking lot and group and have your family meet here. Thank you.
How close were the flames to your house? And there's another super.
I live on Sunset, 3 blocks west of Temescal Canyon at Muskingham, and it was on the hill up just above us.
Okay, and look, we can see another super scooper coming out. So the fire's moving towards the southwest, and we see the super scoopers going back over the ocean and then turning around and going back over the fire. We do know that some homes are threatened. How do you feel about your home?
I don't know. I feel okay. I did what I had to do. But you know, we don't know. We don't know, and all we can do is let the professionals handle it. I know that the reason I'm here is because in the Woolsey fire, we lost 640 homes in one night. All right? And the people that got out were smart, and the people that stayed had experience. If you don't have experience, grab your family and go.
All right. Thank you so much. And as we've been here, the wind has sort of died down, and then all of a sudden it picks up, and that is what, yeah, it's shifting towards us, and that's not good news. That's not what we want. No, the wind's picking up. All right. Well, that's the latest from our vantage point. Again, you can see the super scoopers there picking up water from the ocean, reloading, and they're going to head right back over the flames. My photographer has got a good eye on it. These two here have been very active since we got here, and it's just an absolutely incredible sight to see. They've just been hitting this fire as hard as they can. Resources were pre-positioned here because of the wind event that we were expecting, but now they say they're calling in even more resources. So I know that this site is very, very reassuring for these residents as they hope and pray that their homes are okay. But again, here go those super scoopers. They're the same two that we've been seeing. We did see two others that were here just a bit ago. And there was kind of a lull, but now they're picking up activity again, and there they go right into the fire. We can't really see where exactly they're dropping that water, but again, they've made several rounds dropping water.
Right over Pulgas Canyon.
All right, you're telling me it's right over Pulgas Canyon, and now to the right, we're seeing another big, huge plume of smoke going up.
The other side of that, that's loaded with hills and homes and
hundreds of homes, right?
Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of homes, and everybody's trying to get out at the same time. So please stay calm, evacuate, and come down here.
Yeah, we ran into another resident who was off of Sunset. They said that they were deciding what to do, and then right when we were there, they got the alert on their phone to evacuate. They also said that their kids had to be picked up from school, and I know that LAUSD is also saying, you know, moving kids from one school to another.
I have a question for the county. Okay. We lease those super scoopers from Canada. Why don't we have 50 of them at our disposal?
That's a good question. I will try to get that answer for you, sir.
I know a lot of people are very concerned about that, and
All
it
right.
really gets asked.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. We're going to send it back to you. That's the latest.
We're very fortunate that the ocean is right there and that those planes can certainly get that water so quickly and get it right back out into the firefight. Joining us now is Amanda Starantino, who is on the scene of this as well. Amanda, it looks like perhaps you've moved from your last location.
I'm actually just right around the corner. I am still right off of Pedro Morata because really you can't get anywhere here. It's completely gridlocked. So that evacuation order went out. But, you know, firefighters are telling people that live here, you kind of just have to stay at this point. And they're doing their best to keep these flames away from home. We are in a cul-de-sac here on Calle Victoria. You can see this is the ridge where that fire started and it's been coming through. Earlier, I showed you where those hand crews were up there. That's the ridge you're looking at right here. We are in the backyard of Sue Murad-Tabish's home here. She's lived here for about 30 years now. These flames coming right up, and she was here when we got that evacuation order, and firefighters said, you know, you got to stay. So that's the current situation here. It's a pretty hectic situation in the neighborhood. If you come all the way around, you can see the whole line that this fire has gone through, and you can see all the flame and smoke. And if you look that way towards the black smoke, that's the direction where Lockman Drive is, where we are getting reports of some of those flames getting to homes. We will be getting more details on that, but a lot of fire crews out here. You can see all the acreage as well. So Sue is joining me now. She's the one who lives at this beautiful home here. Tell us about what you guys experienced this afternoon.
We started seeing big brown smoke and fire up there, and we immediately called 911 because nobody came up. We hadn't heard anything, and then they said we got the notice and we're on our way. And I haven't seen this in 33 years. We've been up here 33. This is a first. We on the 1st at 1 a.m. in the morning, there was a fire up there, and they got it quickly in like 4 hours. But this is the worst we've ever seen.
How strong did the winds get here for you?
They were really bad. They were like 50 miles an hour. They were going like crazy.
So you're not surprised to see this?
Well, I'm surprised because even with very high winds before, we've never seen this happen. But this is like all over. It's just all over.
It's really taken over this neighborhood.
Whole thing, yeah. I heard the school down there also. There's a fire down there.
What have you been hearing from your neighbors? Because a lot of you have been talking, communicating.
Freaked out, and we were all shaking. The fire department have been the most amazing humans. They hugged us. They said, "Don't worry, we'll take care of you," and they've been amazing, literally.
Has your power been on all day?
Yes, the power has not gone off.
It has not gone off yet. And Sue is actually, she brought out some food for the firefighters that are here too. So such a sweet woman here who's doing what she can for the firefighters. Victor, why don't you take a look around there? You can see some flames right from her backyard here. Quite a vantage point right here. You can see just how quickly this fire is moving. The winds actually seem calm right now, but we know those gusts will go right back up. But flames just picking up very quickly, even right in front of us. That's a new spot right in front of us, Victor, if you turn right to your left too. So you can see, you can hear some people on FaceTime talking to their families because, again, families are not able to leave their homes at this point because there is such a gridlock. It is very tricky to drive around here. We were trying to drive to a different location, and we were unable to do so as well. So right now, you really have to be safe if you are in this neighborhood. If you are able to get out, that is fantastic, but a lot of people just can't at this point. So a lot of people just trying to play it safe right from their homes. Amy?
Right, Amanda, thank you. And it is just really tough to see these flames just so close to the homes and hearing that at least one home has burned and
all that black smoke too.
Yes.
You know, that's what we don't want to see. And we're joined now by CBS News correspondent Carter Evans. He is on the phone. He lives in Pacific Palisades. We talked to you about 40 minutes ago, and you had not been given an evacuation order, and now you do have that order, correct?
Yes, mandatory evacuation orders. The traffic has died down. It looks like a lot of people are out of the area where I was, but we've had police officers going up and down the streets on their PAs telling people to evacuate immediately. I've had low-flying super scoopers, I mean, probably 50 feet over the house, and the smoke has now shifted. It looks like, to me, it's now blowing a little more west, and unfortunately, that's in the direction of my house. And I have heard that homes at the top of my hill, and I live in an area called Marquez Knolls near Bienvenida, if anybody's familiar with that. And I understand that there may be some homes burning up at the top of the hill.
And Carter, can you talk about the conditions? Has anything changed in terms of how much smoke you're seeing, the wind?
Yeah, so the wind is still very calm at my house right now, and that's really good news. But the sky has darkened. I can smell the smoke now. It's getting thick in the street. It's starting to obscure the view outside my windows. So it has definitely changed dramatically from the last time we spoke. And it looks like a lot of my neighbors have been texting me, you know, when should I go? When should I go? And I'm texting them back going, leave now. Now is the time to go.
Yeah, and we're hearing that there's so much gridlock on the roads in and out of that area that some people on Palisades Drive were actually abandoning their vehicles, which is now making it tough for the firefighters to get in there. So are you still seeing the traffic concerns that we talked about earlier?
So I'm still at my house, and on my street there is no traffic right now. That's cleared. But I have also seen people running on foot to get down to Sunset Boulevard. I don't know if they've abandoned their cars or what the situation was, but I've actually seen people, you know, running out of here.
All right, Carter, and I know earlier when you were speaking to us, you had said that your kids had been evacuated from their school and they were actually being bused to another location because they don't even want the parents on the road driving to the kids. So what are you going to do now? Are you just going to leave the area and just trust that your kids are in a safe place and try to find a safer place for you to go?
So I've been texting my kids, and they are safe. They're on the bus right now to the high school where they are evacuating, and I am doing something I've never done before right now. I am putting on my fire gear inside my house, my fire gear for work. You know, I cover fires for a living, so I'm pretty familiar with how this goes. I'm going to stay here for a while and try and observe what's going on, but I also have an evacuation plan. I have the car loaded up. I got the key in my pocket, and I'm ready to go at a second's notice.
Yeah, and it's so hard too because you wear two hats. You're a resident and you worry about your belongings and your family, but you also work in the news business, and this is what we do. We cover these fires and we give people information. And we did mention your kids. I'm a parent too, so is Amy. That's obviously very nerve-wracking. And we're being told Palisades Charter, Marquez Elementary, both of those elementary schools in Paul Revere, which you mentioned, they are all closing and evacuating their kids. And I think Carter, one of the things you said, your neighbors are coming to you for information because they know you work in the news. If you could tell your fellow Pacific Palisades residents anything right now, taking off the reporter hat and just being a resident, what would you say to them?
I think if you're seeing the smoke like I am near my house right now and the wind is beginning to pick back up, I think it's time to go. I think that it's going to be easier for firefighters to work if there are not a lot of people trying to get out at the last minute. So I think now is the time to go, and that's exactly what I told my neighbor. He texted me, I don't know, about a half hour ago, and I said, I'm staying here. I'll let you know. And I texted him back about 10 minutes ago, all caps, leave now.
Yeah. Well, we want to encourage you also. You've got both hats on, but be safe out there. We appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. And, hopefully we can check back in with you a little bit later. We want to continue our team coverage now with our Jasmine Beal. She is live in Pacific Palisades. I believe, Jasmine, you're on PCH?
Yeah, we just pulled over here in the live truck, and you can see the dark sky right behind me just filled with this smoke. And we are watching the fixed wing and those super scoopers fly over the Pacific here, scooping up that water, including the super scoopers from Canada. I mean, they can scoop up 1,600 gallons in 12 seconds and mix it with that fire retardant. We've been just watching these constant, the aerial support just constant out here. It is not too breezy. I would say the winds have died down here on PCH, but look at this gridlock under this dark sky. Look at that right there, how it's just scooping up the water from the ocean and then heading right back over the ridge here to make those water drops. And okay, so we have an issue here. I mean, these fire trucks right behind us trying to get through all this traffic to Temescal Canyon, which is just about a half mile in front of me, to get up and help in this firefight. So we have more fire trucks arriving here, weaving through traffic. This is what we've seen coming down Sunset as well. It was just bumper to bumper. And these are, besides PCH, up there in the hills, these are very narrow roads. 2 lanes if you're lucky. We know there are some gridlock there on Palisades Drive and Sunset, so we had to veer down here to PCH, but again, encountering all this traffic and just look at the sky. I mean, this is just so ominous and frightening to see, again, just a few weeks after the Franklin fire. And, as fire officials have told us, weather, the most important effect here on fire behavior, right? We have these red flag conditions. We have very dry brush that hasn't burned in years. It is warm out here. I'm wearing a sweater, but I mean, it's not cold at all. This wind that's not going to help, with the chilly temps. Those are not going to come until overnight. So right now it is pretty warm and breezy. Like I said, not too gusty at the moment here along PCH, but look at this plume just coming up. If Oliver, my photographer, can pan over, this black smoke just started again as we see another super scooper fly past. There it goes. Just kind of want to follow and show you the work that this is doing, but the topography here, it's huge. It really drives these fires. We know the direction of the slope impacts all of the fuel and the exposure to these flames. As Paul was talking about, this smoke carrying the embers out over all of these neighborhoods, and it's black right now. I'm not seeing a lot of the white smoke, as they tend to, put out the flames here and it turns white, but it is black and dark. And these mountain areas and these hills, as we saw with the Franklin fire, very difficult to get in there, and what they call these chimneys and chutes. And the fire can go, 14 times faster uphill when they encounter these this mountainous area, these hills, and it just funnels the wind and fuels those flames. So it makes the firefight so much more difficult. And we saw this with the Franklin fire. We saw the Santa Ana winds. They were also gusting. I remember when I was reporting on that a few weeks ago, 30 to 50 miles per hour, and that's what we're kind of talking about here, just creating this critical fire weather. And we know these winds are going to be a factor for the next 24 hours as well. So we're dealing with, challenging terrain, the weather here, and the heat. I mean, it's really hot where we're standing. It's really, I shouldn't say hot, but I guess it's warming up significantly as we're standing here along PCH. So there it goes again. Just look at this flight path. I mean, I've seen about just 5 minutes I've been standing here, maybe a half dozen of these super scoopers come by. Look at that one flying, Oliver, right off the ocean with another full load. Yeah, 1,600 gallons in 12 seconds, and then that's mixed with the fire retardant, and they can just constantly just drop on this fire. And I'm glad to be seeing the air attacks happening despite those gusty winds and the smoke filling the sky. And driving through, a lot of people here may not have been aware of this as they're coming this direction along PCH and then encountering the roadblock that, we can eventually get through as media and get up there and tell you what's going on. But a lot of these people are then having to, I've seen a few U-turns here, very dangerous on PCH as people are being turned back around as they can't get up to Mescal, and people are trying to get out of Pacific Palisades right now. We know that they're dealing with a ton of traffic up there. Yeah, not so easy to get in and out of the Palisades area, as a lot of those residents have told us. So, Amy and Christine, I'll send it back to you, and we're going to try to head further down and then up near, I think it was Lockman, where we heard that a home had burned, unfortunately, and so devastating to hear yet another wildfire has burned some homes.
Yeah, and Jasmine, I have to say, from our vantage point, when we're seeing what's happening behind you, it looks as though the people are heading towards the fire instead of away from the fire. Does it appear to you that these people are trying to head home, or is it just not truly showing us the true direction? It seems like they should all be heading the opposite direction, not towards the fire.
Well, you would think, right? I mean, and there hasn't been a roadblock that we have even seen. I mean, a lot of these folks, it just looks like they're going to work, going about their normal day, because I've seen some looks of confusion and bewilderment as they come up here, and they're kind of shaking their heads like, oh no, now what do we do? Because now we're stuck here, and they're having to route the traffic back around. So it's not good for these officers flying past trying to get and maybe help out with this traffic control. Yeah, it's pretty chaotic. It just kind of increased in the last few minutes. Okay, I do see, right behind us, some drivers are now turning around like, they've just put up another block further down PCH to the east of here. Oliver's going to move that and show you what I'm talking about, because this is not good to keep having drivers. Do you see what I'm talking about now, Amy? They're going to try to stop some traffic further down where we just turned off of Sunset and we came down off the hills here. Yeah, they're flying past these law enforcement officers because this isn't good to keep all these people going in this direction.
Yeah, Jasmine, a lot of chaos right now, a very fluid situation. Thank you so much. We'll check back in with you, but we want to get on the phone now with Margaret Stewart. She is the Public Information Officer for LA Fire Department. Margaret, I know how busy your job is right now, so thank you for taking the time out to talk to us. Can you just give us the latest? Do you have any updated numbers in terms of acreage, evacuations, structures lost?
Hi. So we don't have an update on exact numbers of homes. We won't likely have that information for a while. But the last acreage estimate was still at 200. We do know that this is a fast-moving fire within these heavy brush hills, and our main concern right now is for everyone to follow the evacuation order that was issued. I can give it to you verbally, but they can look at our map on LAFD.org. There's a click here for the Palisades fire, and there's an interactive map, and it's effectively a polygon that goes from PCH north. If you draw a line from Topanga over to Merrimack Road, which is like Mountain Gate Road, and you color in that whole area, that is our evacuation order. We do want people, LAPD is handling the evacuation, and they're asking for drivers to head to Palisades Drive, to go south on Palisades. They're going to hit Sunset. You're going to turn right or go west on Sunset, take that down to PCH, and then south on PCH. So that is the evacuation route for drivers leaving that area.
But we're hearing that there's some drivers who have abandoned their vehicles on Palisades Drive, narrowing that road, making it difficult for firefighters to get in and out. Are you hearing that as well?
I don't have any details on that. We're going to get where we need to get, and we'd ask drivers, obviously, please do not do that. Follow the route. LAPD is in place to assist everyone with the evacuation.
And can you tell us, I know that you can't give us specific numbers. We were told of one home that was burning earlier this morning on Lockman. Do you know if there is at least more than one home that is burned in this fire?
Unfortunately, I don't have that information to provide right now. Our primary focus is on ensuring all this evacuation information is out and that people exit the area safely.
Okay, and then, we were also, we had a reporter who was on PCH, and it looked like there were a lot of cars driving toward the fire, and then you'd see the emergency vehicles alongside them. I know you said your LAPD is setting up traffic breaks and road closures, but what would you say to, PCH is heavily traveled by people who don't necessarily live in Pacific Palisades. What would you say to just kind of Angelenos who are in the area? What areas do we need to avoid?
Ideally, anyone that can avoid PCH that's not evacuating is what we would ask. Obviously, we know it is a heavily used road, and finding alternate routes can be challenging, for that area of the city. However, this could be the difference, in someone's life or death if we can get people safely evacuated. So stay away from the west area, stay away from PCH until we can safely get everyone evacuated.
Absolutely. And we certainly appreciate your time. We do know that this is certainly a difficult fight. You all were prepared. You did bring in extra resources because of the wind event. And we've been able to see so many of these planes coming in, making these water drops. Do you feel that you have enough resources considering the winds that are here?
Well, we knew that this weather was coming, and so, as you mentioned, we had augmented resources. We had 14 fire engines that were strategically placed in, fire-prone areas, and because of, we're a well-equipped, large department, we were able to quickly deploy additional resources. Cal OES is also going to help provide air power, so we can fight from the air and from the ground. But this is going to be a challenging fire because this type of wind, is going to push the ember cast easily a mile down and can start spot fires. And that's why it's so critical. We know we have a large evacuation area, but due to the winds, it's really important that people will follow this order. Please exit the evacuation zone, and all updates they can find at lafd.org.
All right, Margaret, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us this afternoon. Be safe out there, and hopefully we can check back in with you a little bit later.
And we're going to go now to meteorologist Paul Diano to talk to us about the winds. This is a wind-driven fire, and unfortunately, as you've been warning us, it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, guys, a red flag warning does not start fires. A red flag warning talks about the conditions that will spread a fire rapidly, and we're literally watching this in front of our eyes right now. You can see a couple different live pictures here, one on the right of the fire burning, one on the left of the PCH. If we can switch over to my weather maps, I want to give you a few different perspectives of what's going on. If you were to take off or land at Los Angeles International Airport today, this is the sight that you would see looking to the north and northwest. That's the fire burning in Pacific Palisades. There's the main runway right there. Most of the days you take off, you go over the ocean, you hang a left, and then you head on your merry way. Today, everybody's going to be looking off to the right. You have an amazing vantage point of this fire that is burning. This is a much closer vantage point. This is our Santa Monica camera. This fire is not that far from Santa Monica, not burning in that direction. But as we zoom in, you can see what's going on with our Santa Monica camera right now. I want to show you this to show you just how diverse a weather event can be. The same weather event that is causing the fire to spread rapidly in Pacific Palisades is the same weather event that caused our most widespread snowfall in the mountains this morning, where temperatures are still below freezing and the wind later today may drop the wind chill below zero, happening at the same time as the fire in Pacific Palisades right now. The National Weather Service meteorologists, they're based in Oxnard, Ventura County. They did an assessment of what they think this wind event will be against previous wind events. They initially said this could be the biggest and most widespread Santa Ana wind event we've had since late 2011, more than 13 years ago. That's playing out right now. Many Santa Ana wind events are just here or sometimes just here, with the exception of parts of LA County and parts of Orange County. It's everywhere. Wind gusts exceeding 50 miles per hour in Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, and where the fire is burning right now. Close to 50 miles per hour in Riverside, getting upwards of 40 to 45 miles per hour in the Antelope Valley. And the wind at Laguna Beach, at the beach, is 53 miles per hour right now, coming off of the Santa Anas and rolling all the way to the Pacific Ocean. Of course, our biggest concern right now is the fire burning in Pacific Palisades. Wind gusts are about 39 miles per hour, a little bit better than an hour ago, but still a big problem. Imagine driving a car at 39 miles per hour. That's pretty fast. That's how fast the flames could be moving and how fast the embers could be moving out ahead of the fire as it burns from northeast to southwest. And guys, as I toss things back to you, a lot of these neighborhoods have one road in and one road out, and people have been abandoning their cars. So think about this. They're trying to leave. Fire crews are trying to get in. And if the cars are abandoned and there's no way up, that makes it a whole lot harder to fight a fire. It's basically an aerial attack only in some spots. One, because of the wind, but two, because of the congestion that we have in this area, considering the topography around Pacific Palisades. Beautiful neighborhoods, but a lot of them got one road to get up there, and some of those roads right now are very clogged, and the wind is not going to get better for several more hours, likely not until tomorrow morning. Back to you.
All right, Paul, thanks so much. And we want to check back in with our breaking news desk, Mark Liu, standing by. He's been getting lots of updates for us. Mark.
Yeah, we're getting actually some video from a pretty famous resident of the Pacific Palisades area. If you come out to my screen, the video on the left side of your screen was posted to actor James Woods' X account, formerly called Twitter. You can see this is video that he says he shot in his neighborhood. He says, actor James Woods says he's evacuating, he's leaving. You can see fire right there, right up against a home. Now, we don't know exactly where in the Pacific Palisades area that he lives, but clearly close to that fire line. You can see right there how close those flames are to a home in that neighborhood. He hasn't said anything about any damage to his own home, but the actor did say that he was leaving and he hopes everybody in his neighborhood is going to be okay. Now, the other thing that I want to show you is CAL FIRE's map. This is the state firefighting agency. A couple of interesting things here. They have updated the area to include the evacuation zone much larger than we had previously heard. And I just want to note over here, this gray area you see, that's the Franklin fire from the early part of December. It was December 6th, I think, almost a month and a day to when that fire broke out. But let's take a look now at the fire that's currently burning these red zones. This is the evacuation zone for the Palisades fire, as it has clearly grown much larger than 200 acres. This yellow area is an evacuation warning. I can almost bet that's going to convert to an order. And you can see down here near the bottom of your screen this entire area, as well as this area here, under a mandatory evacuation warning. But as Paul Diano had mentioned, it's very difficult to be able to get out of this zone because these very narrow streets a lot of times only be able to go one way. And of course, you've got fire engines that are trying to come north up to fight the fire. Now, we saw also with that Santa Monica cam that Paul Diano had mentioned, what we were looking at is essentially the flank of the fire that is moving in a southeasterly direction. So clearly the fire is burning in this direction. It is also burning down to the southwest. And one note I want to tell you that Amanda Starantino was actually in this neighborhood, which I was very concerned about. She had done her live shot right about there. So we know that this neighborhood is actually survived. But we are continuing to see a very intense firefight as this fire continues to burn in the hills north of Palisades. Back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you for that. And it is really just tough to continue to see these flames burning there in the hillsides. The good thing, though, is that there are no homes in this area where we see the flames, but we do know that plenty of homes are threatened. Many evacuation orders have been issued. And we just encourage you, if you are watching us right now and you are in this area, we encourage you to get ready should that evacuation order come to you. Don't wait until the last minute to pack and to prepare yourself. Go ahead and load up your car now. Be ready so when that warning comes to you or that order comes to you, you are ready to leave your home immediately And, we still are just at the beginning of this wind event, and the winds are not going anywhere.
And they're expected to get worse. That's what Paul Diano has been warning us. We want to just remind people there is an evacuation center that is being set up at the Westwood Recreation Center. That's at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. Also, we know that at least 3 schools, LUSD saying Palisades Charter Elementary, Marquez Elementary, and Paul Revere, which is a middle school. Those have all been shut down. They are, as we understand from Carter Evans, who has kids who attend one of those schools, they are busing them out of there. They don't even want parents to come in because the roads are so congested and it is such a fluid situation. We've been warning people also, if you do not need to be in this area, a lot of people take PCH to, move through our county, but they don't want you on PCH unless you have to be there, unless you are evacuating the area or you live in the area, because we are seeing some people abandon their vehicles, and that, of course, causes a huge headache for firefighters. And really, that could seal the fate of a neighborhood if those fire crews could not get in there. You don't want to see those cars blocking traffic.
Absolutely. And it is so dangerous because you've got all of that smoke. And if you've never really been that close to a fire, it gets really dark and it is very hard to see all those vehicles. And we were seeing people go down PCH and then trying to make a U-turn to get out of the area. At the same time, emergency vehicles are trying to make their way to the area, and it can just really pose a lot of problems for everyone involved, those first responders, and for you and your safety. So you are strongly encouraged to avoid the area. We do know that when we were speaking on the phone a little earlier, we were hearing that if you do need to evacuate, some of the routes that we were being told was to go south on Palisades, west on Sunset, and then west on PCH. To get out of the area, because this is an area that does not have a lot of roads in and out, so it can be very tough to get in and out of the area. So don't wait. If you need to go, but do not, again, abandon your car on the roadway, because it is making it very difficult for firefighters who are trying to get in there and really put this fire out.
Yeah, and we're also contending with power outages. We've had them here in the Studio City area. So, again, right now we're looking at this fire, but we've seen it. I lived in LA since 2007, and I can recall several times where you would end up having multiple fires breaking out when you have these wind events. So the last thing you want to do is sit here and watch your TV and you're not in Palisades and think, oh, I'm okay. Exactly. But you could then have a fire in your area, in the Santa Clarita area or West Hills, or, we're talking about the San Gabriel Valley with this wind event. So it's always a great time to get everything together, have a family plan. I will say I'm never great at this kind of thing, but this is always the reminder that I need, because at the end of the day, property can be replaced. Your life cannot. And so firefighters are asking everybody to cooperate and really stay off the roads if you don't need to be on them. Get out if you've gotten that evacuation order, because sometimes it becomes, too late. And when you have an area like Palisades, a lot of times it's one road in, one road out. And if that road is blocked, you could be stuck and have to shelter in place, which can be a very life-threatening situation.
Absolutely. You were watching as Amanda is getting set up. This is her camera shot as she's getting prepared to give us some new information. But it wasn't so long ago when we were dealing with the mountain fire that started out in Moore Park and quickly jumped over the 23 heading into Camarillo, and so many homes burned in Camarillo, and those folks weren't expecting that fire to head to them because they were watching it burn in Moore Park. It looks like Amanda is ready to talk to us. She is
in someone's backyard, so you can see how close the flames are to these homes.
And this just shows the hospitality of people here, because everyone's actually stuck here in this area. What we're seeing is the flames coming right up to these homes. And the reality is here, guys, because I just walked away to go back to our truck to grab some more gear for us. A lot of people are coming up to me asking, where am I supposed to go? Because all the roads are blocked here. It's such a gridlock. There's evacuation orders now going out to everyone in this area to get out. But the problem is, the roads are blocked. You can't get out. We can't get out either. So this kind neighbor here is allowing us to stay in her backyard. It seems to be a safe spot now. The firefighters have been telling us it's okay for us to be in this area right now. We're just keeping an eye on it. We have firefighters surrounding us, making sure these flames don't get too close to us. So it is safe. But a lot of people just don't know what to do at this point and just trying to do what they can to leave, but are unable to. So as you're going into my live shot, a woman who works here was actually asking if we wanted some food. So you can see just how kind people are. A lot of neighbors working together, trying to get everyone out in this area. So to give you a perspective of where we're at, we're on Palisades Drive at the very top of the ridge, close to where this started, and we're in a cul-de-sac cul-de-sac called Calle Victoria. There's a lot of Calle streets here. If you go to your left, Victor, so that was the original ridge that we first saw this fire start at. So we were actually at Topanga Canyon Boulevard right on PCH all morning long, and that's around 11 a.m. is when we saw the first plume of smoke. Actually, some sheriff's deputies there, the ones who pointed it out to us so that we could head over that way and follow the fire trucks. We followed them up to this area where this is where the fire started. And actually, just 1 week ago, there was a fire on this ridge right here that you're looking at. So we did see some hand crews up there earlier, some firefighters right here in the backyard, but the wind is blowing in the direction that the camera is moving right now. And you can see that line of the flames that go completely across, and we just keep seeing more and more flames pop up. We're seeing a lot of water dropping aircraft to our right where you're looking now, and a lot of residents just hoping for the best right now. Amy, they have not said that any power shutoffs have happened here in this area. I keep checking with neighbors, and they said no power has gone out just yet. So power's still on here, which is good news for these residents so they can get the updates, because we know in the Franklin fire, a lot of people were saying that was an issue because they weren't getting the updates. But we've definitely been getting a lot of alerts in this area and emergency warnings to our phones to evacuate this area. So, Amy, right now, people just trying to play it safe, unable to leave, but keeping a close eye and just trying to stay out of firefighters' way.
And Amanda, this is Christine here with Amy. Are you getting on your phone? Is it mandatory evacuation? Are they all being told to leave, but they can't because the road is blocked?
You know, I'm going to check right now because my phone was just going off. We are checking because we keep getting those emergency alerts to our phone. You know, I'm not able to see it currently on my phone right now.
Okay, that's all right. Take your time.
We are getting the alerts for evacuation warning. Sorry about that. But you can see how close these flames are coming, and they keep just coming up. But these firefighters keeping an eye on it. There are several right here, right with us.
And Amanda, it seems as though right now, I know the winds come and go, but it seems like things have gotten a little calmer as far as the wind goes. We see that the firefighters, they're keeping a very close eye. Have you noticed the conditions changing a little bit as far as the wind and the smoke that you're seeing?
Amy and Christine, they are constantly changing here. Just about 20 minutes ago, it seemed to get really, really calm, which was good to see after this morning. We've been out here all morning long. The wind's just getting stronger and stronger throughout the morning. That last live shot I did with you around 10 a.m., it was starting to really build up there, but you can see actually those flames, the wind now really picking up in this area. And that's, I think, where the concern is from neighbors, is they're seeing how quickly this is moving. They're seeing the winds kick up in their speed and strength as well. And it's really pushing this fire and these flames to just keep burning. We are trying to get an update from firefighters on acreage. A lot of these firefighters are just trying to do their job, so we are just trying to stay out of their way right now. But they are doing what they can to keep these homes safe, because a big problem here right now is the fact that there's a lot of residents sitting here just waiting with their homes, and that's what the big concern is.
Yeah, and you know what we have been seeing in some of the other live shots with Elise and even with Jasmine, the one advantage here is how close the ocean is. And we were able to see a lot of those scoopers coming in, grabbing up that water and making it so quick back to the fire to make those drops. But as we've been talking to you, have you been seeing a lot of those water drops?
I am seeing the water drops. They come and go in clusters, I would say. I haven't seen one for a couple minutes, but it's also starting to get really thick smoke right here to be able to see too far. Going back to what Christine asked earlier about the emergency alerts we were getting to our phone, I was able to pull them up when you asked me that question. So about 9 minutes ago in this area, we got an evacuation order from the Los Angeles County Fire Department. It says for an evacuation order has been issued for Malibu east of Las Flores to leave now. But then 6 minutes ago, we got another one. An evacuation warning has been issued for Malibu west of Las Flores Canyon Road. Remain vigilant of any threats and be ready to evacuate. Gather loved ones, pets, and supplies. Continue to monitor local weather, news, and the webpage alertla.org. Obviously, if you're watching KCAL.com or in KCAL, we are keeping you posted here as well. But it's really starting to get smoky in this area. We're seeing conditions change very, very quickly in this area.
Yeah, and Amanda, please be careful.
Victor, if you go to your left right here, if you can see, we're in a good spot, you guys.
Okay.
We are in a safe spot. We are making sure that we're in a good spot.
Because you're a local girl, I don't want your mom
really
to worry
right
if they
here
watch
at this point.
Yeah. And what about?
I've gotten the calls from my parents, as you can see. Everyone in this area getting calls from their families too, because everyone's seeing that people are stuck at their homes right now. Actually, okay, so if you go to the right, we just saw some water drop from that helicopter right there.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm just pulling them everywhere right now. You could just see how wide this area is and just how quickly this fire is moving.
All right. Amanda, we're going to check back in with you in just a little bit. Stay safe out there. Make sure you're paying very close attention to your surroundings. That's what we tell our viewers as well. You know, you don't want to wait too late if you need to leave the area.
And now we're going to go back to Elise Martinez.
We're keeping an eye on it.
Okay, thanks, Amanda. And we're going to go to Elise Martinez now. She's on Sunset, I think just above PCH, and that is that's like the main thoroughfare that everybody's coming in and out of. Elise, can you hear us?
I had to put on a mask. The wind is blowing so hard. There's smoke in the air. There's ash. My eyes are burning. It is really, really uncomfortable. We headed down PCH, and they're closing off a lot of the streets there. So heading west on PCH, you won't be able to do it past Temescal Canyon where we were. We made a right onto Sunset, and we encountered all this traffic. All these people are trying to head to PCH, but because of the traffic jams, they've been sitting in these long lines for quite some time. There was actually some of the cars were getting on the wrong side of the road to go around. The emergency vehicles were up the street there, and they just cleared. We're going to talk to somebody really quick. Hi, what is your name?
My name is Eugene Galling.
Tell me where you're coming from and where you live.
I live on Piedra Morada, which is 3 miles up from Sunset.
Okay, and you're under an evacuation order. How come you're walking down this way?
Well, because I take the kids to school, and on my way we saw flames coming, so I stopped. I called my wife. She was still up the house with my other son, and they didn't know if they should leave or stay. So tough decisions, you know. You can tell by the traffic, you know, the evacuating is really very difficult. And 3 miles up the hill, they didn't know if they get stuck in traffic or not. So here we are separated, but we're in communication by phone, text.
Oh no.
All right, so as you can see, the situation, it's very windy. So I'm glad we're okay. Let's get out of the way there. Yeah, it's just so windy. There's ash blowing in your eye. There's horns honking. There's people walking down the street. I've seen people walking down the street with suitcases. You pretty much just grabbed what you could and left.
That's right. I couldn't even grab anything. I left. And you know, I lived in Malibu before. We lived in the Palisades. I mean, every season we have the same problem. We have fires. We still live here, you know? Yeah. It is beautiful when everything is fine. When there's a fire, everybody wants to be elsewhere, you know?
All right, well, I hope you find your family. Do you have somewhere to go?
Oh, yes. I have a large family. I have 9 kids, so they all welcome us. That's good.
Thank you so much. Good luck to you. All right, again, we are on Sunset, and you can see, if my photographer can pan over here, cars coming on the other side of the street trying to get through this backlog. Everybody's just trying to get out, to evacuate to PCH. Just driving half a mile, the difference in scenery is crazy. We had kind of clear skies by the beach, and then we came here, piles of ash and wind. Just a really scary situation. But again, all these drivers just trying to get out of here.
Yeah, and we certainly saw an example of those powerful winds blowing that fence open there, Elise. Be safe, be careful. That fence is still moving. We're going to check back in with you in just a little bit. But for now, we want to join Andrew Hires on the phone. He is a Pacific Palisades resident, also happens to be a professor over at USC. And people have been talking to you, texting you about cars that have been abandoned?
Our good friends abandoned their car on Palisades Drive and walked, is what I heard. And yeah, I mean, I was up there maybe, we actually smelled smoke around 8 o'clock. and there was a burn scar from a fire on New Year's Eve. So I went up there to take a look at it at 9. I didn't see any smoke, came back down, and then the neighborhood WhatsApp said, like at 10:28, we got a text with a picture of a small start up there. And then I knew that was the worst possible situation. That location and this wind, that basically all of the highlands, all of like the Bienvenida area, Marquez, Upper Marquez Knolls, and probably some of the bluffs, maybe in the village, are at major risk. I've got video of houses on fire at the top of Lockman Lane, on Enchanted Bay. There's homes burning, and I don't know if my house is up. I mean, burned down or not. I was about 100 yards from our house in the backyard when I stopped evacuating and when I stopped packing and got my kids out.
And where did you go? Because, you know, you mentioned you had friends who abandoned their vehicles. We know it's not easy to get in and out of there.
So we came down Palisades Drive, and thankfully, like, I think since I was so close to the fire, I realized how bad it was. So we were able to get out only with like a 30-minute delay at that intersection there. People were still trying to come up, even though it was blocked. And so now I'm in Santa Monica looking at the fire from the rooftop. And yeah.
And you said you did see homes burning.
I did not see homes burning. I have video of friends that are texting me homes burning as they were. So there's a fire road that connects Piedra Morada and Monte Hermoso to Lockman Lane, which is Lockman and Charmel, and there are definitely homes on fire on Lockman from the video I saw. Or definitely, I don't know, fire across the street. I don't know. It's hard to make it out from the flames and the smoke in the photograph.
Now, we had heard about one home burning on Lockman, but Andrew, from what you were seeing that your friends were, I guess, recording out there, did you see more than one home on fire?
I don't know. It's hard to tell from the photograph. He said that he was driving through flames on Lockman, and there was a house on fire. Maybe there's more than one. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. And, you know, this is where you are right now. We're seeing a lot of images. Unfortunately, our helicopter, SkyCal, cannot get up to show us as many angles of this as we typically are able to show our viewers because of the president's visit. But from where you are right now, are you seeing a lot of dark smoke? Are you seeing a lot of strong winds still? Have the conditions changed?
There's about, 50-foot flames all along Temescal Ridge. They're marching down into the upper area of, I think that's maybe the upper El Medio area, Anoka area, Bienvenida. Now the fire is also marching down the sort of the east side of Temescal Ridge, getting to Temescal Canyon, where there's a lot of hiking. That's then going to put basically the village in the crosshairs at that point, if it crosses over that canyon.
Okay. Andrew, we thank you so much for your time, and we hope that you stay safe out there. Thanks so much for spending a little time with us and letting us know what you are seeing.
You're welcome.
All right, now we are going to get to our meteorologist, Olga Ospina. She's been keeping a close eye on the winds that, you know, Olga, you all have been talking about these winds that have been coming, and they are here now. And unfortunately, along with the winds came this fire.
Exactly. We have been talking for days now about this strong Santa Ana wind event that is impacting us already today. So it really came in, and we are seeing some very damaging winds. And when we get those strong winds, of course, we fires popping up and spreading very quickly. We're seeing that exactly in Pacific Palisades. So you can see why winds map, and currently 39 miles per hour gusts in Pacific Palisades. You can see those winds moving from the northeast towards the south, and we're going to continue seeing strong winds. In fact, we could even get stronger winds as we head into later tonight and still into Wednesday morning. So we are not just seeing this in the Palisades area, though. We are seeing this across Southern California. The winds, again, 30 to 50 miles per hour in this area, pushing the fire to the south, and really across Southern California, we're seeing very strong winds.
take a look at the winds for Santa Clarita, 56 mile per hour gusts, 55 in San Bernardino. So any of these areas where we are seeing these strong gusts, which is really most of Southern California right now, we could be looking at some really dangerous conditions if a fire were to spark. All right, we'll continue tracking this for you. For now, we are going to send it over to Elise Martinez on the ground. What are you seeing, Elise?
Did they tell you to get out of your car?
Yes.
Tell me what happened.
I don't know, the fire was all around us, the trees and everything, so...
And you're parked how far up the street?
Way on before Shrine.
About how far is that, like a half mile? Yeah. Okay.
Half mile.
All right, thank you so much. Ma'am, can you tell us, so we're on Sunset, just to let you know where we are above PCH, you can see these people are trying to evacuate, but because of the traffic situation, it's been impossible. Tell me your name.
Marcia Horowitz.
Tell me what happened, Marcia.
We had
all these people walking down the street.
Because the fire came right down to the road, and the fire department came up and said, get out of your cars now, because the fires were right up against the cars.
Okay, and how far up was that?
Half a mile, maybe.
All right, about a half a mile up this road here. Is it on Sunset? You were on Sunset?
We were on Sunset on this side, on the furthest side from the hillside.
Okay.
But, you know, there were 3 lanes of cars, and the fire was right down, and there was nothing to stop it.
So you had to evacuate your car. How close were the flames to your car?
Too close.
Too close. All right, we got to get out of the way. So thank you so much. So there is another issue, is that first responders are trying to get up the hill, but there isn't enough room for cars to come down the hill. And just in the last 2 minutes, we saw about 10 or 15 people just coming down the hill. Ma'am, you got to keep, here. Go ahead, tell me.
Okay, so here's the deal. I live right in this white building here. Is it better for me to go home, to stay put, rather than deal with this and stay?
I don't know. I think the firefighters are letting people know. I see another woman jumping in a car here. I think you're fine. I think you're safe, but people, let's keep moving. Stay put. I think so. All right, so it's kind of chaotic here, to say the least. We've got people jumping into cars. Were told up the road to get out of their car. So people are stepping in and helping. Sir, they want you to get in the car. Keep going. Do you know them?
Yes, they're my neighbors.
Okay, and so you're helping out?
Yes.
All right, we're going to let them go.
Elise, it is very chaotic there.
Again, we're on Sunset, just about a half a mile from PCH. It is very windy. There's ash blowing everywhere. And now we were just told by a few people that the fire department is telling people to just get out of their cars and walk. So the fire, if you can hear the loudspeaker, they're saying, get out now. So we're going to try to figure out exactly what they're saying up there. The road sort of clearing out right now, but at certain times it just gets packed with people, but it looks like people are getting through at the bottom. But again, here's another family coming down the street, people just abandoning their cars and walking towards the ocean for safety. But again, the wind picking up here, very, very heavy wind, ash and smoke. Here comes another group of people. Hi, were you guys told to get out of your cars as well? How far up were you?
It's at the corner of Palisades Drive and Sunset. We had to all get out of our cars.
Okay, and did you see, I can walk with you, did you see the flames coming?
Oh, yeah. The palm tree was on fire on the corner. Yeah. Okay. So it's really bad.
All right, where are you headed now?
I think towards the water, probably.
Okay, all right. And how close were the flames to your home? What happened?
Right there. Oh, it's right there. The flame. I mean, it's right there. Right there. Right now, it's on the side of the hill. We don't know what's going on. We can see the home from Sunset. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Yes. We appreciate it. Again, there you have it. More people just forced to get out of their cars. If you look back here at the roadway, it is sort of clearing up now. Looks like they're just telling people to go. We're hearing some shouting up there, but I can't make out what they're saying. But I think they're telling people to get out of their cars. She said up the street, up Sunset, towards Palisades. All right, well, we're going to figure out exactly what's going on behind us. I'm sorry, my IFB's back in. I had to take it out.
Okay, Elise, earlier we were hearing complaints about people getting out of their cars, leaving their cars in the road, making it difficult for first responders to get to the fire. Now, these people are telling you that they are being told to get out of their cars and just walk. And some of them are walking from about half a mile from, I think they said, Palisades and Sunset.
Yes, so she's the last woman we spoke to said she was at Palisades and Sunset, and the firefighter told her to get out of her car. I cannot see the sign in front of me because it is so full of smoke, so I think it's beyond the light signal that you see behind me. My photographer is pointed the other direction, but now, if you look, the road is clear. But yes, multiple people, at least 4 different groups of people have told me that firefighters told them to get out of their cars and that it wasn't safe. So yes, that's what we're hearing. But now these lanes are starting to clear out. So we're not sure. Okay, here comes somebody else. Let me see if I can talk to her. Ma'am, are you okay? Did they tell you to get out of your car? All right, listen, All right, they are saying this is an evacuation order. Get down toward the beach. They've repeated it several times. You see all these cars, the police cars clearing people out, shouting on the loudspeakers to get out. You can see on the side of the roads, people walking down, covering their faces. So something's happening right above us. I think the fire is just right there, but again, I can't read. I can't read the sign, and my IFB has fallen out of my ear again. But again, a very scary situation here. Very, very windy. Now they're turning around, going back that way. But here's some more people. It looks like they had to evacuate quickly. No? Okay. All right. They're trying to get out as well. And now more police cars have their sirens on and are zooming up. But as you can see, it's just very, very hard to see what's going on beyond the light signal. But again, multiple people that we talked to said they simply had to just get out of their cars and they were told to head towards the ocean. So again, the situation getting more serious here on Sunset just above PCH.
And this is really unprecedented. Amy Johnson here, joined now by Juan Fernandez. It is almost unthinkable that we are hearing that people are being told to get out of their cars and to walk to safety.
And we can see the confusion there, Amy. We saw these families with their pets in tow, a bag of luggage, perhaps some of those important papers that we always tell people to keep nearby in case they need to evacuate. And just imagine this, there isn't even right now a specific place to go. It's just head towards the water. It's possibly the safest place to be. And I was listening to your coverage, Amy, on the way in today, and I heard that confusion about whether or not to leave your car. Were they abandoning their car? The concerns about whether or not fire crews can make it up into these areas to put the fire out. But as Elise was just showing us, people were being told to abandon their car. Fire was very close. I guess palm trees were on fire in that one family's tell that they were telling her. So a lot of confusion there, but at least it looks like the road a little bit wider there so that they can get in there. But right now this area, Palisades and Sunset, an evacuation zone.
Absolutely. And we did hear on the loudspeakers, the deputies there alerting everyone that they needed to get out of the area. We're going to, of course, keep close tabs on our Elise Martinez. She's in the area. We want to make sure that she is safe. I know that she is doing an excellent job trying to give us the information that we need so that we can share it with our viewers so that they know what's happening. But we certainly want to make sure that she is safe in this area as well. What you are seeing now on your screen is from where our Amanda Starantino was not so long ago. And in this area of this neighborhood, you can still see flames and plenty of smoke, but just so much confusion. And unfortunately, when you have so much smoke like this, you can't really see how far away that fire is from you. And so we certainly understand the panic in those people who are just trying to get out.
Well, I have to say, Amy, on the way in, I was in San Gabriel Valley this afternoon, and once I got on the 10 freeway, you could see this huge billowing amount of dark smoke, and you really can't tell where it was. I knew it was Pacific Palisades, but it could have been in Beverly Hills, West Los Angeles. You just can't tell the distance, and just the concern out there is great for everyone. I want to check in with our Jasmine Veal. She's out on the fire lines as well. Jasmine, where are you? What's going on?
We got off of Temescal Canyon, and I'm with Brian, one of the residents up here. He's trying to get to his parents' house. Look at this right behind me, this smoke, and we just saw some huge flames up there right above Sunset, right? This is Brian. I've been talking to Brian. He's, again, tell me what you've been hearing, Brian, that some cars have burned after they were stuck.
Yeah, I heard Palisades Drive, there was a large traffic jam, people trying to get out, just kind of like we're seeing right here, where just people are leaving, and there's only one way out right now, which is Sunset, and then you can filter onto PCH, towards West LA or Santa Monica, but this is not good. This is not good at all, because the fire, these people aren't moving, but this fire is moving. So eventually push is going to come to shove, and these people are probably going to get out of their cars.
Come over this way, because I don't know if you can see it through the palm trees right there, but up on that ridge line, there are flames very, very close to these homes. And the winds you just described, Brian, I mean, they have been gusting as we get closer and up into the hills here.
Yeah, very erratic too. The wind directions are, 1 minute it's at your back, the next is at your face. I'm actually going to walk down here a little bit because I want to get a good view of the front of the fire and see what it's doing right now.
Yeah.
When we can see the black smoke right here. So it's very close.
Wow.
Yeah, I feel bad for all these people.
I mean, and look at them. They're just stuck in this log jam.
I mean, I'm kind of level-headed and stuff, but I'm sure there's a lot of people kind of panicking right now, So hopefully I wish them the best. But yeah, where's LAPD and where's everybody? There's no one out here directing traffic. I haven't seen a single cop out here once. We just saw, I think that was Cal Fire. That's not even local fire department. So yeah, where are the authorities? They're not here right now. And this is getting really bad right here. I'm going to walk down real fast. I just want to see what
Brian, thank you for that insight. Yeah, so this is what we're talking about, you guys. Right off Temescal, this is El Medio, and above me is Sunset Drive. And these folks, we've seen people running with their bags of anything that they've loaded up, trash bags of clothing, of medicine. I have a couple here, Jane and Paul. They're trying to pack up their car as quickly as they can with their dog. They're an elderly couple. They're trying to get out, but they can't really go anywhere. Temescal Canyon is just... it's like no one's moving. And so I've seen a mom with 3 kids on her bike in a carriage on her bike, and they tipped over and fell down in the middle of the road. It was horrible to see that. The mom was panicking. She's trying to get to her car and load up her kids from school. We saw flames right above the ridge, where Palisades High School is, right off Temescal. You could see some of the fire kind of flare up, and that's where we made our way over here to El Medio. Let's see if Jane and Paul come back out of their house. No, they're actually kind of scrambling, but they know they won't go anywhere very fast here. Some people have been, I saw one girl just in a sports bra, and she just ran out of her house so quickly because she was so panicked when she saw the flames behind her house. So it does seem to be chaotic, and I've seen one fire truck, but I've not seen any traffic control, and that is concerning.
Yeah, it's so still there behind you, Jasmine. We're looking at the scenes just behind you there. It looks so still, so eerie.
Yeah, and the sky just filled with this black smoke now. I'm going to stay on the sidewalk in case we have some emergency vehicles coming up behind me.
Are you seeing more people coming in and out of their houses, Jazz?
It looks like a lot of these folks have left their home, although they're probably just stuck in this, right? Look at that line of cars coming down from Sunset. And they're not moving, and that smoke is getting a little closer. I mean, it's billowing up over these palm trees right here.
For a second, Jasmine, I thought those were parked cars. Those are cars trying to leave the area then.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
no, these are people trying to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a line. I mean, it goes on.
Now we see it,
and they have not moved. Yeah, look at that.
They have not moved while we've been talking to you, and you can certainly see all of that smoke, and it is so black. And just really eerie to see that so close to all of those people, all of those homes. We are still waiting for an update. We have only had one report of one home that is burned. Jasmine, we're going to ask you to stand by. Hopefully you can get some more information for us. We're going to check right back in with you. But we do want to check in with our Mark Liu. Mark, we haven't been getting a lot of updates. We know everyone's busy fighting this fire. Last check, it was estimated 200 acres, but that has been more
bigger,
than
right?
an hour ago.
Yeah, that's right. So we have been in touch with both LA City Fire and LA County Fire, and I'll tell you, Amy, in one, their primary priority right now is protecting homes, doing structure protection as this fire continues to grow along two flanks. Now, we have three reporters out there, Amanda Starantino, Jasmine Veal, and Elise Martinez, and all three of them are in critical locations of this fire. We have seen a lot of activity in all three of their locations, and if you come out to my screen, I'm going to show you a sort of a tactical view of what's going on. So the entirety of this Palisades fire is taking place right here in this area of Pacific Palisades, and you can see all of these orange icons on the screen right here are the water dropping and other firefighting aircraft that are working on this fire. Now, Amanda Starantino was in this neighborhood right here. Elise Martinez down here where Sunset and PCH meets, and then Jasmine Veal, she was just reporting over here near Temescal Canyon. Now, the fire started just about 90 minutes ago right in this area, and we know that it is proceeding in an eastbound direction here and a southwestbound direction here. Jasmine Veal, she was right about here looking at the flank of this fire. It's really concerning because it does appear to be burning, and it looks like the firefight is going to take place right here, going all the way to Mandeville Canyon and Will Rogers State Park. But all of this area right here, that's all dense, heavy, mountainous, brushy vegetation that we have seen water dropping helicopters do some work on. But the other concern is essentially this neighborhood where Amanda Starantino was. I was really worried because I saw all of the water dropping helicopters going back and forth across this neighborhood, and I was concerned that we were going to see homes being lost in this area. But it appears that, from at least from Amanda Starantino's perspective up there, that those homes likely have survived. Now, we know that the way out of this neighborhood is down Palisades Drive to Sunset and then to PCH. Now, that's really the only way out. And Elise Martinez, she was right there. So all of those people that were coming southbound from that neighborhood that was in danger, that's who Elise Martinez was talking to as they were fleeing this zone. Now, I want to show you one other map. This is from CAL FIRE. This is the state CAL FIRE map. This is how large the mandatory evacuation zone is now. Fire right here. This entire area under a mandatory evacuation zone. Also, the evacuation zone has proceeded to the west to include parts of Tuna Canyon. And over here, this gray area, that was the Franklin fire. Just about a month ago, that entire area was consumed by flames that lasted 9 days. And these people right here in the middle, under this yellow area that's an evacuation warning, this is probably the second time in 30 days that they have been getting alerts that they may need to evacuate. First time, it was a fire to their west. Now it's a fire to their east. And the flank of this fire, as it continues to burn to the west, is a concern. I've seen Coulson Aviation Chinooks doing water drops on that flank. They drop 3,000 gallons at a time. And I know there are now 2 jet-powered aircraft that are dropping Phos-Chek on long lines of this fire. So hopefully they'll be able to get some stoppage there on the westbound flank and continue fighting that eastbound flank as it proceeds towards Brentwood. Guys?
Mark, do we know whether or not information has come into the desk as how the fire started, where it started? Is there a name of the fire yet?
They are calling it the Palisades fire. Started just before noon, I believe. I can see actually right here. Actually, it started at about 11 a.m. And you can actually see the GPS locator that they gave was right here, right about in this area. They actually called it on a drive called Piedra Morada Drive. And there was actually a gentleman that Elise Martinez, who was speaking to when they almost hit by that gate, he said he lived on Piedra Morada Drive, right where this fire reportedly started.
All right, the Palisades fire burning right now started right around 11 a.m. Let's go back to our Elise Martinez. She is on scene here with more information. Elise?
Hi, we're just showing you right now how windy it is, how smoky it is, how much ash there is here. And we do have the story of what happened from our earlier live shot that we're going to tell you about in just a second. Yeah. We did talk to police, but first we want to show you, this is the command post here on PCH and Sunset. You can see the amount of police cars, fire trucks, and also cars of people who have evacuated. So during our last live shot, we were talking to people who were coming down towards PCH on Sunset, and they all were very upset. Some running, they had their belongings with them, we were asking them what happened, and a lot of them said they were told to get out of their cars and head down towards the ocean, towards safety. So the LAPD, I talked to them. I talked to somebody from the LAPD. They said the fire started jumping over an apartment building, and then they said that it started jumping over Sunset. And so they were telling people to evacuate. They said about 30 cars had to evacuate. So about 30 cars had to evacuate. And after that fire jumped the apartment building, then it was jumping the street, and those people had to get out. So just a short time ago, this street was packed with people. It looks like everybody got out. There was lines of traffic, lines of cars, people trying to get out. Now this road, Sunset, is completely open, headed toward Palisades. That's where some of that fire is right now, and apparently it has just flared up. We don't know. Everybody was evacuated safely from the apartment building. We don't know the name of the apartment building, but officers said they had to evacuate that apartment building when the fire started jumping over. So again, that's what we heard. We couldn't get anybody to go on camera. It's just so chaotic, and people are just trying to figure out a safe zone to get to. But again, you can see just how quickly the situation has unfolded. But again, Sunset Boulevard now just practically empty. The only cars going in and out now are emergency vehicles, but about 30 cars, about people in 30 cars had to get out. So that's the story here from now. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, quite a different story there. Where you are right now, where you were earlier, it seems very quiet. Hopefully people did get out of the way and find some safe place to go. Are you seeing any more units head into the area? We know there's some crews up above using water dropping helicopters and whatnot, but are you seeing more crews heading into the area, Elise?
The only thing that I'm really seeing racing up Sunset are police vehicles. I haven't seen any fire engines, and I have not seen any fixed wing aircraft. I have not seen any super scooper in the last 20-30 minutes, so I don't know what's going on there. I think the winds are very, very intense. We're just getting a huge gust right now. I'm wearing goggles, and I can still feel it blowing through them. My eyes are burning. So just a really, really scary situation. And then the command center there is just full of people just kind of watching in disbelief at what's going on. But no, I haven't seen any fire crews or engines. I've just seen police cars racing up and down Sunset from PCH heading towards Palisades, where people in about 30 cars were forced to evacuate.
Elise, and I'm looking at the American flags blowing there in that shot that you're giving us. You can see just the intensity of these winds. And I believe yesterday we were also talking about with President Biden being in town. Usually he would take Marine One from LA to Palm Springs, where he was going and back. But depending on these winds, he may have had to take the road. So I don't know if that's changed at all, but that's probably affecting the water dropping helicopters and the attack from above at this point.
Yeah, and Elise, I want to also mention here, you were showing us an empty stretch of roadway, and now it looks like there are lots of cars there. They seem to be slowing down perhaps for a light, and we're watching as fire trucks are going behind them, heading up to the fire area.
I don't see that. I see a line of fire trucks at the ready there on PCH. We're by the Chevron gas station here, and it looks like there's a line of fire trucks on PCH, but I haven't seen any fire trucks go by me yet. It looks like they're still on standby here. Also looking for any fixed wing aircraft as well, but haven't seen that in quite some time.
Okay, we have two images that we are showing our viewers, Elise, so I was thinking that they were closer to you, but when you were watching all of those people walk down from that fire area that had gotten out of their cars, do you see some of them showing up at that command center? Oftentimes when we say command center, we're thinking it's where all the firefighters law enforcement are going. But is this where they're actually sending those people that had to walk from that fire area and get out of their cars?
I'm sorry, Amy, I can't hear you. The sirens are so loud. Now we are seeing a fire truck and an engine coming, racing up Sunset. I don't know. I think my photographer is on it now. Redondo Beach Fire Department racing up Sunset. So that's the first one that we have seen in a while.
Yeah, I think that was...
I couldn't hear your question before.
I was just asking you, Elise, if you can hear me. Is this where they are suggesting that the people who had to get out of their cars and walk towards the ocean, are they telling them to go to this command center that you keep referring to? Oftentimes when we hear command center, we think that's where the fire department is setting up so that they can kind of unify and work on their plan. But is this where they want the people to go that are walking from the fire area?
Amy, I hear your question. It was so abrupt for these people. They just basically told them to get out and walk to the ocean. So I would ask people, where are you going? Do you have a plan? They would say, I don't know. We're just walking. So no, I don't think there is a designated area where they are so quickly, but that's where most people are headed. They know that if they get to the ocean that they'll be relatively safe, at least for some time. But if you did look at the command center, we're seeing a lot of just regular cars in addition to police and fire and of course other media. The parking lot is just completely full. But no, I don't think people, as far as who we've talked to, have been given a specific location as to where they need to go.
All right, Elise. We do want to also mention we are getting some traffic information that we do want to pass along to folks that might be trying to get to their children that were at school or try to help a neighbor or a family member. Westbound 10 at Lincoln Boulevard and northbound Pacific Coast Highway will be closed until further notice. The Big Blue Bus Route 9 service is also temporarily suspended. And they are also saying that, you know, if you do not need to be in these areas, to please avoid the areas. If you're, you know, a non-essential vehicle, to just stay out of these areas so that the roads are open for those firefighters and first responders that are trying to get to those folks and trying to get to those homes and really just to get into that firefight.
This firefight right now going on in the Palisades, called the Palisades Fire, started at 11 a.m. This is a heavily wind-driven fire. We've been reporting on this for the last couple of days and the very dangerous Santa Ana winds that were headed our way. Our meteorologist Olga Ospina is also checking current conditions. Olga, we know this is going to possibly last till sometime tomorrow. What's the very latest?
You know, and the concerning news is that we may not have seen the strongest winds yet. Even stronger winds heading into later tonight and into Wednesday morning. So this is going to be a long duration, high wind time period. Also the red flag warnings, and want to show you the wind gusts also, if you can pop up my wind gust map, because a lot of times we see these really strong gusts through some isolated areas, and right now we are seeing it very widespread. Look at Simi Valley, look at Santa Clarita, 57, 56 mile per hour gusts. We're in the mid 50s through parts of the Inland Empire, including San Bernardino. So really a lot of us being impacted here in Southern California, and want to get to what's happening in Pacific Palisades, 39 mile per hour gusts. So very strong along the coastline. Malibu Beach, another area that typically sees those very strong winds. This will continue to impact us. And of course, those strong winds always bring us that critical fire weather. We're seeing that right now. In fact, the National Weather Service saying this is likely to be the strongest wind event that we have seen since 2011. So in the last 13 years, we have not had a stronger wind event. And we are seeing that right now with this fire breaking out in the Pacific Palisades. We are under red flag warnings for most of us, fire weather watches all the way through the end of the week. But the most dangerous conditions will continue still today into tomorrow morning. So if you are heading out the door early tomorrow morning, heading to work, keep that in mind, because the roads just on my drive in to our studio here in Studio City, I saw a tipped over big rig. So definitely be so careful as you're heading out on the roads, because even if you are driving carefully, be paying special attention to your surroundings. This is destructive wind. We have seen a lot of down trees, down power lines, and will continue under that danger still as we head into tonight, into tomorrow as well. We have warnings, high wind warnings, because we have seen right now 50 to 70 mile per hour gusts, and not ruling out isolated gusts in the 80 to 100 miles per hour. So again, we have not seen this in quite some time, since 2011, a strong wind event like we are seeing today. So in fact, the red flag warning, this is a particularly dangerous situation red flag warning. This is when the National Weather Service issues this kind of a particular dangerous event, as we are seeing right now. Just to let you know, if you live in any of these areas that are impacted, and really most of us are, to pay special attention. If you live in those areas, you might have a fire breakout and you may need to evacuate at a moment's notice. So if you are in the mountains, if you are in the valleys, the foothills, we're seeing the strongest gusts there, but you're seeing this even in Pacific Palisades, which is near the coast. So it just goes to show you that any of us really are at risk of seeing something break out in our neighborhood. And we've got those strong winds, so those embers are flying across for miles. So if you are not in that zone, just know that those winds could be spreading something into where you live. And unfortunately, this is going to be a widespread destructive windstorm that will continue still through the end of the week. The peak of it, yes, will continue through tomorrow, but still fire weather watches until at least Friday.
Wow. All right, Olga. And we do want to check back in with our Amanda Starantino. I believe we've been looking at the images from the camera where you are. And Amanda, I know that you had said that there were evacuations, but you all were kind of stuck in this area because of the roads just being packed. Catch us up. What's going on now?
So, Amy, it's not even the roads being packed. The road's actually blocked because a lot of people abandoned their vehicles at the end of the road. So people are actually stuck. You can look right behind me at the ridge here. We have those flames going, and that's what Victor is looking at right now for you guys. You've been seeing these images that he's been shooting for you guys all afternoon. This fire just keeps burning here in Pacific Palisades. We are in the same cul-de-sac, Calle Victoria, and this is a safe spot. We are with LA City Fire Engine 23. They're doing a great job at structure protection over here and also keeping us safe and the people who live here safe as well. But you can see how close these flames are getting to these homes right here in this cul-de-sac as the fire just completely burns around the ridge and towards the ocean. I have Connor Jacobs with me now. He is a resident here in this cul-de-sac as well. So tell me a little bit of what you've seen so far this morning.
Sure. So this morning, I was just looking at my laptop out the window, super windy, obviously, and then, look down, look back up, and then huge plume of smoke, and then it just got worse because it was so windy. It's like it traveled, just this whole area just got torn through.
And it went pretty fast.
Super fast, yeah.
Okay, so, and we just got an alert on his phone for evacuation orders, but you're saying it's worthless because you guys can't go anywhere.
Yeah, that's what we're being told, but also that the firefighters are here and they told us the safest place is just to stay right here. And hopefully the wind is keeping the fire away from us.
Do you still have power at your house?
We do.
And did you have power go out at all today?
No,
not yet.
Thankfully.
Okay. So when I caught up with you guys at your house, you guys were hosing down the front yard. What are you trying to do to protect your home?
Well, because we're out of the immediate path of the fire, the advice from the firefighters was just, the most dangerous part is the embers. So we're just trying to wet the surfaces so the embers just, don't have anywhere to catch.
Okay, so tell me about the wind. We were out here on Topanga Canyon and PCH earlier this morning with the wind. This is just a few miles over. What was the wind like here throughout the day and when the fire started?
Well, ever since this morning, even in the night, in the early hours of the morning, it's been really intense, just very fast winds, and what can you say? It's just incredibly windy.
Yeah. Have you seen a fire like this before in your area?
Not this close. Obviously, we get a lot of fires back here, but this is definitely the closest one to us.
And you guys started packing up the car, right? You're just ready to go if you can?
We're packed. We're ready. Just following the firefighters' advice. So we're very grateful for them. They're doing a lot of help for us. So.
Yeah, Connor, those firefighters parked right outside this house, in their house as well, telling all of us to just stay put because that's the safest option for all of us right now. We're kind of all in this situation here. But again, we are safe right here. We do see flames continually go up. I mean, you've seen the images from Victor all afternoon here. Connor, have you seen the flames get just change at all through the afternoon?
Well, the wind is the thing that we're worrying about. Obviously, sometimes it looks like it's just smoke, and then the wind will change, and right up there, it's then it catches and you didn't think there was anything there maybe 30 seconds ago, and all of a sudden it's it's going. So
it's going up again. Yeah. What is your concern moving forward into the evening?
Just the, I guess, unpredictability of the situation. We heard from the firefighters it's supposed to be windier tomorrow, so that's a worry, obviously. But we also heard that once something burns through, that the fire probably won't come back in the same area. So.
All right, and we're seeing those water dropping aircraft going over right now, and we see some retardant drops as well here. We're just keeping an eye on everything over here in Pacific Palisades from this neighborhood here. It's starting to become more deserted as most people were able to get out, but when those evacuation orders started coming through, we just couldn't get out. Okay, here comes another one right here, if you can see that. A lot of aircraft in this area doing the best job that they can, and of course we have LA City Fire with us right here, Engine 23, protecting this neighborhood that we are in, and giving us that advice to stay put, because that's really all we can do at this point. So we're keeping an eye on it out here in Pacific Palisades. Back to you guys.
Amanda, by chance, do you have any of the firefighters within earshot that might hear a question from you? Because we're getting some information here into our newsroom that there may be a situation at Fire Station 23. Maybe they can confirm that for you.
Okay, 1 second. Excuse me? Are you hearing that there's an issue at Fire Station 23? I have not. You haven't heard anything?
Okay.
Okay. He says he hopes not. I mean, yeah, so I'll work on getting some more information on that, and I'll let you guys know. There's some more guys outside. Right here, they're really focused on structure protection. I mean, their priority is to make sure these homes stay safe, because you can see how close the flames are here. But I will definitely start asking around and see what I can do.
Yeah, we have the desk working on it, as well as Amanda. As soon as we have the information, we'll confirm it to our viewers. And you can see right here why.
And really quick, guys,
yes.
Actually. Really quick, sorry to interrupt, but this just shows you we are having a light breeze, and then these gusts just come through and just changes everything.
Yeah.
So the wind starting to pick up right now once again, and just going to change the situation over here one more time.
I was just going to say, Amanda, you have such a great vantage point. I can see why firefighters are there. They have a great bird's eye view of what's going on. But yep, a shift in the wind, and suddenly everything becomes so much more smoky, so much harder to see. And again, the uncertainty of just not knowing where the fire is going to next. Definitely a big concern out there, right, Amy?
Yes, it certainly is, Amanda, and we certainly appreciate all the information that you are getting for us and sharing with us, and we're glad that you're in a safe vantage point there, but unfortunately that has not been the case for everyone. We have been seeing people being, told to get out of their cars and get out and walk towards the ocean, because this fire has just been fast moving. We've been dealing with the winds for quite some time. We knew that these winds were coming. The fire department also knew, and they increased their resources. And so there are, I believe I heard earlier this morning when we were talking to LAFD, that they had 14 extra fire engines ready to go. And they were ready for this, but this has just been really a tough situation. The winds have just been so strong. And as we were hearing from Olga, this is probably the lightest of the winds that we have had. We do want to go back to Amanda, because she is getting some information about that fire station.
Fire Station 23, Amanda.
Yeah, so I just talked to a firefighter that was coming through, and he says that it was saved. Actually, you can see them right down there. That's who I was chatting with. He said that Fire Station 23 was saved, that the fire went around it, but the actual building was not impacted, and they did their job quickly so that they can focus on what they really need to be doing right now. So all good at Fire Station 23 at this point.
That is some good news. Yeah, Amanda, we heard it was on fire. We didn't want to go with it yet. We want to get confirmation that it was LAFD Station 23 over on Sunset and Los Leones Drive. And you're just confirming for us with the firefighters out there from Fire Station 23. Yeah. The fire went around the station. No damage to that station there, of course. All fire stations so vital.
Was there any damage there?
And not as many resources there, because
we don't know if there was any damage or not.
Okay, but the fire went around.
We just know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Thank you, Amanda.
All right. Right, and we were
Sorry, getting real-time information.
No,
passing it
excellent.
right
Thank
along.
you
Yep.
so much, Amanda. We know that you are running up and down those hills for us trying to get that information. So we certainly appreciate that. And we just continue to watch the images from our cameras here of the fire. And our own SkyCal has not been up today because of the president being here in town. And now we've got these strong gusts, and we aren't able to get you all of the different images, but we have been showing you as much as we can. Our Mark Liu on the breaking news desk. Mark, you know, it is interesting that we are still hearing just 200 plus acres that have burned, and we hope it's because they've been able to keep it from spreading, but something tells me that's not the case.
No, it is definitely larger than 200 acres, and I want to talk about two things. I'll address that first. Tactically speaking, the fire departments that have been working this fire have not been focusing on mapping this fire as much or counting the acres. This has been really a critical firefight in saving structures and getting people evacuated down Palisades Drive. But on my screen, I want to show you an aircraft that has arrived on scene. Now, this one, you can see it's a different color than all of the rest. A lot of them are orange. That indicates a very low altitude as these aircraft fight the fire. But this one here, Intel 12, it's a Beech 200 Super King, and it's flying at about 15,000 feet. And Intel 12 actually took off from Sacramento and flew down here and is part of CAL FIRE, and its job is perimeter mapping. So what this aircraft flying in these huge circles around the fire, they're going to be doing the intelligence gathering to get a look at where these fire lines are. And that's going to be relayed to the CAL FIRE commanders, and they're going to help LA City Fire put together a total acreage size. And we're going to very shortly see it on this map. This map is where that fire footprint is going to appear. As you can see right now, all it has is the marker as to where the fire started right there at the center of your screen. But normally when we saw the Franklin fire over here about a month ago, you can see this very specific perimeter. It's now gray. At the time the fire was burning, it was bright orange. We're going to see that bright orange footprint here in this red area probably in the next 60 minutes as Intel 12 continues to do its orbits here and transmits that information back to where they're compiling that data for this website. Now, the other thing I want to talk about was that fire station that was down on Los Leones Drive and Sunset. It's right here. Now, if the fire has been able to reach all the way down here, Amy and Juan, I've got to imagine that the fire line has now extended from its original starting point at 11 a.m. all the way across down here to these communities that are essentially right at the beach. We certainly know that the fire is moving here towards Mandeville Canyon because our Santa Monica camera can see it from this direction. So two very serious flanks that are being attacked here with water dropping aircraft all through here and all through here and all through here. I'm going to go back to my radar map and show you exactly where those water dropping helicopters are. We see Fire 1. Do you see a continuous movement around this neighborhood? Amanda Starantino, she was actually in and still is in this area right here. I was very concerned that perhaps this neighborhood was being consumed by flames, but it doesn't look like it. And these water dropping helicopters, they're basically landing right there at the Santa Ynez Dam. Now, there's not a lot of water in that gathering pool right there that you see. It's blue on the map, but there are areas where the helicopters can stop and get water and then continue to fly. There's a dark colored helicopter here. I'm not actually sure why it's dark colored when it is flying at the same altitude as all the rest of them. This is from Orange County. Orange County Fire has lent one of their water dropping helicopters, a Sikorsky Firehawk, capable of dropping over 1,000 gallons. Came all the way up. You can see the fire line. It comes all the way up from Orange County, came around the San Pedro area and Ranchos Palos Verdes. And now the rest of these helicopters, like these Chinooks, they came out of Van Nuys Airport. This one is focusing on this flank of the fire. They're doing 3,000-gallon drops, and they're landing here at LA County Helispot 69 Bravo, where they're filling up on those automated water-filling tanks where they can just drop their snorkel and immediately fill up their tanks and then drop some water. So this aerial firefight is really what is keeping this fire at bay, as the hand crews you saw are having trouble getting up into the neighborhoods of Pacific Palisades, where Amanda Starantino was, and certainly where Elise Martinez. You saw that enormous backlog of cars there. So this aerial firefight is going to continue through the afternoon as they try and stop both flanks of this fire as it proceeds to the east and west.
And Mark, before we let you go, we have our Mike Rogers on standby. He's going to tap in so you can tap out. Your other map that you were showing us that showed us the large red area, I just have a question about that because you showed us the Franklin fire as well. Is this how large we were imagining the burn scar is going to be, or is this a preliminary sort of look?
That's a great question, Juan. And the red area, the red and yellow areas here are the evacuation zones. So this is the entire area here, all the way from Mandeville Canyon to Topanga Beach and all the way heading to the west here in this area as well. These are the areas that they want people to evacuate, but of course we know this has kind of been a problem as people are evacuating, they run into traffic jams. Some people in Amanda Starantino's neighborhood, which was up in this area, are being told to shelter in place. But these red areas are evacuation order zones. These yellow areas here, I should say, let me clear the screen, those are evacuation warnings. The people that live in this area, they're going to be told to get ready to leave in case this fire continues in a westbound direction. Now, the gray area here, as you said, that's the Franklin fire, burned for about 9 days at the beginning of December. And that's a very specific outline. The perimeter of the fire is exactly where it burned. You can see it went all around these homes, and then also Pepperdine University. I expect we're going to see a perimeter over at our fire. I'll zoom in to get it a little bit closer. Just based on the tactical information that we've been getting from our cameras, where our reporters have been, I bet this fire perimeter is going to look something like this because of how and where that fire has been burning with our cameras. So there is a very concerted effort to stop the fire here and here.
Very good. All right. Thank you so much, Mark Liu from the desk.
We are getting an update now also about the acreage. We've been talking about 200 plus. We are now hearing that it is at 300 acres that the Pacific Palisades fire has actually burned at this point. But, you know, we have to say, Juan, this morning when this started right around 11 o'clock, we first heard 20 acres. And then within about 20 minutes, it jumped to 200 acres. It was moving very fast. They have been able to slow down this fire. And that's certainly good news. We're still waiting on word of how many structures have actually burned in this fire. But so far, we have not been given an exact number. We did hear about one home that was burning, but that's all we've heard about.
Yeah, it's a nice thing that we aren't seeing any homes burn at the moment. And just look at all this brush out there, Amy, in the Pacific Palisades area. A lot of brush out there that could still burn. And of course, the firefight is very intense right now. A CBS News correspondent, Jonathan Vigliotti, is also out on the fire lines covering this fire for the network. He sent us back this video. Let's go right to it as he tries to escape the flames.
Come on, guys. We gotta go. Come on, get in the fire. Come on, guys.
While we're looking at Jonathan Vigliotti's video there he put on X, you can see his crew right there behind him. Bushes on fire right in front of those homes there. The winds very intense, the smoke very heavy. And of course, for security reasons, of course, he decided to pull the crew from that area, as we've been doing as well. Once we know an area is not safe for our crews, luckily the firefighters that are out there as well gives us the heads up. I remember, Amy, being out there on the fire lines many times. You'd be in an area where you thought it was very safe. It was kind of a command center where you'd get information, and all of a sudden they'd come tapping at your window there and saying, hey guys, you need to move. It's not going to be safe here in about 10 or 15 minutes. And they would be right. So it's always very good, not only for news crews, but for residents out there. Trust the fire crews out there in the area. If they are asking you to please evacuate, in this case, to head towards the water, to please go ahead and do it. You can always assess the situation later, find out where to rendezvous with your family, find out where there may be a point of contact a little bit later, a place to maybe sit down, get some rest, have a drink, because things could change at a moment's notice. And right there on your screen, there on the right side of your screen, you can see that it's our camera pointing towards the LAX area. And I'm also curious whether or not flight operations out of LAX have been at all affected by this fire. So far, we haven't heard about it, Amy, but we're waiting for an update on that.
Absolutely. We know that our own SkyCal has been prohibited from flying because of the president being in town, but certainly we have not heard about commercial planes flying in or landing at LAX. You know, you were talking about people needing to be prepared should they need to go, and we did show you a little earlier with our Elise Martinez, where people were literally told by firefighters to get out of their cars, and walk to safety, just walk to the ocean, because she was saying that the fire had jumped over an apartment building. And I should clarify, it was actually law enforcement that was telling them to get out of their cars and to walk, because there was so much of a traffic jam. You know, this area of Palisades, you know, you've really got one main road in and one main road out. And so it was very difficult for people to get in and out of there once this fire really broke out and everyone's trying to leave. And it just can't handle that many cars on the road at the same time. There were buses going to schools. We talked to our Carter Evans, his children at Paul Revere Middle School. They were evacuated, but instead of having the parents come to pick up their kids, they put those kids on buses and were taking them to a safe area, because they did not want the parents all clogging up the roadways there, because firefighters needed to get into the area and really get to the fire so that they could really start working on this fire. But again, 300 plus acres has been growing slowly. This fire again breaking out right around 11 o'clock this morning. And so we've been watching this, and really some panic times for folks out there.
Indeed, and I just got the thumbs up just a moment ago from our Mike Rogers, and also our Jamie Yukas reached out to say that she went outside, took a quick look, and the planes are landing and taking off from LAX. So that's a good thing. And thank you, Jamie, and thank you, Mike, as he's setting up there on the desk to bring us the very latest information on this Palisades fire burning now since 11 a.m.
Yes, and our Olga Ospina is here. And Olga, you were saying that this wind event that we are experiencing, and we are at the beginning of it, this is going to be the strongest wind event since 2011.
It's amazing.
Since 2011, 13, 14 years ago. So that is when we had those really strong winds out through the San Gabriel Valley. And with this one, we could be talking isolated gusts in the 80 to 100 miles per hour as we head into later tonight and still into Wednesday morning. So some of the more impacted areas could be places like the San Gabriel Mountains, the Santa Susana Mountains, the foothills of the San Gabriel, San Fernando Valleys. Those areas could see some of the more destructive wind gusts, but really anywhere, because we have those winds that are very widespread. I want to go back to my wind map to show you exactly what's happening really across Southern California. So right now we're seeing that fire that sparked in Pacific Palisades, but look at the winds. We are seeing extremely strong winds, pretty widespread. 56 mile per hour gusts in Simi Valley, 57 in Santa Clarita. If you travel through the I-5 corridor, extremely strong gusts. If you drive a high-profile vehicle, if you are traveling next to a high-profile vehicle, pay special attention, because a lot of these times we see those flipped over, tipped over big rigs on the roads, on the highways. So pay special attention to that. And we will continue with red flag warnings now extended into Thursday, and the fire weather watch still into Friday. So we still have several more days of this to go, but the peak of this event will be as we head into later tonight and still into Wednesday morning. So you can see that a lot of us are being impacted all the way into, if you are in the Inland Empire, we are seeing strong gusts, 45 mile per hour winds in Riverside. We are seeing gusts in the 40s up in the Antelope Valley, 46 in Lancaster, 43 in Palmdale. Taking you to Pacific Palisades right now, 41 mile per hour wind gusts. So these are extremely dangerous conditions. If you are leaving your home and you live in one of these areas that is close by to where you have that fire, you may want to take some important belongings, because we have those strong winds that are really pushing all those embers across other areas that perhaps are not currently impacted and could also spark a fire and continue to spread as we continue through the afternoon into this evening and still into tomorrow. So there's that high wind warning, and you can see that it includes most of Ventura County into LA County. So valleys, gusts of 60 to 75 miles per hour. For the mountains, 75 to 100 mile per hour gusts. These are extremely dangerous conditions. We have seen downed trees, down power lines. The wind gusts continue very strong also for the Inland Empire out through Orange County. It's pretty rare that we see this so widespread. A lot of times we see it mostly through the mountains, through the valleys, but right now we are seeing this very strong wind event. And as you mentioned, yes, this is the strongest. The National Weather Service is telling us this is the strongest since 2011. So, and it's very widespread as well. Red flag warning through Thursday because of the strong winds. We have the low humidity, the high fire danger, and we also have very dry conditions. It's really been a very quiet rain season here in Southern California. So all that vegetation is very dry, and once you get some fire moving through, it's going to catch fire very quickly, and those winds spreading it very quickly as well. We also have the fire weather watch that continues through Friday, so at least through the end of the week, we are going to continue to see that danger of the Santa Ana winds moving through. And here's a look at LAX. So you guys were just mentioning LAX. Yes, you can see all of that smoke from the airport. And of course, that is creating terrible air quality across not just Pacific Palisades, but a lot of the surrounding area is going to continue to see that air quality diminish as we head still into the next several days. So a lot of things that we're going to be tracking that for you and get into all those details during our later newscast. But we're continuing to monitoring the winds. We're continuing to monitor the air quality as well, and we will continue to keep you posted through the afternoon and evening.
And Olga, before you go, I have a quick question for you there. This morning I woke up, I looked outside the window, it looked a little breezy, then of course there's the strong gusts, then it dies down again. You're saying the worst of this latest episode is going to be maybe tonight into tomorrow. So basically, we really can't let our guard down. I mean, these gusts can come at any time, even when we think we're getting a little bit of a break, right?
Exactly. And I think if any of our viewers have even been on the road, you might be driving and you're experiencing some calm conditions, and then all of a sudden the wind just starts picking up. And it can create some really dangerous situations. So exactly, a good advice to not let your guard down if you start experiencing those lighter winds, because we are in for some even stronger winds later tonight.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I was coming in from the San Gabriel Valley this afternoon, and there were times on the 10 freeway where you'd feel kind of those gusts of wind push your car this way and that. So whether you're out on the road, if you're traveling today, if you're near the ocean right now, definitely you need to be careful because these winds are affecting us even in the inland areas and areas you wouldn't think would be affected by it.
Exactly. Let's check back in with our Elise Martinez. I believe Elise had to move. Where exactly are you now, Elise?
Hi, Amy and Juan. Yeah, we moved. We are on Los Liones, which is above PCH, but just below the Palisades, and it is a whiteout here with all this smoke.
Wow.
You can see that they're letting more people down Sunset. You can see more people evacuating. You can see police cars. You can see this long line of fire trucks. And let me tell you, it is so windy, and I just almost got blown off my feet by a gust of wind, and complete whiteout condition here. If my photographer can pan back, we did see some flames earlier in the hillside. We haven't seen any homes on fire in this area, but definitely part of the hillside on fire behind us. I can tell you that the ash is very, very thick out here. And again, more and more people trying to get out, head down Sunset towards PCH. Now, this is right around the area where we were during a couple live hits ago, where people were told to get out of their cars, abandon their cars, and walk down to PCH. So just above this area by Palisades is where some of those cars were abandoned. We're not sure. We talked to police. They said they are letting more people down, letting them out. He's not sure exactly where they're coming from. But again, those evacuation orders in effect for this area. And now we have this giant, it's coming out of the, there it is, looks like a super, not a super scooper, a scooper, so going in heavy machinery to move some stuff around. And here it comes. Sorry, it's getting a little bit harder to talk. We'll let this pass. heavy machinery there with LA County Fire Department. They're heading down Sunset. Heading down Sunset towards PCH. Not sure what they're going to be doing, but again, traffic control up here. More cars coming down from the fire zone. Everybody just trying to get out. Again, whiteout conditions up here. We're also next to, there's an apartment building in this area that also had to be evacuated. Police said that the apartment building appears to be okay, but the conditions here just absolutely incredible. I've covered a lot of fires in my lifetime, and this is one of the worst that I've seen. But again, another line of cars, just endless, coming down this road, whereas before they were blocked for a while. There was a big traffic jam. Now that has opened up and more people are coming down. We're getting another gust of wind. But again, that's the situation here. We are above PCH, below Palisades. Conditions, I would say, are deteriorating at this point. Huge gusts of wind coming, and just ash and smoke everywhere. But again, all right, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, and things are expected to get worse. You know, there's those sundowner winds. Those kind of pick up once the sun starts to set. And of course, as you mentioned, Elise, the conditions out there are getting worse and worse and ever expanding. The new numbers right there on our screen, 770 plus acres burning right now in the Pacific Palisades. We went from 200 earlier today to just 300 less than 20 minutes ago. And now we're up to 772. And you know, that number will continue to grow throughout the night. And here's a perfect example of why it's so important to keep those roads clear. Look at the size of this equipment that's being moved into the area now. I know many times when fires burn along the coast, along the cliff sides, and that vegetation burns, that could lead to boulders and rocks becoming loose and sliding down onto PCH, and that may be the reason that they're out there along PCH, which we know right now, PCH, northbound PCH is closed till further notice. The westbound 10 at Lincoln Boulevard, that's also closed. If you are a user of public transit, Big Blue Bus Route 9, that is also temporarily suspended. And the reason why all this is happening is they need to keep the area clear. We need to avoid the area unless you're evacuating to make room for evacuees and those first responders that are trying to get out there. But fire crews from Orange County, Ventura County, as far as Sacramento, they've all come into this area here of Pacific Palisades to try to get the upper hand on this fire there. We see our Elise talking to more residents now. I think she may be getting ready to speak to him. If we have a chance, let's maybe go ahead and listen in.
Yeah, I think we're actually going to go to Mike Rogers first at the breaking news desk, and then we'll check back in with Elise. Mike?
Yeah, I wanted to show you some brand new video that we just got into the newsroom. This is from one of those independent photographers down there. We're going to show that to you here in just a second while we talk about this. And then after that, I'm going to show you also, because now that we've got that plane, remember Mark was talking about that plane that will do the mapping at a much higher altitude. That's where we got that new 770 number as we look at those live pictures. Right side of your screen is that new video that we just got in. We're going to toss to Amanda Starrentino. You can see those flames getting dangerously close to her location. Amanda.
There we go. Hey, yes, these flames are getting very close to where we are. Firefighters say we're still okay. You can see this is LA City Fire Engine 23 trying to do what they can as these flames are getting very, very, very close to these homes right here. They were expecting these flames to come. This is what was expected. The winds have definitely picked up just in the last 15 minutes, but wow, you can see those flames really go right now, and they are blowing in the same direction. Okay, there you go. It's really lighting up the ridge right here, if you guys can see that. It's very, very hot over here too. Okay, it's getting really close. Okay, we're still told we're okay right here. We are told we're okay right here. So you're watching this happen. It's burning towards the ocean right now. And they were expecting this to go up. So this is what these crews that we've been showing you all afternoon have been waiting for to happen. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. So they're wanting this area to all burn as it burns down and away from these homes. And that's what's happening right here. I'm going to stand up a little bit so that we can see exactly what's going on here. This is in Calle Victoria, right off of Palisades Drive. A cul-de-sac here. The problem is a lot of these residents right here, they are stuck here right now, and this is what these crews have been doing, structure prevention, but to keep these people safe here, because a lot of cars are blocking the roads to get out right now. So Definitely an evolving situation here up on Palisades Drive. We're at the very top of the ridge. It's going to start to get very, very smoky for this shot right here. Sorry, I'm trying to keep an eye on it as well. But they're doing what they can. These flames getting very, very close to us right now.
And Amanda, this is just such an example of, we've been talking to you all morning and into the afternoon, and you were in a nice position where there was no fire close to you. And now, just like that, I mean, the flames are right there on that property right beneath you.
I know you guys know what this feels like. It's the heat is coming right against you. The smoke is billowing towards us. I actually have a firefighter come over to me about 20 minutes ago to give me a fresh mask for my mouth because he said, you just don't want this for your body. So they're trying to keep all of us safe over here. And you can see just how fast it's moving. I mean, we just a couple minutes ago, these flames were not here, and they're just moving right on past. I know the resident here was starting to get very, very concerned as she's watching these flames right next to her home right here, guys.
It's just incredible watching this unfold, and in just minutes, you can see just how quickly this fire, which Amanda was just telling us, Amy, they were expecting this to happen, that it would move through this ridge there, but just how quickly things are moving. And luckily, Amanda's getting the thumbs up. It's still safe to be there, but I don't know, Amanda. It's watching it here on the screen there. It is just incredible how once that smoke clears, just how much flames are just below.
Exactly. Yes, we are still getting the okay to be here. Or else we would definitely move.
Yeah.
Also, we would just move to a different area, but we can't completely clear out of this area at this point. But yeah, flames coming right up to these homes on Calle Victoria. But again, this was their plan. This is what these firefighters said was going to happen. And so they've been waiting for this to happen at this point. So they're just doing exactly what their plan was right here. I mean, you can see what they're doing, and it's getting really, really, really hot for you guys there. You can feel the heat. So a lot of the residents, they're going more into the cul-de-sac. That's where some of the fire trucks are. They're staying right there as close as they can to their homes. But we are keeping an eye on this. Also in this cul-de-sac, the people who, some other neighbors, that young man we talked to, Connor Jacobs, he's helping his family hose down their property because they're worried about embers. That's what we've seen in so many of the other fires. Amy, when we covered the Ventura County fire a few months ago, that's what we saw happen when those embers go and catch on a roof or shingles. It can really change the situation for people's homes. So they're trying to just, since they have to be here, they're hosing down what they can to keep people safe. Sue, what are you thinking seeing these flames right here, right next to your home?
Tim said to hold on. I'm holding, but I'm petrified. And my mom, she's 96. I don't know what to do.
And she's inside right now, right?
Yeah,
you're able to go
in the
get
kitchen. I got her.
Okay, so Sue, this is the homeowner here. These flames came up. I saw your reaction completely change.
And my heart is in my throat. But we're okay as long as the firefighter said there's a ambulance to take us out. But this is like right at my doorstep. So guys, I love you, but pray.
Yeah.
I'm praying, but God doesn't stop this wind. Yeah. Here they are. Okay. Should we leave?
So firefighters are doing what they can here to keep an eye on this home, and they're moving quickly too to keep people safe. I mean, can you imagine what it's like to be living right here and be told you need to stay? I mean, we're being told the same thing too at this point. So we are staying close to what the firefighters are telling us to do to stay safe in this area. But you can see it is burning. It's doing what they wanted it to do, and it's burning down. And they were prepared for this fire to do this. If you look to the left, let's see. Okay, he's looking to the right now. So right now you can't really tell, but he is looking towards the ocean, and that's where a majority of the flames are, and a big part of this firefight right here in Pacific Palisades, down towards PCH and Sunset. But those flames getting very, very close. The heat, you can definitely feel it on your entire body right now. I can't imagine what those firefighters are dealing with.
Those firefighters doing such a great job, Amanda. They're down below you. We saw the fire get very close to that tree that was, not on fire, but the one that Victor's showing us right there. And the flames just kind of passed right through, going exactly where it wants to go. And it looks like this home is going to be spared. But again, it's those embers that people need to be worried about, whether or not they're going to travel a great distance and start spot fires in other parts of Pacific Palisades, as we see here. But despite the intensity and the heat that you feel and the smoke, it's incredible to see the firefighters with these hoses doing such a great job at basically steering
Do you
those
see how
flames
quickly
away.
they're working?
Exactly, because we all know from covering fires for many years, Juan, that a fire's tendency is to race up the hillside. It always races up the hill. So these firefighters are kind of working with a couple of things against them. We've got the wind, we've got the fire's natural tendency to go uphill, and they're just trying to keep it at bay, keep it down that hill and put it out. And we have seen this big change, I mean, just in the last 30 minutes or so when we checked in with Amanda, and the fire was so far in the distance, and now it is right there at the edge of this property. And these are folks that were told to evacuate, but unfortunately, because the roads were so clogged, they were then told to stay in place, to shelter in place, because they could not get out of the area, which is something that we saw how clogged up these roads could get when we were checking in with our Elise Martinez, where people were told to get out of their cars and walk because there was such a traffic jam. And we are just watching as Amanda's there on the edge along with the homeowner, and they are watching. I can only imagine what that homeowner is thinking with this fire so close to her home.
And imagine, Amy, 96-year-old mother waiting inside, a senior who's not very easy to move around.
Exactly.
She's got to worry about her. They do have fire crews outside in case they do need to take them to safety. Amanda, things a little better there for you, it looks like?
Yeah. Excuse me? One more time.
Things are looking a little better for you there? It feels a little calmer.
I mean, just look how much has changed in just a couple minutes, just from when we've been on air with you guys. The fire moving down this way and moving in the direction. I don't know if you could hear me asking the firefighter if we're still getting. He said, yeah, that's what we wanted it to do. So it's moving on by. He said once this moves through, they're pushing it in the direction that they want it to go in at this point. But you can just see how fast they are moving and working right now to try to keep these flames away from this home. What's really been interesting, too, on top of this, we've been seeing wildlife being trying to come up to this area, trying to escape the flames as well. So a lot of moving parts here as we're continuing to watch these flames. But firefighters said we're good in this space. So a lot of neighbors and residents right here in this area up on Palisades Drive very concerned, but they said they have it under control right now, and we're all okay right here, but you can just see how fast they're moving.
Well, that is some good
back
news,
to you
and we
guys.
want you to be safe, Amanda. You and Victor doing such a great job out there bringing us live pictures from the scene.
All morning long,
Thank you, Amanda. All right, let's go back to Mike Rogers on the desk with some new information for us. Mike?
Yeah, like I said, that fire mapping at now 770 acres. I'm going to ask the control room here in a second if we can show my computer, because now that we've got that perimeter mapping, I can show you exactly where it has burned, and you can see, and I'll point out to you where Amanda is, or where she was or is right now. Of course, it's so crazy to see those pictures from Amanda as well, because it's so counterintuitive to see a fire burning as close as it is to you, but then understand that you're actually safest to just stay put where you're at. That's why it's so important that everybody listens to the fire personnel down there. Here's my computer, and I'm going to show you. So look at, here is the darker orange. The red is still the evacuation area. The darker orange here is what is actually burned. Right, so this is what the the fixed wing plane up there has said is actually burned. So I want to show you where Amanda is. Amanda's truck is parked right here on this corner, and she's in one of these backyards. So as you can see, the fire obviously has already burned dangerously close to her, but this was the area, the shrubbery all right here is what we just saw burning in her live pictures. So you can see exactly where the fire has burned and where it is, and now we're seeing it better from this orange map here. And I want to show you one more area down here, because I also want to show you how far south it has gone and how close it has gotten and impacted homes. You can see on these right here, it's actually come through this neighborhood off of Lockman, Duende, Via Veneta, Shadow Mountain, via Anita, via Cresta, Las Lomas Avenue. Look at here. The fire path is mapping right on top of several homes right in this area. Of course, we won't know until you can get a good eye on them. Obviously, we can't do that without our helicopter right now, because not only the flight restrictions, but because of the winds. I've talked to our chief pilot today. It is simply just too windy to fly. You see, it comes all the way down here. And I want to point out, we've talked about this before, but look at all the spotting that's going on. You see these just spot fires that jump out instead of it, ahead of itself. I want to show you something else here. This is one of our Alert California cameras. and this is what's called the Helispot 69 Bravo. You can see those little pumpkin buckets down there, and you'll see the Chinooks, and you'll see the other helicopters. Let me play it back a little bit further. You'll see them come in and land right there and pick up that water. I'll show you one more map here. This is the heat map from NASA that we use, where you can see where the fire has been burning, and this is what we're talking about, this area where it's all been going on. I want to ask the booth, I don't know if we can get to the traffic computer really quick, so I can show you kind of those road closures that we've been talking about and dealing with. We'll see if we're able to pull that up. I know there's a lot going on in there. We're also waiting for a press conference to happen between the governor, the mayor, the fire department, all of that. So if we can get to the traffic maps, great. If not, I can talk about something else here. But just a lot of hectic kind of activity going on down there right now. This is a coordinated effort between LA City Fire, LA County Fire. I was just looking at the flight radar, and I can pull that up for you while we're waiting on the traffic computer. But there is also Orange County Fire has flown up helicopters from their area as well. So this is one of theirs. You got another tanker coming in here. This is the MD-80. You've got the lead plane, or the intel plane rather, that is doing all the mapping and everything as well. These are all the fire helicopters from LA City Fire. And then additionally, okay, here's our traffic maps. Look at that. Even on the west side, you've got the 405 and the 10, which are an absolute nightmare. You've got Topanga Canyon, which is closed to the north. You got PCH closed on both sides, and then I'll get even closer here, and you can see all of the interior surface streets are just an absolute mess. So what the fire department had been telling people to do is take Palisades Drive down south, and then get on Sunset and go west, and take Sunset down to PCH. That's how they wanted people to evacuate. The problem was, and this is why Amanda Starantino is stuck where she's stuck, Palisades Drive got overtaken with fire right there near the Starbucks. People were abandoning their cars, and we were looking at video earlier where you could actually see cars on the side of the road there. So this has just been a really hectic situation, and I'll pull out a little bit further because all of the arteries in and out, PCH is completely jammed all the way down into Santa Monica. The 10 is jammed, the 405 is jammed. That's happening on a good day. Now we're adding a 770-acre fire into the mix as well. We want to toss to our Elise Martinez. She is out there on the fire line right now. Elise, you hear us?
Lioness, and in the last 10 or 15 minutes, we've seen several spot fires erupt. We're pointing our camera now at one of the biggest ones that we're seeing. It's right on the corner of Sunset and Los Lioness, and I'm looking at a map, and it looks like it is either near or around the Chabad Jewish Community Center in Pacific Palisades. You can see that bright flames just popping out to the side. All of a sudden, it got very hectic. We saw a lot of first responders running to the scene. They're trying to get out these spot fires before they spread in this intense wind. It is just whipping up here every moment. You just get some really powerful gusts, and you can see those embers move from one side of the street to the other. On the other side of the Jewish Community Center is the West Side Waldorf School. That, of course, has been evacuated. You can see those police taking off as well, but that fire just burning so quickly here. Nothing in the way to stop it as the wind's just carrying those embers. You can see on the top of that hillside, we're not sure what that building is. We think it's an apartment building that my photographer's showing you now. You can see the flames on top of that hillside as well. We haven't seen any crews putting water on it yet. We've seen no water dropping helicopters in this area. Now, across the street is Los Angeles Fire Department Station 23, and they were just busy putting a spot fire out on their own property. So again, just in this one intersection, we've got fires burning on both sides. Water's running down the street from all the water that they put on the fire that was burning at the fire station. Now up the street towards Palisades on Sunset, we were seeing a lot of cars coming down trying to evacuate. That has stopped. We haven't seen any cars in a bit. You can see those fire crews walking towards the fire. We did talk to a man who was walking down the street evacuating. He said that beyond the road up towards Palisade, there are a row of cars that have just been abandoned. And we were telling you that the fire was starting to jump the road, so those people were told to leave. So that is all happening in this area where we are. Again, heavy smoke, ashes, and now flames on the hillsides. So just a very intense situation here. Again, if my photographer pans up, you can see just how this smoke is moving southwest again. And it's also very, very hard to see. It's almost like a whiteout in some areas and then dark black smoke on the top. But again, now we're seeing those flames sort of dissipate, but there's still some flames on the hillside there, and they've moved the resources down, and you can see that they are going in down the street here to where that Jewish center is. My photographer's walking ahead of me as I try to catch her, but also you can just look at the trees and just see how intense this wind actually is. And you can see the smoke coming out. I'm trying to catch up with her. But again, just this one intersection, so much happening here.
Yeah, Elise, we're seeing what your photographer is just capturing right now. It looks like some bushes catching fire there at the Chabad Center that you were telling us about. You know, we also got some new information. Elise, you were talking about those cars that were left abandoned. According to the county, about 30 cars were left abandoned right at Sunset and Palisades. Also, Jonathan Migliotti with CBS News on his social media, he was saying it's closer to 100 cars. Wow. And that the county is going to be using that dozer that we saw earlier in your shot, Elise, the one that went by that was very loud. They're going to be using that dozer to remove those abandoned cars to provide clear access.
Yes.
So unbelievable.
Yes, we're hearing that too.
They're going to have to do that. Yep.
The dozer went up that way, so that's what we are assuming as well. We haven't been really able to talk to anybody. I am caught up with my photographer now, and we are watching this hillside absolutely burn. It's hot, and I'm standing across the street. You can see there's a fire truck there. It looks like he's accessing the getting his hose ready and getting ready to start to put water on this. It is burning so quickly, just so hard to believe, and it's very, very hot. You can see all the white smoke coming up into the air. We believe this is the Jewish center. The fire also getting very, very close to those cars. Above it, there is some sort of giant complex. We don't know if it's an apartment building or not, but it's not close yet to that building, but it's quickly burning that hillside. And again, up the road from us, you know, dozens and dozens of cars just there. We're going to take a walk up there in just a bit to try to get some images of those cars and those cars being moved as well. But everywhere we turn, there's sort of a spot fire breaking out around us.
Yeah. And, you know, it might sound counterintuitive on whether or not to leave your keys inside the car if you had to abandon it, but in situations like this, it is recommended that you do leave the keys inside the car. Firefighters will check the doors, make sure they can get in and move the car without having to use a dozer to remove it. Is that what you're saying, Mike?
To do that with live trucks as well. When we're in a fire situation like this, leave the keys in the truck. Fire crew's got to move it, they can move it.
Because the situation can change so drastically, and at one point you're sitting there, it seems safe, and in just minutes the fire switches directions, and you know, you have to make a move for it. And a lot of times if there's a lot of traffic, as there was this afternoon, I mean, just backed up cars, and they were being told, the people inside those cars, to get out and walk to the ocean. That was your safest route to get out of your car. And we're watching as this hillside is just going up in flames. All of this brush here burning right next to what Elise said was a Jewish center there. And, you know, Elise, we can certainly tell in this image, you know, sometimes these fires make it look like it's night because it is so dark. The smoke just really clouding the sunshine, and it's dark out there, and it can be really disconcerting to see this and to see this fire burning so close to this building.
And regarding abandoning your cars at that time, right, Amy, firefighters felt it was safer for them to walk, to continue walking, to keep moving, rather than to sit in traffic because of the unpredictability of this fire here. And you can see the fire here burning just alongside this Jewish center here. And it looks like firefighters are getting a good upper hand on this. They've got crews there, they've got hoses and water being poured onto it. And it looks like traffic and now is, at least some cars are being allowed to go through the area here. We're going to keep watching your shot there, Elise, but we want to go back to Amanda Starrentino for one more update in the area that she's in. Amanda?
Sorry, I put my microphone down. We
heard you coming,
Hey
Amanda.
guys, if you can hear me.
Yes.
There we go. Okay, so there was a hot spot right next to the woman's home. She was trying to take it out herself, and that's what we try to tell them is let the firefighters do their job. And that way they can get those spots here. But we wanted to give you one last look before we head out. We are told we're still in a safe location, but you can see exactly where those flames went that we showed you a few minutes ago. It burned this area, so they feel like this is now good for this spot here. These residents are okay. They want them to stay in this area for now, and they want them to stay away from firefighters as well. And let them do their job right there, because that's what they're trying to do. But you can see the fire has burned all the way down there. It's looking much better, at least for this area, as the fire continues to move down towards the ocean area. Back to you guys.
Certainly a lot of smoke there, Amanda. And in a way, it is good that this brush has burned
destroyed, and
so that
are
it
still
is
evacuating
clearing
safe.
the area around that home.
They're
We've
gonna
got a lot
take
of signals going right now at this point. We're looking at images right now. This is from our Elise Martinez. This is a Jewish center, she says, and the hillside there burning. But we have seen, and I was going to ask Elise, for a while there, we saw no traffic going down the road. Did they just open up a section of roadway to allow these people to come through here? Because we didn't have any traffic there for a while. Elise?
Hi, it comes in waves, so it'll be completely empty, and then you'll see a police car at the front, and they're actually escorting people out. I think the issue is that there's fire up above towards Palisades, and they're trying to usher people out when it is completely safe. But again, we have another row of cars. We're going to head up a couple blocks to see where that dozer went. Because as you mentioned, and as we're hearing here on the scene as well, it's moving cars that had to stop in the middle of the road when the fire was about to overtake the road. They just called in another engine here, and a lot of smoke. They're putting more water on that spot that we showed you right by the Jewish center. You can see all the thick smoke just coming out of that area, but we're heading up now closer to where the dozer is to see what's going on there. So we will, as soon as we get to that, we will come back to you live.
All right, Elise, thank you very much. As we continue watching these live pictures from Pacific Palisades, we'd like to welcome in our viewers watching us right now on CBS Los Angeles over on Channel 2. We are simulcasting on Channel 9 as well as CBS News Los Angeles, our online streaming service. You can see the difficult and dangerous situation out there burning in the Pacific Palisades.
And we want to get to our Jasmine Beal. Jasmine, we understand that you're in a position, you're
hold
on the move.
Guys. We just had to run down back to our live truck from El Medio. If you guys can hear me, I know I might be frozen here.
We can hear you.
We're trying to get out the line of the path of the fire, because the flames just caught a palm tree on fire, and I was surrounded by homes that were burning at the top of El Medio Avenue, and neighbors who were evacuating were very frustrated why they have not seen any firefighters. I did not see any fire structure defense up there at the top of El Medio, but again, we just had to jump back in our live truck because the flames were jumping across the street and catching, various homes on fire as the wind would just pick up and just throw these embers every which way. And like I said, a palm tree had caught, so then the palm fronds were flying all about. But now we're back down to Sunset Boulevard here, Sunset and El Medio, if you're familiar with this. If I were to turn right, I'm going to try to flip the camera around here. I've been talking to residents. This one man named Adam said that he heard a fire station had burned, but he wasn't sure if that was the case around Sunset, which was really bad. He said there are 3 channels down from the Palisades. You have Sunset, well, you have the main artery there at Sunset, but you have Palisades Drive, you have El Medio, where I'm standing, and another street in the middle of those two, and that's where they say the flames and the wind just really just pushed the fire through those avenues, and that's what caused these homes to catch. Let me try to turn this. I know, I'm trying to turn this around for you guys. Hold on.
Incredible,
and to show you what
Jasmine.
I'm looking at. Here, let me get, sorry guys, there's some black smoke ahead of us. I'm gonna jump out of the live truck here.
Jasmine, we want you to be safe. We appreciate that you are showing us the images, but we also want you to be safe. and, you know, do what you're doing safely, but don't put yourself at risk.
Well, no, that's fine. We're back down here with some residents who also have just jumped out of their cars. If you can see that.
All right, we're listening to your voice, Jasmine. We don't have your picture apparently, but we get an idea of exactly what's going on there. You're talking about you're at Sunset and El Medio there, which is right next to Palisades, one of the areas where we're seeing some homes burn. And while we try to get your video back up, we want to go to our Mike Rogers on the desk. Mike, you actually have video of some of these homes burning, right?
Yeah, I do. And what you're looking at on my computer really quick before I show you that video, this is the new mapping system, the 3D mapping system that CAL FIRE just put down. Each one of these white things here is a home or a structure. And you can see anywhere there is red means fire has moved through this area. Now, I want to be clear. It does not mean that these homes burned. It just means that the fire moved through this area. And you can see, though, as we continue to look, we have a lot of these white structures, especially up in these neighborhoods that were directly in this fire's path. Enchanted Way here, and then even further up here, this is a whole cul-de-sac on Floresta Place where the fire moved through. So again, we won't know how many of these structures were damaged or destroyed, but this is video that we just came in that very clearly shows homes burning. And you can see the intense flames and the intense fire. Almost for a second difficult to make out that there is a home that is on fire because of the intense heat that is coming out. This is what is happening home after home in the Pacific Palisades area because of the fire and because of the inability of the fire crews to really be everywhere at the same time. These homes are now going up, and as we've been telling you, they got cut off by Palisades Drive. Lots of people being told to shelter in place. Here's another home that is being significantly damaged, if not destroyed, and yet another home that you can see is totally involved in fire there. Hard to even make out until the wind shifts the smoke away what exactly is on fire there. And I know our Carter Evans in the area as well, CBS News correspondent, as we watch that home collapse. Carter, where are you? What are you seeing? All right, I don't think we have Carter just yet, but we'll continue to look at some of this video of these homes burning, and we're finally getting that updated acreage from CAL FIRE. I think we have Carter now. Is that you, Carter?
Yeah, that's me.
Hi, Carter. Where are you?
So I'm off Bienvenida on Akron Street right now, and the last time I talked to you, this was far away from my home, and the wind was blowing it just past it. The wind has changed now, and just around the corner, there is a home on fire, and there are no firefighters in sight. They are doing the best that they can. I've been driving up around here, and I have seen them. There are just not a whole lot of them. They're spread pretty thin right now, and there are homes burning, and there are some homes burning where there are no firefighters at all around there. I was driving up, you mentioned Via Floresta. I was driving up there. I ran into a firefighter, mutual aid from New Mexico. He was using a garden hose to put out the fire in the backyard. And he asked me for help because he couldn't get over the fence. And so I climbed over the fence, and he handed me the hose, and we managed to save that home. So that felt good. But I'm here standing in my house right now watching this black smoke barrel towards me, and I'm thinking, wow, I can't believe this is happening to me. I cover this stuff. I can't tell you how many of these fires that I've been to and how many homes that I've seen burn, but when it's happening in your neighborhood, what people say, it's really hard. It is really, really hard. And it's hard to see your neighbors' homes go up in flames. It's hard to see, firefighters spread so thin that they can't do anything about it in some cases.
And Carter, of course, you're wearing two hats now. You're a resident and also a reporter. Have you loaded up everything that you need to load up from your home? And I know earlier when we spoke with you, your kids were evacuated from their school in a safe place. But have you actually packed up anything?
Yes, so I took a little bit of time and packed up some belongings, birth certificates, things like that. But, it's really strange when you're in this situation and all of a sudden now you have to make these decisions on what to grab and what to take. It's hard. It is hard because you just don't know. And I look at everything in the closet and I'm thinking, really, I just don't need that stuff. What are the critical things that I need to grab? My son called me from where he'd been evacuated to. He asked me to go get his cash box out of his room because he just had a birthday and all his birthday money's in there. So I got that. I got the dog. The dog is in the car. The car is in front of my house running right now, aimed down the street. I'm going to try and stay here as long as I can. I'm actually going to try and go flag firefighters in a second and let them know that it's made it this far down. It's also burning on Bienvenida on both sides of the road, close to St. Matthew's Parish there. I've seen several homes on fire in that area and also on the ridge above. It is a massive fire. It is spreading in all directions, and it's hard to keep up with.
Carter, are you just downhill or uphill from the fire right now?
So I'm downhill from the fire. I'm closer to Sunset Boulevard, but it's making its way down. You know, I'm not far from Sunset. I'm about a quarter mile, and it's, you know, around the corner from my house right now.
Yeah, we do know that fire burns a little slower as it heads downhill, so hopefully that gives some sort of time needed for fire crews to get in there. But you were saying that a lot of the neighbors in your area, they were just upset and said that they hadn't seen any fire crews. And as you were mentioning, it's just these crews are being run thin. We have assistance from Ventura County, Orange County, and still that's not enough. LAFD saying that there were 250 firefighters plus the other agencies out there. And again, this is a monster fire right now. 772 acres was the last count, but I'm guessing that has grown since then. And now we're getting into our newsroom here, pictures of homes burning, and quite a few of them burning right now. And the worst of the winds, Amy, are happening tonight into tomorrow.
Yeah, this is, you know, just an unremarkable wind event, something that we have not seen since 2011, these strong winds. And today is really the lightest that they will be. It is going to get stronger tonight and into tomorrow. So we have a long way to go in this. And this firefight, you know, your neighbors were complaining, and we do know that there were extra resources in place. An extra 14 fire engines, we were told by LAFD, and as Juan mentioned, 250 firefighters, plus neighboring departments that have been helping. So, you know, they're there, but Carter, as you said, the fire is in so many different directions now, and in so many different streets, and so many different parts of Palisades.
All right, I want to thank our Carter Evans reporting for us, giving us an idea of what's going on there. We want to go back to our Elise Martinez, who is bringing us live pictures and information from her area. Elise?
Hi, and we just moved up towards Palisades. We're just about half a block from Palisades. We're still on Sunset, and we stopped and we saw this house on fire. And moments after we got here, we watched part of it just absolutely collapse. And it is completely engulfed. And two Huntington Beach fire and Newport Beach fire, they both stopped in here. We believe that they are going to start doing some structure protection for the other homes around this home. Now, as we were also driving up the street, we can see where the panic started and why they started evacuating people from their cars, because you could see where the flames had jumped Sunset, and one car actually was completely burned, just down to nothing. So we can see why people were told to get out of their cars. Just up past Palisades, we found that giant bulldozer that we showed you live. It doesn't seem to be moving any cars right now. Just beyond that, I believe, is where at least 30 to, we're hearing also 100 cars were abandoned, where people were told to get out. So we're trying to get to that location. But we did find the dozer. It is so far inactive. But again, you're looking live at a home that is just up in flames. Part of it collapsed. To the right, you can see another massive plume of black smoke. So just absolutely incredible images here. A lot of cars now again coming down Sunset. It seems like they're letting them go in waves, getting down to safety, to PCH, to wherever they need to go. A lot of homes, you can imagine up here, people trying to get out and be safe as the fire crews go in. But again, we're on Sunset right by Palisades, and you can see one home at least that has burned here. And we haven't seen any air support in quite some time. So we're not sure what's happening with that. But again, just going up the road, you can see where the fire jumped Sunset to the other side of the street, and that was a cause for concern.
And we are going to be seeing these spot fires burning in different parts of the Pacific Palisades area and beyond. These strong winds can carry an ember. I believe last time during the Franklin fire, we said anywhere from 2 to 5 miles that an ember can travel in a gust of wind and start fires elsewhere. And really is so sobering, at least, to see this video of a home burning, homes that in many cases have been in families for many years and in generations have celebrated holidays and events at these homes, and now in just a matter of moments, really, these homes are collapsing to the intensity of these flames being whipped by the winds here. We know this is a wind-driven fire, a wind-driven firestorm that we're dealing with right now. And again, things aren't going to be clearing up till a little bit later this week. So dangerous out there. And again, if you're moving out of the area, that's the best thing you can do right now. Hopefully, you've been able to make it out, unlike some people who are still waiting to get the orders from firefighters.
Yeah, and this is, similar to what we saw with the mountain fire, how it started in Moore Park, and people in Camarillo were watching this fire thinking they were fine, and the wind shifted and that fire moved and burned so many homes in Camarillo. And unfortunately, this is a similar situation where the winds have shifted, and where people thought they were safe, as we saw with our own Amanda Starantino, there was no fire near her. And then in just minutes, the wind shifted, and then we saw those flames race right up to the property that she was at. And now we are watching these homes just go up in flames, and it is so tough to see this, this
Look at
destruction.
That, it's falling apart. Well, we are waiting to hear from officials in just a little bit. They're going to be bringing us up-to-date information. Gavin Newsom, as you see here on the right side of your screen, he is getting an update from firefighters right there. He is in town. My assumption is he was here when President Biden arrived in town to head out towards the Joshua Tree area. So he right now is getting an update, and in just a short time, as our Mike Rogers was telling us, we're going to be hearing from him, city and fire officials on just what's going to happen, what is the latest, what the plan is from this moment on there. But a very serious situation here that continues to unfold, and again, changing by the minute. The acreage keeps going up. It just doesn't seem to let up, Amy.
No, and we are joined here also by Mike Rogers, who has been doing a lot of digging, trying to get new information for us. Mike.
Yeah, so what I'm listening to on the radio right now is there as we talked about this, we saw the dozer pass it in Elisa's shot. Yeah. They're actively using those dozers to move cars out of the way, which is unfortunate that they have to do that. It's a very hectic and chaotic situation, but what I'm listening to is they would rather be using the dozer to try and build containment lines for the fire. But they're not able to do that because right now they have to use the dozer to move the cars out of the way to get more people in there. Additionally, we're starting to hear some chatter of people calling 911 saying, I'm trapped in my home here. So I'm listening to the helicopters, the fixed wings kind of chat back and forth about that, about what neighborhoods they think are going to be next. There's a pocket of 5 homes that they think are going to be on fire within the next 30 minutes. So they're trying to get that area situated. I'm just going to check CAL FIRE again, still sitting at 772 acres as we talked about here. But it's really kind of the magnitude of all of this is really, kind of shocking in the way that this is so quickly developing. And as now we're looking at a shot live here of that home burning. So really a worst case scenario here where you had a situation where you had one road to get out of town or out of the neighborhood. There are about 30,000 people that live in that area, that section, that had to evacuate. And unfortunately, the west side is just a mess no matter what, no matter the time of day. And then you added a very critical and serious emergency into this as well, where they're trying to deal with that situation. And now, unfortunately, we have homes burning. And we don't have a number one about how many homes have burned. That's not their focus right now. I'm listening to the radio. 3 houses are burning right now, they're talking about. They're also saying life safety is their first priority. That will always be the case in these fires. They will always try to save lives before they protect structures and before really they try to put the fire out. So what they're doing right now is these people that are calling 911, you're looking at my map right here. This is the path of the fire that has moved. This is a great 3D map by CAL FIRE, and you can see. So this is Palisades Drive right here. This is the street that everybody was trying to use to be able to evacuate. And unfortunately,
the one in the middle there, Mike?
Right here, yeah.
Okay.
So, and then unfortunately what happened is just listening to some of the radio traffic, but as people were trying to evacuate, then you can see the fire right here, how it pushed in to this area. So then you had the fire that came up and pushed on both sides really against Palisades Drive. That is where you had all of those people evacuate and abandon their cars. So what the dozer is doing right now, which we're going to see if we can get some video for you, but what the dozer is doing is trying to come up Palisades Drive right here and push all of those cars out of the way so that they can get further up. Because remember, Amanda Starantino was up in this neighborhood. She was right off this street right here where Palisades Drive and Chastain Parkway connect. So there is a whole subdivision and a whole community up here that is trapped, that can't get out, and was told by the fire department that they need to shelter in place. So because their evacuation route was Palisades Drive down to here, and that's now not a road that they can access anymore because of the way the fire has burned. So the priority right now is to be able to get this roadway clear through here so they can get up and get to the folks that are up in that neighborhood. And then meanwhile, you've got the fire that has now burned almost to the ocean. When you look at the map right here, you see it came all the way through this subdivision as well on Tremano Drive, Revilio Drive, and you have, again, it pushed through some of these homes, some of these buildings that are down here. You get down to PCH, and these turn into almost apartment buildings, and you can see, excuse me, how close it is to Sunset. Now, I had also heard them talking about concerns about moving to the north. So they've got a lot going on right now. And I just want to point out again, Juan, we talk about spotting, and you can see every little kind of circle that you've got right here. And even, this section, all of this is spotting. Anything that is not connected is because the fire jumped out ahead of itself and connected with another piece of dry vegetation. As we've been talking about over and over again, there is no, there's not been rain, there's not been water, there's not been really anything. And I want to show you, I want to show you one other map here. We'll go back to the aircraft that are here fighting this. And we've got a lot. So the Super Scoopers are back right now. They've been coming in and out. And you can see, look at this pattern that you have up here. That's because we're getting to a situation where we've got, and I heard earlier in the day, somebody told Elise Martinez, I wish we had 50 Super Scoopers. And sure, that sounds great in theory, but you've got to be able to coordinate all of that. And so what we're looking at here with the Super Scoopers doing circles right here is essentially them waiting their turn. There are so many aircraft, and 770 acres is a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, you're trying to shove in here the 2 Super Scoopers that are very large planes. Then you've got 1-2 Chinooks. You've got 3 or 4 other fire helicopters that are down low. Plus, you've got these lead planes that are guiding in the fixed wing. You've got Orange County Firehawk that's up here as well that they brought in. And we'll look and see if we've got any. So then these are the tankers they're landing up at Fox Field so they can pick up retardant. So you've got Tanker 1 and Tanker 41 that have been picking up, and then they fly down here as well. So we want everything we can get. Here's another tanker, the big one. We want everything that we can get, but it's a coordinated effort, and it's difficult to be able to make sure that you have to keep the people in the air safe, right? You have to make sure that you're not going to have collisions. You're not going to have people run into each other. Really quickly, I want to show you, and just bear with me here while I see if I can find it, because I did catch earlier, remember the C-130 that we talked about? That CAL FIRE was so excited to have. I did catch that coming out of Sacramento earlier, and I'm just going to see if I can go up a little bit north. It may have landed for fuel somewhere, but it was on its way down. I caught it coming down over the Central Valley right there. So that's going to be a big asset as well. But again, it'll be a situation here where they got to make sure that they have, here it is. It's almost here. So this is the new C-130, the Hercules, that is going to come in, and that's that four-wing aircraft, or 4-engine aircraft rather, that can handle a ton of water and be able to drop it on there. So we've got the resources from the air. They're trying to do their best, but when you have these winds, it's just difficult to try to keep an eye on it. And they're going to try to throw everything they can at it during the day, because remember, as soon as nightfall hits, we'll lose a lot of these. What we will keep, though, are these Chinooks that you see right here. And we will also keep all of LA City Fire's helicopters. All of LA City Fire helicopters can fly at night. The Orange County helicopter that is hanging out here, Copter 14, or 411 rather, from the Orange County Fire Authority, is also a night dropping helicopter. So we'll lose our big planes, we'll lose the Super Scoopers, we'll lose our retardant dropping fixed wing aircraft, but we'll be able to keep a significant amount of helicopters overnight, which of course is, what everybody wants. As we continue to look, and now Juan, on the left side of your screen, that home is just really starting to become nothing anymore, become rubble.
Yeah, it's crumbling on itself. And I just checked, Mike, sunset is at 4:53 p.m. tonight. So, once that happens, there's maybe another hour or so of daylight before things become very dark.
Right.
And also factor in all that heavy smoke that's out there. Not only do you have nightfall, that heavy smoke may cover any sort of moon that we may have over the horizon there that could possibly help residents and firefighters at least get a perspective of where things are. But that all is going to be coming into play.
When the sun goes down. For reference, just so you know, where everyone knows, the night dropping helicopters, those pilots have night vision goggles. So they'll be able to see through that. But that doesn't make the ocean any brighter, right? It's right up against the ocean. That's a very dark factor. But those guys will be able to fly using those night vision goggles over the fire to be able to try to maintain that. But, you know, we're still in that phase of the fire here where it's just trying to protect life. If there's people that are trapped in homes, they're trying to get those out. You can tell how critically they need to get Palisades Drive cleared. The fact I don't remember a fire, and you know, Juan, if you do, let me know, but I don't remember a fire where they have brought in a dozer to shove cars out of the way.
I can't remember anything like that, Mike.
I mean, that's incredible. And the fact that they need to do that, it really speaks to the magnitude of the fire and what they're needing to do to make sure that they can get through this.
If anything, the dozer's there to create fire lines and to make sure that they can maybe get rid of some dry brush or what have you to create fire breaks to give them the upper hand. Mike, I know our SkyCal is grounded, and that has to do with the president's visit, right?
It has to do with the president's visit, but you know, I was talking to our chief pilot earlier. There's flight restrictions in the area because President Biden is in town, and because of the winds, by the way, he had to cancel his trip out to Riverside County.
He did cancel it.
So he never left. There was going to be a window between 1 p.m. and 4 p.m. where those flight restrictions would lift out here because he was going to be out in Riverside County. But I was talking to our chief pilot. Even if there was no flight restrictions, the winds are too intense for us to fly. It wouldn't be safe for us to put SkyCal in the air, especially in a situation like this because, you know, the fire helicopters are much lower than we are. We, at this situation, would probably have to be up close to, gosh, I would say 7,000 or 8,000 feet above to get out of the way of all the fire aircraft. And that would be unsafe for us to do. Even at a point at Van Nuys Airport, the wind even to the ground level was so intense that we wouldn't have been able to fly anyway. So it's obviously, SkyCal is obviously such a great resource for us to be able to see these fires, but it would have been unsafe for us to fly in those conditions.
And I've been in the chopper when we've had slightly windy conditions, and it's kind of scary up there as well. So I can only imagine with these strong gusts, 100-mile-an-hour winds, that things are just too dangerous to do that.
Right.
You mentioned the president canceled his trip out to the Coachella Valley. 2 hours driving is just too much also to plan and to secure. So he had to cancel the trip, and we continue watching this fire here, the Pacific Palisades fire that started at 11 a.m., started at about 200 acres, quickly grew to 300 acres, and now we're sitting at about 770 plus acres. And in just a little bit, we are hoping to hear from state, city, and county officials as to the very latest on this fire. My guess is this fire is over 1,000 acres at this point, just as quickly as it's grown, Mike.
Yeah, and they're still mapping it. I do see that fixed-wing helicopter, Intel 12, that is still trying to map this fire. And I want to ask if in the booth, we've got some video that I had cut earlier that's called QRF aerial, if we can show you that for a second, because that is what is coming out of that plane. So while the plane is, the way these Intel planes work is they have a mapping technology within the plane. They sit there and they circle and circle, and the technology maps it. And literally, when the guy in the plane hits done, that's when we get the update. So these updates are very instant and in very real time. And in addition to the technology they have that allows them to map it and get the acreage, they're also recording on board. They've got a infrared camera up there and all kinds of things to be able to see this fire. So I'm hoping we can be able to pop that video up.
Was that the video that was kind of black and whitish?
Right. And
Mike,
you saw the green,
earlier,
the hair trigger in there as well. And that's that video that is coming from that fixed wing plane that is also a part of what's called the QRF, the Quick Reaction Force, that not only provides us the Chinooks, but provides us that aerial, recognizance of being able to map the acreage and get all that. I don't think we're going to be able to show you that video. Oh, there it is on the right side of the screen. So yeah, you can see that's what they're looking at. And really, because SkyCal's not able to fly, this is the only aerial video that we've really seen. And I cut the audio out of it because it's distracting. But underneath of it, they're giving updates. They're talking over the video and giving updates of what day it is, what time it is, and you can see the hot spots, and you'll see them flip in and out of their different camera angles here to really get a good idea of the hot spots and where things are burning. And that's what's coming from that fixed wing aircraft that is above. And you can see from this video just how incredible the spotting is. on the fire and how it's pushing out, and how, I heard Paul talking about this earlier, but how the smoke is moving out to the side and not straight up, which, shows you kind of the way the wind is pushing this. And then you can see that's looking towards the ocean, towards the west, as it looks at the fire from the northeast portion of where the fire is burning. Then you can see they switch to the infrared, so you can actually see the hot spots in the flames as well.
The good news is there's nowhere else for it to burn once it hits the Pacific Ocean there, but still, these minutes and these hours until this happens here, and until firefighters can get the upper hand here, of course, super tense. Earlier on the right side of your screen there, you can see this is Pacific Coast Highway traveling north towards the fire right there. And you can see just how large a plume of smoke this Palisades fire is creating. I was mentioning earlier, I was in the San Gabriel Valley late this morning, and on my way back into the San Fernando Valley, you can see this smoke clear as day from the 10 freeway. In fact, just from the driver's vantage point, you couldn't tell if it was downtown LA, if it was Westwood, if it was Santa Monica, or in this case, Pacific Palisades, where this fire was burning. So, this is going to be a fire, smoky conditions, bad air quality that a lot of us who live here are going to have to be dealing with for the next couple of days or so.
And you were talking about that fire heading to the ocean, but unfortunately there are a lot of homes and a lot of businesses between the fire and the ocean right now that are all threatened. And you were also talking about that you've never heard of a dozer being pulled in to move cars. I don't remember 19 years of covering fires here of the authorities telling people to get out of their cars and get to the ocean. I don't remember ever hearing authorities tell people to get out of their cars. It's never been that bad, where the fire is just so unpredictable and the traffic jam so big that they think it's safer to get out of your car.
And in this case, Mike, you were showing us that map where you see Palisades Drive. It's basically the only way out, right? It's one artery that all these homes and all these roads funnel into to get out of the area. So, a few hundred cars at a time, not a big deal. But when you have an entire neighborhood trying to evacuate, it got to the point where firefighters told people, get out of your car and keep walking towards the ocean, because at the moment it's the safest thing to do. But now, they need to get those cars out of the way, and hopefully they've been able to do that so they can get rescue crews in there, fire crews in there. This firefight's going to be going on all night into the early morning hours, just trying to get the upper hand. And we have to make sure that that these roads are clear. And even if you're not near this area, I believe if you're anywhere in the LA area where there are mountain roads, you need to keep the areas clear when we're under these fire watch conditions.
Absolutely. And, when we were talking to Carter a little earlier, and you could hear, the concern and the stress and trying to get his house packed up, to get the items that you need. And I know we talk about this a lot. And unfortunately, I learned from my own experience when there was a fire and I had to evacuate. And when it comes time and they're knocking on your door and they're telling you you need to leave, it is very stressful trying to decide what you should take. And so I always stress the importance of, if you can just load up your car and be ready, it is a lot easier to think about what you really need to grab when you've got a few minutes, as opposed to, I've got to pack up and get out right now. And one bit of advice that someone gave me is grab your dirty clothes hamper. Those are the clothes that you wear. It's easy. You grab it and you go, because those are the things that you're wearing. Those are the clothes that you can, put back on your back. So we are showing people video here where people are walking, some running. This is when these folks just could not make it down the road and, just trying to get to a safe place, but just really unheard of.
Indeed, and we heard from homeowners. Amanda Starantino spoke to that woman who allowed her to be on her back porch there to see the firefight happening from this great vantage point that you could see the fire move downhill. This woman is dealing not only with herself, but a 96-year-old mother, and just waiting to get the orders on whether or not she has to leave. And at last check, it seemed like they were going to be okay. But as of right now, the Westwood Recreation Center, that is the evacuation center that we've been told to let our viewers know about. That is going to be an area for overnight shelter for evacuees, and also a place where you can take some small animals. And it looks like, Amy, is this a live picture here? What is this?
It does look like it might be. You can see the traffic jams continue here.
Not live. Okay, it's not live.
Not live, but this does look like it's a Pacific Coast Highway. We were talking about the small roadways. I mean, people were on Palisades, but only to use that to get to PCH. And PCH is not really a big road to have a lot of people trying to get out of a fire area either. And we see it backed up here. It was backed up earlier today. And, you know, folks all just trying to get away from that fire. But there are a lot of people who are trying to get out of the area.
And if by chance, if you're listening to us, if you're in one of those cars and you're trying to get out of the area here, it's always good to set the air conditioning setting at recycle. So you're just recycling the cabin air. You don't want any of this outside air to come inside your car because that's going to be uncomfortable. It's not going to smell good. And it just adds to the stress of this very stressful situation already. So at this hour, 3:16, we're waiting for a news conference at about 3:30 p.m. So in about 14 minutes from now, we're going to be hearing from officials. We'll get the very latest tally on acreage, possible homes that have been damaged or destroyed by the Palisades fire, and whether or not we know what caused this fire. Where did it spark? What sparked it? Was this accidental? Was this man-made? We just don't know yet. So we're going to hopefully get that very latest information. Let's go ahead and listen to Jonathan Vigliotti's video once again as he tried to get his crew out of the area as he was covering the fire. Let's listen in here.
Come on, guys.
You can hear him there say, "Come on, guys." And there's his crew running right behind him here as he was able to get away from safety. And I have checked his social media at last check. He did get out of the area. He is safe, also covering this fire for CBS News. All right, 3:30, as I mentioned, is when we should be hearing from fire officials. As we see there, we're going to be getting some more live pictures there for you from the Palisades fire burning in the Palisades area. Mike?
We do have more video. What we're looking at, this is again from Jonathan Vigliotti's crew, as we were just showing you them running from the area. You could just see so much smoke, and with the wind shifting, you think you're in a safe area. You're out there trying to do a job to let people know what's happening, and then the winds switch and you find yourself running for safety.
And that's why, even if you're in an evacuation warning zone, it's time to go. Don't wait until you're being forced, and like you said, Amy, that people are knocking at your door to say get out. Have that ready. If you are anywhere near the fire, just go and just get through that and just get out. And if we have a second while we're talking here, I want to see if we can show you my computer, because I was just looking at where the fire was first reported, right? Which gives us kind of that perspective of where it is. And it is actually to the north end of the fire, right near the Palisades Drive area. And that's where that kind of, fire started, almost kind of where Amanda Starantino was. And we're able to kind of push through. And then it did burn a little bit to the north because, as we know, fires love topography. They love uphill. So it did burn that way to the north. But then you can see where the winds pushed it back down to the south. So I know we're working on showing you that. But it started off of Piedra Morada Drive, is where, at least where the 911 call was reported. Maybe in the backyard somebody saw it happening there. And of course, we won't have any idea what the cause of the fire is for quite some time. And here's my computer. So look, this is the northern end of the fire. I'll just kind of zoom out here and show you the whole thing. The fire was reported right off of this street. So this street right here is Piedra Morada Drive here. So this is where it was. The fire was reported by one of these residents right here. And it doesn't look, as you can see, it doesn't look like the fire actually burned on this street. But probably what most likely happened is that somebody saw it here from their backyard. And you can see this looks like it may be an origination point. Looks like there's a trailhead right there, and then quickly burned. And for a brief period of time, as we saw from Amanda's shot, burned to the north before then pushing south by the wind, or probably burned that way at both times. And you can see here on this mapping system that we've been talking about just how close. I mean, look, we're almost to the ocean here. You're maybe a couple houses away from hitting PCH. So PCH, by the way, is closed. We've been talking about that as well. As this fire just kind of pushes through, and you can just see the kind of the footprint. And again, we're talking about the hot spots and the embering that happens, the ember cast that happens. And there's no better example of that than when you look at this kind of pocket and island of fire here that obviously was driven down from here. Wind picked it up and pushed it down to the south. We just got an update here, 1,262 acres.
Wow.
So that is the latest update from CAL FIRE, giving us that information here. And again, like I said, they've been mapping it over and over again. So let me refresh refresh while we're doing this. Let me refresh this live and see if I can give you an updated look at what has burned, because that's obviously what our concern is here. So yeah, look at that. Okay, so now we're looking at a much bigger fire footprint. Mostly it looks like the biggest angle of the growth has been in this area. And now you can see on this map, this is Palisades Drive that we talked about before. There was a bit of a gap on both sides. Now, as you can see, it is totally straight through. So look at this. This is very, very concerning, because now you've got this whole, look at that. I mean, home after home after home on Paseo Miramar that are now in the fires, that were in the fire's path. Again, I want to be clear. We don't know that these homes burned. We don't know that they're destroyed. What we know is that the fire moved through the area where all of these homes are. And that is a extremely large chunk of homes and structures that are in the path of the fire, that were in the path of that fire. So we won't know, obviously, until things calm down a little bit, if the homes here burned and what their status is. I believe Los Leones, okay, so remember we were talking about that fire station that everyone was concerned that was burning?
23.
Yeah, 23. That's at Sunset and Los Leones. I believe I think that's this structure right here. So you can see that, you know, I think we heard, I don't remember, Amanda maybe told us that the fire station, the members from Fire Station 23 told us it went around it. And that's like, look, it came, if this is, I believe this is Fire Station 23, and you can see it barely didn't burn down their fire station. Exactly. It got very, very close to it. And so this mapping system really gives us an idea. And again, if you're watching this, I just want to call out some streets here, as we've been talking about. Quadro Vicino Drive, looks like they may have had some structures that were burned, some homes that were burned. Again, anywhere that is fire is an area that the mapping system has identified as where fire activity has been. And you can see all of these homes that are in this path, including up here. As we continue to wait for this press conference, I'm looking at a live feed from that. I do see the governor there standing there already, as well as some of the top-ranking fire officials, the PIO, Captain Eric Scott. But we'll continue to look here. Surfview Drive, as you can see, the homes burned through, or fire came through here and burned some of those homes. These are the evacuation warnings, again, by the way, all the way over here now into the city of Malibu. Topanga Canyon Boulevard is right here. You know, and it's crazy. And I know we talked about this earlier. I mean, how close this fire footprint is to the Franklin fire. I mean, the Franklin fire was up in this area. So this is, you know, these people here in the middle, this is probably the second time in a matter of, a month, 2 months, that they've now been under an evacuation area. I hear that our Elise Martinez is back live with us. Elise, where are you and what are you seeing right now?
Hey, so we walked up Sunset just past Palisades to get to the area where all those people had to jump out of their cars and run down to PCH. We found it. The end is right here, and the line of cars goes back up all the way up the street. Probably, I would say at least 100 cars had to stop here. You can imagine how traumatizing this was for a lot of people. The hillside above, there's actually flames where I'm standing. It looks like a home is on fire over here. But again, you can see a lot of these cars got into collisions during all of this. A lot of these cars have mangled bumpers, and it looks like they just smashed into each other during the chaos of trying to get out of here. Again, they were coming down the hill. There was a lot of traffic, and firefighters approached them, told them to get out of their vehicles and get down to safety. And just imagine how frightening that was. But luckily, the fire didn't reach these cars, but they were blocking the roadway. So a dozer came up, and basically you can see the dozer cleared this path right here so that fire engines and trucks and first responders can get through. And if you look up there in the hillside, that's what they were fleeing from. You can see another home on fire up there. But as we continue to walk, there's just rows and rows of cars. Many of them have gotten into accidents trying to get down. You can see just how scary this was for people. We're told at least 100 cars, and a lot of people in those cars got all their belongings and just went down the street. I think they are putting a hose on this area because I'm feeling some moisture, but you can see just the hillsides here. You know, a lot of spot fires in this area. Looks like they're releasing some water there. But again, this is the area where all those people had to abandon their cars and head to safety. You can see some of the lights are still on. We saw hazard lights still on. these two cars up here, one bumped into another. Oh, we're getting a very huge gust of wind right now.
Well, Elise, I wonder if that dozer came and pushed some of the cars, and in pushing those cars, the cars hit each other. Do you think that's possibly what
that is very possible, but also looking at some of these cars, it looks like they got in an accident. But yes, that is another possibility, that the dozer may have done that. Just be in an emergency, they have to do what they have to do to get to these hillsides and get this fire out. But you can see just how far this line of cars goes. The dozer coming all the way up the street here and pushing them to the side. It looks like that one probably got hit by the dozer, but some of these other ones appeared to have crashed into each other. But a lot of damage to these cars. They've also had to lay hoses down this road to put out these spot fires on the side. But again, the wind's just picking up here tonight. It'll probably be a while before these people can get back up to their cars to even find out if their cars are still here. But again, that's the situation. The dozer has left, and I'm told that it went down Palisades because there's another area down Palisades where they had to evacuate their cars as well. I took a walk down there to try to catch the dozer. It wasn't there yet, but I could see that there were cars on sidewalks all the way down parts of Palisades by that shopping center. So it looked like a similar scenario unfolded there. But we are showing you the hillsides. You can see the active fire there in that one home, and then the winds just picking up and carrying those embers. Carrying those embers. How did we adjust my mask here?
Well,
very, very smoky.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just thinking, imagining for all those people that were in those cars, Elise, and trying to get away from that fire and being told, just get out of your car, leave your car right here, run, get to the ocean. Just what a frightening ordeal that must have been for those people.
Indeed, and there are certain spots there, Elise, and you're absolutely right. It does look like somebody rear-ended another car as well. There was a blue car that I was looking at as you were giving us the walkthrough, where it does look perhaps that maybe in all that chaos and pressure. And now imagine having to deal, once this is all over, with your insurance company, trying to explain what happened here. Will your insurance be covering this? Already we know homeowners insurances are being canceled all over the state because of our risk of fire. Even my own homeowner's insurance, I'm not in a fire prone area, that was canceled. I had to find another insurer. So quite a lot that people have to deal with right now. You can see a firefighter there just dousing the sides of the roads there, hoping that all embers are out at this time. They don't want any of these fires to reignite at this time. Just imagine all those cars just lined up if the fire were to come through here again. So hopefully that's not the case. We're about 1 minute away from this news conference that we're going to be hearing from state, fire, and local officials as well to give us the very latest. Mike, is that Karen Bass at the podium you see there right now?
No, that's a reporter just getting a white balance for his photographer, but I do see the mayor there. Mayor Bass is there. I do see the governor there. Fire department officials from Santa Monica I've seen, LA City, LA County, LAPD is there as well. So this will be a kind of all hands on deck briefing. They've got their large mobile command post set up there from both the fire department and the police department. It looks like DWP may be on scene as well. Obviously they'll play a role in the power shutoffs and the power issues that are going on over there. But there is a large contingency of our local elected leaders there. I believe I saw some Board of Supervisors as well. I'm sure there are some city council folks down there in the mix as well. And the president was not able to travel to Riverside County today because of this. It'll be interesting to hear if either Governor Gavin Newsom or Mayor Karen Bass were able to have any kind of conversations with him today. Certainly we will need to declare a state of an emergency to get some federal funding to help pay back all of what it is to cost to fight this fire and to help residents and all of that and the like. So we'll be interested to see if they were able to have a conversation with him about that while he's in town. And it looks like we're starting to see a lot of people milling about towards the podium. I see the governor starting to get a little bit closer as well. So I would assume that this press conference will be starting pretty shortly here. There is a large contingency of local officials, local elected leaders, as well as the fire chiefs. I'm sure we'll hear from both LA County and LA City. They are in a unified command, not only with LA City, but LA County. Beverly Hills is here, Santa Monica is here, Culver City is here, Orange County is here from the air. We heard, I can't remember, somebody said that they ran into a firefighter from New Mexico that was here. There on the right side of your screen is the podium that we are awaiting for that press conference to begin.
And now's a great time, right, with the president in town. You've got their ears here. We're going to be obviously in need of extra resources, financial ones as well, just to deal with this firefight there. We've had resources come from as far as Sacramento, Orange County, Ventura County, all to help in this firefight that is going to continue. And this is just the beginning of this fire wind event that we're dealing with right now. It's called the Palisades Fire. Started at 11 a.m. today, as Mike was telling us, right off Palisades Road there. Someone called fire officials and said, hey, I think I see smoke, I see fire. And very quickly, this fire grew from 200 to 300 to 772 acres. And at last count, we're at 1,262 acres and counting. And people just wondering what they're going to be doing next. Evacuation orders are still in effect for many areas. Mike, in that earlier map that you showed us, it was like that purplish gray color.
Yeah.
That's the evacuation. Is it orders? Is it suggestions? What is it?
If we can pop that up, I can show it to you. It's the yellow is the evacuation warnings. It's just basically an evacuation warning. They still think you should leave. They still think you should get out in an evacuation warning. They're just not saying go right now. And I want to correct something I said. The mayor may not be in town. She may be out of town on a official business or something like that. So we'll see if she ends up talking to the podium. But here's that map that we were just referencing.
That purplish gray color.
So all of this up in here, this is all the evacuation zone. So that's the mandatory evacuation. The yellow is the voluntary evacuation. And then the dark red here is where the fire has actually burned. So that is the actual fire footprint of what it has gone through. And then, as I mentioned, everything in white is a structure, a home, a business, something like that. But the dark red is where it is actually burned. This, as you put it, the purplish red up here, this is a mandatory evacuation zone, and this is the voluntary evacuation zone. And I'll zoom this out a little bit so you can see kind of how wide this is. Because look, I mean, the fire footprint is here, but we're talking mandatory evacuations all the way over into here, into the city of Malibu. This is Topanga Canyon right here. So we're talking west of Topanga Canyon, and then you've got the voluntary evacuations here in the city of Malibu, as well as up here in the mountains of the Angeles Forest as well. So a significant area that is under an evacuation, either mandatory or an evacuation warning. And again, the darker reds right here is where the fire has actually burned, and that is the actual fire footprint of what has burned here. So they're still kind of milling about there at this press conference location that we're waiting on to hear at least from the governor. I don't know if the mayor is actually in town. I'll try to figure that out. But at least the governor, I have seen him there as well. So we'll be waiting for that very soon,
and
guys.
fire officials as well.
Yeah.
Mike, 4:53 is sunset tonight. So we know we have about a window, about an hour or so of daylight still. What are we expecting is going to change once night falls regarding the air support?
Yeah, so we're very thankful. We're very lucky here in the LA County area and in Southern California to have a good host of night dropping helicopters. So we won't lose those. What we will lose, we'll lose the super scoopers. We'll lose the retardant dropping tankers. We'll lose the C-130 that drops a ton of water. So they'll be able to kind of do essentially maintenance on the fire at night, but what we'll lose is the ability to really dump a ton of water or a ton of retardant on it all at once and really try to harden those lines. But the payoff of that, and we can check in with one of our meteorologists a little bit later, but is that the fire activity usually dies down at night. Night is usually when they can get a little bit better of a handle on things and usually try to make some progress with the fire. And the fact that the weather conditions are usually a little bit more favorable at night, plus the fact that we will still be able to use our night dropping helicopters, especially the Chinook, which we know can drop so much water out of it. Hopefully that will allow them to make some of that progress, and we'll stop seeing what we're seeing right here, which is these homes that are burning.
And you know what's interesting? So often we talk about fire season and that there is no longer a fire season, that fires happen year round. And I was just thinking, wow, this is a huge fire on January 7th.
Yeah.
This is not when we typically see these types of fires in January.
Yeah.
But here it is.
Usually September, October.
September, October, when we're dealing with the warm, windy conditions. And now on January 7th, we are dealing with a huge brush fire, homes lost. And, you know, it is just tough to see that this truly is a year-around problem that we have to deal with here in Southern California.
It really is. And you think of the Skirball fire, which burned not too far away from here. I think, what was that, 2018, I believe. That was late December as well. And that was in another year, I believe, when we were having, you know, not a lot of precipitation. It hasn't rained, I mean, hardly at all this year. Everything is so dry. So we're still in that point where we don't even have any kind of base to wet the ground. It's still all of that, you know, dry vegetation and dry brush, and especially in that area. And that just takes off so quickly. And we've talked before, you know, I believe with the San Bernardino fire, we noticed it specifically, but defensible space or lack thereof, and, you know, people's homes just right in the path. And you see there on the right side of your screen, that's video from earlier, and that just looks like regular people trying to direct traffic. I mean, we can't underscore how significant the traffic nightmare was for people trying to get out, so much so that these people took it into their own hands. Fire department, the police department, they said that they were trying to do, you know, kind of specific guidance for people, you know, southbound on Palisades, westbound on Sunset, southbound on PCH, and that didn't work very well, really, and especially when you got to the point where then the Palisades Drive was overtaken by fire and people had to abandon those cars. So it just was not a good situation. The police chief, Jim McDonnell, is right there. I'm sure we'll hear from him at the press conference as well, as these officials are just kind of getting their ducks in a row here, but it looks like they're starting to walk up to the podium now.
And Mike, this is the first time today that we're going to be hearing from them officially regarding the Palisades fire. We're seeing them. Look at that. Did you see the seal blow off the podium there in a gust of wind?
Yeah.
It happened that quickly. So let's go ahead and see if we can listen in. I believe they're going to start the latest update right now.
Go ahead. Putting the seal back.
Just a gust of wind blew it off.
Yeah.
Well, as we've been saying, there are quite a few people that are going to be at this event from a lot of different agencies and organizations. And so it takes a little longer sometimes to get everybody lined up and to decide who's going to speak and who's going to say what, right? Exactly. Yeah. So
here's Eric Scott.
We're just
Okay, my
name
is Captain Eric Scott, the lead public information officer for the Palisades Fire. On behalf of everyone behind me, thank you for being here. Thank you for educating the public through your message. So this is all for the Palisades Fire, which is approximately 1,200 acres. And to go into all the specifics, we have a list of 8 individuals that will speak for you today. After those 8 individuals, we'll have Spanish, and then we'll have follow-up questions. After that, we'll have one-on-one interviews and let you know when the next press conference will be. So we ask at this time, please silence your cell phones, turn down your radios, keep your sidebar conversations off to the side. But to begin with, we'd like to call up the fire chief of the Los Angeles City Fire Department, Kristen Crowley.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'll be giving you a brief on what your LEFD has done up to this point. So at 10:30 this morning, a brush fire was reported at 1190 North Piedra Miranda Drive in our local fire station here right behind us at Fire Station 23. Los Angeles is currently experiencing an extreme fire weather condition with red flag alert. At the time of the fire, the relative humidity was 12 and the winds were approximately 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Based on the red flag weather, your LEFD pre-deployed additional resources, made public awareness notifications, and issued parking restrictions in high hazard fire areas to ensure that the means of access and egress of our local fire stations and apparatus could move up and in around the area. First LEFD resources reported initially a 10-acre fire with 40-mile-per-hour winds and alignment heading towards the west or towards the ocean. The LEFD then requested all resources, including strike teams and aircraft from assisting agencies. We then went into an aggressive attack and focused our efforts on fire life safety operations, beginning with evacuations. Currently, the fire is at 1,261 acres and growing based on aerial reconnaissance. The fire is being fueled by a combination of strong winds and surrounding topography, which is making it extremely challenging for our personnel that are assigned to this incident. We currently have over 250 LAFD firefighters on scene, including 46 engines, 3 trucks, 5 helicopters, 4 brush patrols, 2 water tenders, 6 paramedic ambulances, 1 fast response vehicle, 1 advanced nurse practitioner unit, 2 bulldozers, 10 chief officers, fire investigators, and safety officers. Additionally, we are so grateful for the hundreds of law enforcement officers, partner agencies, first responders, and public work members that are engaged actively in this operation. PCH is closed from Lincoln Tunnel to Topanga Boulevard. Evacuation orders are in place for approximately 30,000 residents, including the Highlands area. North of PCH, south of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, east of Tuna Canyon Road, west of Seabreeze Drive and Surfside Drive. Our evacuation center is the Westwood Recreation Center, located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard in LA. The population threatened is approximately 25,748. Households threatened is approximately 10,367. Structures threatened are approximately 13,208. At this point, we feel very blessed at this point that there's no injuries that are reported. We do have reports of multiple structures that are damaged. Since the beginning of this fire, I've been in constant communication with Mayor Bass, as well as other city leadership, who's working very, very closely. As you can see, this entire entity behind me, we're working seamlessly and closely to ensure that we are protecting lives and property first. So with that, we'll go ahead and introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Chief Crowley. The next speaker will be the Los Angeles County Fire Chief Maroney.
So good afternoon. My name is Anthony Maroney. I'm the County of Los Angeles Fire Department Chief. Shortly after the start of the Palisades fire, LA County Fire did assist the City of Los Angeles with a first alarm brush assignment. At 11:30 hours this morning, our LA County Fire Department went into unified command with the City of Los Angeles, and at 12:30, our CAL FIRE partners from the state went into unified command with not only LA City Fire, LA County Fire, and LAPD. Currently, LA County Fire is providing aerial resources to fight this brush fire, including our Firehawk helicopters, our CH-47, part of our nighttime QRF resource that we have, in addition to our CL-415 Super Scoopers. We also have 3 engine strike teams assigned and almost 100 LA County Fire personnel. I want to let all of the viewers and listeners know that we are not out of danger. The National Weather Service has predicted that the winds are going to pick up and get worse. We're going to have the most significant wind event between 10 p.m. this evening and 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. So it's incumbent that everybody have a wildfire action plan for their home if they live in a brush-covered area. Please visit the LA County Fire Department website for Ready, Set, Go information. So that's fire.lacounty.gov/RSG. And for the most up-to-date incident information and emergency preparedness information, go to lacounty.gov/emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. During emergencies, always by our side is our friends from law enforcement. So we'd like to invite LAPD Chief of Police Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much. We are here in a support role to our fire partners. Just a quick rundown. We have over 100 officers here deployed, another approximately 60 ready to be deployed once a mission is given to them. So far, the major job for our people have been evacuation, traffic control, allowing ingress and egress to emergency vehicles, and those can be helpful. I would have an ask that if you would, please do everything you can to open up the streets so we can get the resources we need to be able to deal with this emergency. Please take this wind emergency very seriously. As you heard from the speakers before me, this is something that is going to get worse throughout the night, so we all have to look out for each other. Areas of evacuation so far, about 30,000 people have been evacuated from a total of 10,000 households or 15,000 structures, to include businesses and other buildings so far, with no injury. So we're very thankful for that. But we truly ask for all assistance that we can get in making this as smooth as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief McDonald. We'd also like to call up LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, please.
Thank you. My deepest thanks to the first responders who are working tirelessly to fight this Palisades fire. Moments ago, Chair Barger signed LA County's emergency proclamation for this fire, for the severe wind event and all of the fires related to it. As the National Weather Service predicted, this is a life-threatening situation. To our Palisades and Topanga community under evacuation order, please leave. Ensure your home is unlocked, the power is off, and making sure first responders can easily access the structure. This is essential to keeping you safe and to allowing fire and first responder personnel to do their work. For our unincorporated communities in Santa Monica Mountains, including Sunset Mesa, Topanga Canyon, and Malibu, all under evacuation order and evacuation warning, please ensure you are checking emergency.lacounty.gov and heeding all door-to-door information from our LA County Sheriff and Fire Departments. Thanks to our partners at the Topanga Coalition for Emergency Preparedness, who work year-round to practice evacuation drills and emergency preparedness, and they're working tirelessly right now to ensure information is shared across Topanga. For those with livestock, the evacuation location is Pierce College. For those needing small animal evacuation location, the Agora Animal Shelter is available to you. Thank you to Governor Newsom for your quick support and coordination. Thanks to Mayor Bass, to Councilmember Park, and all of the council members in the city, and all of our partners, city, county, and state, unified and working together to keep people safe and address this fire. The county and city of Los Angeles have a lot of experience in unified command. This emergency is no different. We're dedicating every resource we can to urgently contain this fire. I want to extend my gratitude to the Los Angeles County Fire Department, the Sheriff's Department, the Office of Emergency Management, and all of our county partners. I know LAUSD officials also wanted to be with us, but given the conditions, that was challenging. A few school updates. Topanga Elementary at Woodland Hills Academy will be relocated all week. Palisades and Marquez Elementaries will be relocated at Brentwood Science Magnet for tomorrow. Paul Revere Middle School will be relocated at University High tomorrow. Pali High School is not in session this entire week, and Canyon Elementary will be relocated at a location to be determined. To those affected by the Palisades fire, I know today is terrifying and it is painful. Please know that you are not alone. The County of Los Angeles and all of our partners are here together to stand with you and be in support of you. Thank you again to everyone who is contributing resources to this incident. Your partnership is appreciated and it is essential to keeping people safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Next, we'd like to bring up Los Angeles City Council President Marquis Harris-Dawson.
Thank you so much. I just want everybody to know that since this morning, about 7 a.m., I've been in direct communication with Mayor Bass, who's on her way home from a diplomatic mission on behalf of the United States government. She will be here within hours. Also, we want everybody to know that the city is well prepared and has a tremendous emergency management infrastructure who has been on the case since 6 this morning at the beginning of this wind event. I'm proud to say that we have some of the best men and women anywhere in our fire department, our police department, as well as their partners across the state and across the county. I am also want everybody to know that as acting mayor and president of the LA City Council, along with the county, and we'll hear from the governor later, the city of LA is declaring a state of emergency through this wind event, and we'll have all resources on deck. And our ask, our personal ask, and we'll hear from the council member from this district, but if you can stay off of our roads, please do so to allow emergency vehicles to go across the city. And also remember, we'll continue to drive this home. The worst and most severe part of this wind event is yet to come. So if you're around the city and you have been spared, be thankful, but also be on guard. Bring your lawn furniture in, and again, help us by staying off the roads. And I will ask the council member from this district, who's been on the street since early this morning, making sure the neighborhoods have the information that they need and resources that they need to come to the podium. Our own Councilwoman Tracy Park.
Thank you, everyone, for being here, and Council President Harris Dawson. I want to begin by thanking all of our public safety partners. LA City Fire has over 250 firefighters on the front lines in the hillsides right now, actively fighting this fire, supported by more than 100 firefighters from LA County Fire, as well as additional resources from Orange County, Ventura County, CAL FIRE, and neighboring cities, including Arcadia and Santa Monica. I also want to thank our partners in law enforcement for their terrific coordinated response with us today. LAPD, LA County Sheriff's Department, CHP is here, as well as our park rangers. Obviously, the scope and scale of today's fire here in the Palisades has been terrifying. We are so incredibly grateful for the swift response. And to my constituents here in the Pacific Palisades, I want to reiterate, this is not a drill. This is an actual public safety emergency. Areas west of Mandeville Canyon and north of Sunset have been ordered for evacuation, so please make sure that you are packed and ready to go and complying with all directives being given to you by law enforcement and our partners at the fire service as well. LA City is activating emergency shelter at Westwood Recreation Center. People in the Palisades who have been displaced by today's events are invited to go there. We are working with animal services to receive and care for pets that are being displaced as well. And as additional resources come online, we'll be providing those updates for you. Local residents should follow along for additional information and updates through official city channels, as well as LAPD, LAFD, and LA County updates, as this is a dynamic situation. This is a fast-moving and growing fire at over 1,200 acres at this point. And with the predicted wind patterns and continued weather event, we expect the situation to continue through the evening. It may take our partners at Fire a couple of days to get the situation under control. It may be some time until people are allowed to return to their homes and residences. Please bear with us through this period as our public safety partners work hard to protect lives and property and ensure that this area is safe before people return. In the meantime, if anyone needs additional assistance, I would welcome them to reach out to me and my team. All of our contact information is at cd11.lacity.gov. Thank you to my friends and constituents, and thank you to all of our partners, including Governor Newsom, for being here with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We'd like to now ask Council Member John Lee to please speak.
First of all, I just want to thank all the firefighters who are and first responders that are fighting this fire right now. Also, a big thank you to all the organizations throughout the city, county, and state that are assisting our firefighters in what they need to do today. As chair of the Public Safety Committee, it's my job to monitor situations all throughout the city of Los Angeles. And the most important information that I can share with you today is to all of our residents. As soon as we get any new information, we are trying to disseminate that as quickly as possible. It's important that you listen to that information. As someone who represents a district that is commonly affected by fires, I'll tell you one of the issues that we ask our residents to do is, if you're asked to evacuate, if you're asked to stay off the road, whatever it is that we're asking you, if you're in one of those affected areas, that you don't create additional problems for our firefighters, so our firefighters can focus on what they're supposed to do, and that's getting this fire out. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Council Member. And now we'd like to ask the Governor, Gavin Newsom, to please speak.
Thank you, everybody. Hell of a way to start a new year. Again, let me add my voice, the voice of so many others, in extending deep appreciation to the men and women in uniform across jurisdictions. I want to thank, in particular, Chief Crowley and Chief Maroney for your outstanding leadership, Police Chief, Sheriff's Office, all of our local law enforcement agencies that work hand in glove. There is simply no better mutual aid system anywhere in the United States of America, and you're seeing it now at scale once again here in Southern California. I say once again because we were here not too long ago, the Franklin fire, a few weeks prior to that, the Mountain fire, November, December, now January. There's no fire season, it's fire year, it's year round. And it's incredibly important that we heed the warnings, the calls, that we're not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. You may feel at home that you're fine down in Riverside County, San Bernardino County, down in Ventura County, other parts of the state, but there's a reason we pre-positioned hundreds of assets and personnel on Sunday in anticipation of this wind event. 110 engines specifically were sent down, 45 by CAL FIRE, 65 through our mutual aid system, through the Office of Emergency Services, water tenders down here, 7 new helicopters we brought from Northern California down to Southern California. We just brought our C-130 down from Northern California and already just had its first drop. By no stretch of the imagination are we out of the woods. You heard Chief say 10 p.m. tonight till 5 a.m. tomorrow will be peak winds. And having just quite literally an hour or so ago gone up the canyon and saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed, not a few, many structures already destroyed, and the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, were just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders. We've all been to memorials. I've never been to a memorial for a building, but for family members and loved ones. I know you cannot say this enough. It's foundational. One other thing I want to say, because you can't say it enough, is expression of gratitude. The President of the United States happens to be in town. It didn't take more than a text message to get the FMAG approved, which means we're getting reimbursed for the vast majority of these costs. No politics, no hand-wringing, no kissing of the feet. The President of the United States said, yes, what else do you need? Emergency proclamations being drafted as we speak. And I just want to thank the President, because that's something I don't take for granted and something we should not take for granted at this moment in American history. So thank you, President Biden, as well. Final point. We encourage you. You heard all those websites. I don't want to burden you with any more except one. Fire.ca.gov. And why do I say that? Nothing like it in the countries, nothing like that we've seen in any jurisdiction around the world. 3D maps and live cams on fire.ca.gov would also show you the evacuation orders. I encourage people to take a look at that site for information. And of course, ready.ca.org to make sure that you're prepared as we work through yet another extraordinary month in this fire year perpetual fire year here in the state of California. Thank you again to all of the folks behind me and the outstanding leadership of all the elected officials as well. And forgive me, one point I'd be remiss. Thank you to Mayor Bass, who was on the phone immediately this morning, making sure even in absentia that she's here organizing everything she can to make sure we're successful as well.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate that. We'd like to open this up now for Spanish, and then we'll go to questions. So we'd like to have Public Information Officer for LAFD, David Ortiz.
All right, we've been listening to officials there bringing us up to date on the Palisades fire. As you see, they're going to be taking some questions from the Spanish-speaking media before coming back to the English-speaking media for any follow-up questions that they may have. But at last count, the Palisades fire burning 1,262 acres, 0% containment right now, and we're still waiting to figure out what may have started this fire.
Exactly, and we do know that there are 10,000 homes that are threatened, but we have learned also that there have been no injuries reported and, yes, multiple homes damaged. And they are saying that the worst of the winds will be happening between 10 tonight and 5 o'clock this morning.
All right, we believe we're going to go to Lori Perez, live out in the Palisades with the very latest from the ground there. Yeah, Lori?
And we had to pull over because of what we saw here. Check this out. This is a massive home that has gone up in flames. We've been watching as it has just been, and check out those people. This is really infuriating me. Mojo, if you could show those people on that patio just below where the flames are. They've been constantly coming out of their home. I mean, they are so close to that. I don't know what they're doing there or why they haven't left, but that's extremely dangerous. We've seen fire crews and fire engines up trying to help to battle those flames and to keep them from going to these other houses. I will tell you, just to the right of this fire where you're looking at, not long ago, to the right, the other direction, there was another house that had an equal amount of flames, equally tall and ferocious, and it has now burned to the ground, so we can't even see the flames anymore. That's how quickly this is going. We spoke with a gentleman who lives in a house just 3 doors down. He was here keeping an eye on his house, hoping that the flames do not spread. He feels somewhat confident because of the number of firefighters that are up there. But I mean, this is just an extremely smoky and intense situation here. This neighborhood, you can see how tightly packed the homes are. All it's going to take are some embers to travel just to the next yard, and this whole neighborhood could go up. That's what that homeowner's worried about. I'm sure that is what firefighters are worried about as well. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio now.
All right, Lori, thank you so much. Let's go back to the news conference as they're taking questions from reporters.
I want to talk about that first and foremost was communicating the potential threat of what was coming. That information was out. It was out early in regard to everybody be ready, set, and go. When that go order came out, at that point, that is that very important point where the public can and should heed that warning and start to evacuate. Now we know there's limited access and egress in certain areas within the hills right behind me. So with that, that's what we believe did happen. People did evacuate. It was slow to evacuate. What I have been briefed on is that the evacuations were slow, but they did occur, and we will follow up on that if there's anything better in the future that we can communicate to the constituents and continue to train to that, because the evacuation order, we can never do it early enough. So with that, we want to continue to work with the community, ensure that when that evacuation order happens, that they can evacuate in a timely manner. But we understand what you're saying. Sure.
Well, we're all in this together. None of us are asking for respective political identities around here. Everybody's rowing in the same direction because everyone gives a damn. They're here for each other, and that's the spirit that defines the best of this state and this country. No one here is playing politics. We have an American president and Joe Biden that recognizes his responsibility in times of emergency. When Americans are in need, he steps up, he steps in. It's not qualified by a particular request or an expectation. And so, again, I say what I said because at the moment I don't take that for granted, candidly, like I have been the last few years. It's rather precious. And my message to the incoming administration, and I'm not here to play any politics, is please don't play any politics. There's a time and place for that. And at this moment where your question only reinforces the moments, the precious moments that we have to evacuate, we don't have time for any of that mishigash.
Yeah. Go ahead. So your question's in reference to the increased severity of wind and resources? Okay.
Yeah, was your question regarding nighttime aircraft operations? Right. So the plan is they're developing a plan for nighttime air operations. It's going to be a combination of LA City fire units, LA County fire units, state fire units, and that quick reaction force of the CH-47s that drop retardant at night. We are going to take advantage of the lower temperatures at night, but with increased wind speed, aerial firefighting becomes more dangerous. There is a cutoff mile-per-hour wind at which we will not operate at night. Flying during the night is more dangerous than flying during the day. We want to make sure that we don't get anybody killed, but we do want to fly both day and night. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens. I mean, it's going to be interesting. If the winds are going to get worse right now, it's going to be very difficult for our aerial assets to actually make a difference for the folks on the ground. It could be 30 to 40 miles an hour sustained. You know, we do have history of operating with high gusts, but it really isn't effective because as the water exits the bottom of the drop tank, it just gets carried away by the wind and never reaches the ground. So there really is no point to putting people at risk if that firefight isn't making a difference.
Okay. Was your answered question? Your question answered? Yeah. Well, that's the beauty of automatic and mutual aid. So there's automatic aid agreements between all of these agencies here. They brought their additional boots on the ground. And as the governor mentioned, we have state mutual aid. So CAL FIRE's come in. We'll get the appropriate quantity and type of resources to mitigate this emergency. And it's an opportunity of neighbor helping neighbor. And we will do the same thing in Northern California when they need it. Yes, ma'am. Sure. So questions about abandoned cars, that's a good question that has come up. Law enforcement assists us heavily with evacuation, but please remember it's an active incident. We don't have the answers to all of these questions. We will certainly look at that. That's very important. I don't know if police felt like they wanted to make a mention to evacuations. Sure. Okay.
Yeah, just on that question of evacuations, vehicles left in the roadway. If you have to leave a vehicle in the roadway, get it as far off the road as you can so that emergency vehicles can get by. The gist of moving them with bulldozers was an emergency situation. You got to get those fire resources through, and they do what they have to do to be able to facilitate that. So we're asking really for the cooperation, and think a couple of steps ahead. It's not just your vehicle there, but then others line up behind you as well as they see what you're doing. And so I can't stress enough, please follow the evacuation orders. Do your best to be able to get out to safety. Bring the equipment you will need for the next couple of days with you because, as you've heard over and over again, this is not going to end very quickly. Thank you.
If I could just expand a little bit. On Saturday, state started to convene respective leadership across the state of California at the Office of Emergency Services, we started to pre-position early evening on Sunday in 6 or 7 counties here in Southern California. Quite literally moved assets from Northern California into Southern California. Just as an example, moments ago we had a chance to meet a crew from Santa Cruz and from Santa Clara County that just were deployed up the mountain. Those resources remain pre-positioned currently in other counties in anticipation of the concerns you just expressed in the wind events. We are anticipating, hopefully we're wrong, but we're anticipating other fires happening concurrently. And that's exactly the previous experience we've had with these kinds of wind events. And that's why we continue to provide and supplement those resources from all across Northern California in particular. One final thing, because I think it's important. My phone lights up all the time, including this morning, about people saying, well, where are all the planes? You said you put all these assets, I want to see them. It was important what the chiefs just said. We could be up there all day making people feel good, but we're not doing any good because that retardant flies all over the place. And so it's not that the planes themselves can't handle the turbulence and the wind shears, it's that simply you're not suppressing anything. And so it is a point, I know, of frustration, but then it also reinforces the preciousness of the hand crews and the men and women that are on the ground holding the line, that are up there as we speak. And that's also part of the specialty units that are part of these larger operations. We have an incident command team that quite literally is organized here in real time, and we're gaming out the next few days with the benefit of something we haven't had in the past, new technology, techno-civil and other AI-enabled technology that allows us predictive capacity in a way we've never had in the past, which is also aiding our efforts to not just prevent, in some cases, as it relates to early detection, but also prepare to suppress in subsequent incidences.
Yes, sir. It's been moving in a southwest direction towards Getty, which is moving towards the Los Angeles County Fire Department's jurisdiction. It did begin in the city, and that's the Unified Command. Good. Not that we're aware of at this point. So that is part of the process. They are having evacuation groups that are looking at that, but we're not aware of any individuals unaccounted for. We did receive multiple 911 calls for a particular address. We did send resources in to rescue people. Okay, so what are we telling the people south of the fire? Yeah. You want me to take that or anybody else? Okay.
Thank you for asking that question. Our question was, what are we communicating to individuals that are south of the incident? I think it's really, really important for the entire public to understand, as you can see, how dynamic these winds are and how quickly they can change on a dime. So you may think, okay, I'm safe. But the key is the communication, listen for those evacuation orders and warnings, and also be super hyper diligent in regard to what could happen. If an individual within the community wants to lean forward and just say, I'm not going to risk anything, I'm just going to go to a different area where it may be safer. Just know from the south, and with the winds as unpredictable as they are, there's very, very much at risk. So we want people to be very cognizant of that, make good decisions, make sure they can understand real-time information, and we will communicate that and articulate that very clearly. But this is very, very, very dynamic. And you can just, by standing here, seeing us with the wind gusts and with the predictability of this wind's going to get worse tonight. So we want people to lean forward, ready, set, go, and be ready. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and conclude the press conference at this point. We'll let you know if we have another press conference tonight. That's not necessarily likely. There will be PIOs available here for additional questions. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., we do anticipate to have another joint press conference. Thank you all for sharing this important information.
All right, we've been listening to the very latest from officials there. If there is one big takeaway here from this news conference is the winds will get worse tonight. Be ready to go, Amy, if you have to.
That's right. Between 10 and 5 in the morning, the worst winds we will see. All right, let's check in with our Mike Rogers over the breaking news desk. He has some new video for us.
Yeah, that's right, Amy, and Juan, and I want to show you that video because it shows you, I mean, look, you're looking at live pictures right now of a home burning, but there are more of that, and unfortunately this scene is playing out over and over again, and you can see right here. And I wanted to show you this shot first because of that very eerie orange glow that we see that always happens from these fires and always is just such an apocalyptic type situation to be looking at and to be seeing here. And it is something that those fire crews are dealing with. You heard the governor say there, it's not one or two homes, it's many homes that have burned, unfortunately. And the video that we keep getting into our newsroom just continues to reflect that over and over again. And you know, one of the situations, and I'm cutting some new video right now that I hope to show you here in a second, is what the governor was talking about a little bit, which is people took too long to get out. You know, and we see that from time to time. People understandably want to stay with their property. They don't want to leave. But look, this is what happens. And you can see this home fire looks like it started in the garage and then just started to significantly spread. And what is the issue here is you don't see any fire crews. There aren't fire crews to come put these fires out right now because there are so many fires burning in so many places that the fire crews are just spread too thin. So if you stick around and your house catches fire, there's a very high likelihood that there won't be anybody there to put it out, at least not effectively. And what's going to happen is the fire department will then deem it unsalvageable, unsavable, and they'll move on to the next one that maybe they can save, or they'll move on to another home that maybe has somebody in it. So this is kind of unfortunately the situation that we are just seeing over and over and over again as this plays out here across the the Pacific Palisades area. So we'll keep watching that as well and monitor that situation. But it just is it's hard to see these situations keep happening over and over again. And here you see fire crews finally were able to get to it. And you know what I noticed that's different about this situation as well too here is that the this is not a neighborhood where you see a lot of it's bright, it's sunny. You don't see a lot of that thick smoke, and that's part of these ember casts that then shoot out and get caught up in these other homes here. So that's one of the situations and things that they're dealing with. You heard the fire chief and the firefighters there talk about how they're coordinating the night aerial drop, so hopefully that'll continue to happen. And I think we've got one of our reporters ready to go now, guys.
And look at that firefighter running towards danger, Mike. Just unbelievable to help put this fire out. Hopefully it doesn't spread to other homes.
Yeah. Let's check in with our Jasmine Veal. She's standing by with an update for us. Jasmine.
You guys hear me okay?
Go ahead, Jazz. We hear you.
Okay. So we've been just kind of going up and down El Medio Drive. This is right off Sunset Boulevard. And it's so sad and just tragic to watch these homes start to burn, and there are no firefighters around to put out the flames. We just came across this where their backyard is starting to burn right near the play structure here. Okay. And the winds are disgusting. It's so erratic at times, blowing south and then east and west. I mean, these strong gusts come in, and I just heard yelling. I don't know if those are firefighters with the air drop that was happening hopefully nearby, but again, I've not seen any ground firefighting efforts up in this neighborhood. I haven't been able to see any firefighting efforts, unfortunately, and that's what neighbors are telling me. They're just so frustrated. I saw one elderly couple get, evacuate out of here in their truck, and she looked at me with tears in her eyes, and she just said, "Where are the firefighters to save our home?" Obviously, so frightening and disturbing and devastating to see their home as the flames inch even closer to their house. And so I hear some of the air attacks up above. Let me show you where we're at. If we just kind of walk down the driveway. So again, this is El Medio, right off Sunset Boulevard. I just spoke also to a man. He was covered in soot and his clothes were black and his eyes were bloodshot because his name, he told me, is Kevin Lake, and he had been up here trying to save some of his friends' homes. And he said he managed with a hose to save some of them, but up here, he said he saw 6 homes just burned to the ground. So at least 6 up here. I saw several. We were surrounded by a lot of those homes just going up in flames. And like I said, up here on El Medio Place, which is kind of an offshoot here of El Medio Drive, the flames got closer to a house, no one was around, and it just started to burn. And then the gusts would come up, throw the embers into another bush. We saw coyotes running some of their fur was burned around this neighborhood too, as they were coming in off the canyons. And what happens are these chutes and these canyons it funnels the fire so quickly as it comes up, as this is getting closer to the hills here in the Palisades. And so, I mean, people were still leaving here even just a few minutes ago in their cars. Kevin, for example, the guy who was saving homes, he was on a scooter, on an electric scooter, and he was just zooming down the road here, but they were just carrying out what they could, and he was doing what he could. We were just up there, but we had to leave because, like I said, it was just getting so thick and dark with smoke. And you look at how many homes are up here in this area. I mean, it's not an area where it's just the mountain and hiking trails. I mean, these are a lot of homes up here. One man told me that this fire started in the Highland area, and it spread so quickly with these winds. And Highland is west of here. And so once he saw the plume of smoke start this morning, he just watched it grow, and then the embers and the flames hopped over to this neighborhood. So you guys, this has been what we've seen with the Franklin fire just a few miles west of here with Malibu. The red flag conditions fueling these fires just like this. So I'll send it back to you. We're going to go check out more of a vantage point. There was a cul-de-sac up here, and you could just see homes on the hillside burning, but that was a little bit further up. And so we're just kind of being cautious and careful and you know, making our way slowly through these neighborhoods. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, really heartbreaking to see those homes just destroyed by fire. And if those homeowners are wondering where those firefighters are, they're just spread too thin right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The fire is so large. We want to check in now with our Lori Perez. She's standing by with an update for us. Lori.
You know, we just were listening to that fire official in the press conference talking about how dynamic these winds are, and she's absolutely right. You know, just moments ago, we were doing a live shot looking north, showing you a home that was burning. I turned around and we saw this. There's another structure now burning. The flames have jumped PCH at Porto Marina Way, and there's another building. The smoke is kind of obscuring it, but there's another structure across the way that is really going up in flames, and that happened in a moment, in a matter of minutes, really. Oh, you can see it here now near the lifeguard station, really flaming up again. But that's an example of just how quickly these conditions are changing. I can tell you in the last, half an hour that we've been here, it has gotten significantly smokier, which is, again, going to make it more difficult for these crews as they continue to battle. And these fires are just popping up everywhere you look. Unfortunately, there's a lot to be done, a lot of work to be done, and an extremely dangerous situation. I will tell you, I am surprised at the number of people, citizens who are on the streets, walking around, very close to the fires. That's sticking out to me and quite extraordinary, because this is a very risky situation. There are fire crews and trying to quickly get to respond to these fires, and they want to be there as quickly and as safely as possible. It doesn't help when there are people around. As the governor was saying, if you don't have to be on these roads, if you don't have to be around, don't be here, because this is an emergency situation. But I did want to show you guys this. I mean, this is just flaring up and creating an unbelievable amount of smoke in this area. We do expect, as we continue our coverage here in Malibu and Pacific Palisades throughout the night, that we'll be coming upon lots of scenarios and scenes, fiery scenes, just like this one. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio now as we continue to look for other hot spots.
And the fact that the fire jumped over PCH, that is definitely a new...
and those two lifeguard stands, right? Those are usually on the beach. You'd think they'd be safe, surrounded by sand, and yet somehow those embers must have gone underneath, flown over across PCH, caught underneath the lifeguard stands, and now those two lifeguard stands are destroyed, as well as the many homes in this area now that we're starting to get in these photos into our newsroom here and onto the desk, showing just how bad the destruction is. You can see here in Amy, with the wind blowing so intently, it just fans the flames even more incredibly hot and fast. And it's not long before these homes, we've seen them crumble on air here in just a short matter amount of time.
And you know, we understand the frustration, the people whose homes are burning and they're wondering where those firefighters are, and they are out there. They're all over the area, but there is just so many areas that are burning right now, and the winds have been shifting, and you see one area that seems fine, and then in just a couple of minutes, it's on fire. And so they can't, unfortunately, get everywhere. We know that they called in extra resources. They knew about this strong wind event. It is the strongest winds that we have seen since 2011, and this is just the beginning. It's going to be worse tonight, starting at 10 o'clock tonight into the early morning hours, and tomorrow is supposed to be another tough day, and even through Thursday. So it is going to be a long road to get this fire under control, with it just fanning out in so many different areas. And our Mike Rogers, of course, was showing us maps of the areas that have burned, and we're going to get an update from him shortly. But it's just been devastating to see so many.
And not only that, Amy, but we've seen Mike show us how the evacuation zones have kept growing and growing. The fire captain there was also telling us, Kristen Crowley, that you need to get ready, set, go. You need to get ready to go because most likely that number is going to change. They're talking about 30,000 residents in this area alone, about 10,000 structures, all in the path of this fire, the Palisades fire, which, as we've seen, has been very destructive, very unpredictable, and very dangerous. And Mike Rogers at the desk, you have more information for us.
Yeah, so I was just having a conversation with our chief pilot. We've gotten permission from the Secret Service to fly within the TFR to get to the fire. However, the winds are still too significant for us to launch SkyCal in a way that is safe. Our pilots are seeing about 60-knot winds above the fire, which is where the Secret Service has granted us permission to be. So we're playing that thread the needle game of if the winds die down enough for us to get overhead to give you a look from SkyCal, the Secret Service has granted us that permission. But at this point, we are still in an unsafe position to launch. The video that you're looking at right here, this is brand new video that just came in, and you can see it's more homes burning. At the beginning of the video, right before you guys tossed to me, you saw people getting their belongings, large picture frames, putting them in the cars. And that was the point I wanted to make that the governor was making is you saw all the smoke and fire that was around them. It's too late to be doing that, right? And people are, at the middle of the day, people are at work, and you can see here, it looks like fire crews maybe pulled some of this stuff out of their garage, which was very nice to
You can see right through that garage, Mike.
Right. And so, you know, daytime fires are difficult because people are not home and they want to come back and get their property. And unfortunately, then you're in situations like that where homes are burning all around you and now you're stuck in the neighborhood. And then we have the situation with the cars, and then it just kind of snowballs from there and gets worse and worse. So if we can too, I'd like to come to my computer because I just want to give you an update on that mapping that we were talking about, the mapping system about where the fire has actually burned. And here you can see on my screen here. So this is, they haven't updated acreage since looks like 3/17 was the last time that they updated this mapping system, but it just kind of shows you here everything that they've been dealing with here. And as the fire kind of pushes more to the west here, Blue Sail Drive is one of the newer areas that we were looking at, that we saw some of these flames here. And this whole chunk of land right here is really where things have kind of escalated to, and where we've seen the fire kind of push through to. So, and there you see on the right side of your screen, Governor Newsom touring the damage as well. And that's one of the things that he said was that was a situation that he saw when he went up in the canyon. And you look at that video, it looks nighttime in that video because of how significant the smoke and the clouds and all of that are. So I'm still kind of monitoring that situation as well, keeping an eye on the aircraft that are over the area. And I'll show that to you one more time before I send it back to you guys too, because we just have that really incredible force of aircraft that are down here. And you can see here, here's the Super Scoopers. So you got Quebec 1 and 2, really. You got one right there, and you got the other one right here. We've got the retardant dropping tankers. We've got the Chinooks here, the LA City Fire helicopters, the Cal Fire smaller planes as well. So there is a ton of aircraft that are in the air, and you've got Copter 22. That's LA County Fire. Looks like they were working something. This is the C-130. You heard the governor talk about it. The Hercules, the C-130 that came down from Northern California. That's done a couple of drops here as well. So they're throwing everything they got at it. They're making those nighttime requests as well for them to be able to fly at night and keep the things going. And in the meantime, though, the traffic is a mess over there. They bulldozed those cars to get them out of the way, which you heard the chief there, Chief Jim McDonald, just talk about how desperate of a situation it was for them to have to do that. And you could see, when we had, I think it was Elise Martinez that was there, and you could see and she's actually there right now too. We'll send it to her in just a second, but I just wanted to point out they didn't move all of them, just enough of a path so that they could get apparatus in and out of that fire area. And I think Elise is back on the ground with us now. Elise, are you there?
Yes, Mike, I can hear you. We've been here on PCH, just down from the Palisades. We're kind of near where Lori Perez was going live and where she showed you that the fire had jumped PCH. We've been watching this spot for a little while now. Take a look behind me. This is Malibu Village. I believe they're mobile homes, and we've been watching these mobile homes just go up in flames. One of the guys was here across the street. He said he lives there. He said that that was his neighbor's house that was on fire, and he was worried that it was going to spread to the row of mobile homes here. He was really concerned. He just kept saying, "We need help, we need help, we need help." And as we understand that firefighters are just spread very, very thin right now, and so it's difficult to get help where it's needed. Again, this is Malibu Village. At the bottom of the hill, you do see some fire engines there, but we haven't seen any water being put on any of these mobile homes. In the distance, I don't know if you can see, but a power pole in this area also caught on fire. And that's very, very bad news as well. Again, the conditions just very, very smoky. You can hardly see in front of you. The winds, we've got really powerful wind gusts that kick up as well. And so it's still very hard to breathe. It's hard to see, and just not looking good. Again, the flames picking up again there at Malibu Village, and that home has been on fire for quite some time now. We're going to send it back to you.
So smoky there too. All right, Elise, thank you so much for those reports there from PCH.
And we do want to mention during that news conference, we did learn that PCH is closed between Lincoln Tunnel and Topanga Canyon. A lot of people trying to get in and out of the area, but be advised that PCH is closed between Lincoln Tunnel and Topanga Canyon, and really, if you don't need to be
some time,
anywhere in that area, you need to try to avoid it. Of course, one of the big factors in all of this fire is the wind. Our Olga Ospina has been monitoring just these strong gusts that have been coming through. And Olga, you were telling us earlier that this is the strongest wind event since 2011.
Since 2011, can you believe that? I mean, we're talking 13, 14 years ago that we have had winds that have been this strong and this widespread. A lot of times we get these winds just through certain areas, but it is really impacting most of Southern California with this. And as you guys have been mentioning, this is going to be a multi-day event. We have not seen the worst of it yet. So want to get to the winds because right now, current wind gusts, we are still in the 40s for a lot of areas. That includes the Pacific Palisades area, and even for other areas, we're seeing gusts in the 50s too. So as we head into places like the Santa Clarita Valley, we're seeing those really strong gusts, 53 miles per hour. Santa Clarita also in the low 50s. We're looking at mid-30s from Chino into Claremont. In the mid-40s for Lancaster and Laguna Beach, nearing 50 miles per hour. There's that high wind warning. So this will continue through Wednesday evening. Wind gusts for the valleys, 60 to 75 miles per hour. For the mountains, we could even see some isolated gusts in the 75 to 100 miles per hour. This is a very rare event. So again, we have not had an event like this for many, many years. This is life-threatening. This is destructive. And the worst of it will be happening as we head into later tonight and into Wednesday morning. Wind gusts also impacting the Inland Empire into inland Orange County and coastal areas too. Red flag warning through Thursday because of those strong winds, the dry conditions, and of course, very dry vegetation as well. We've had very little rain so far this season. So we'll continue taking a look at this, and I'm going to show you the future cast with where the winds are going to be impacting you as we head into later tonight in just a few minutes. For now, we're going to go to Jasmine Veal out in the field and taking a look at the conditions out there on the ground. How's it looking out there, Jazz?
Yeah, not good. So we're still here on El Medio Drive, and this is what we have come across every few yards. I mean, now we're right next to the office of the the Palisades First Presbyterian Church, and it is, well, at least a part of it is on fire, and you can see the flames right through this hedge in the back. And there's some sort of, I don't know if it's a volunteer firefighter unit, but they have a truck and they've been trying to put out some of the flames. Looks like it's up on a hill, so there's another part of the church down below, and I can see that palm tree is on fire as well. And look at these embers. They're just, see, now we're too close.
Oh, wow.
These embers are just, we're going to run back a little bit. The embers are just flying as soon as those gusts pick up every which way. And this is right down from that neighborhood where those homes were on fire, and there were no firefighters up there. I did just see an engine go up there, finally, after all of these hours, because there were homes burning and no one to fight them except some neighbors who had hoses, and they were literally trying to put out the flames themselves, as we've seen with these fires. So we're going to back up a little bit, because this is really beginning to, I hear the fire alarms going off inside of the church, and this is, you know, it really kicks up when these strong gusts come through. Like right now, it's just going to swirl the flames around with these gusts, and they're going to have to deal with this through the night as the sun is setting, right? So it's going to get dark and even more challenging for these firefighters. And so this is, we're all kind of staged here in the parking lot with the firefighter units. Let's walk down here and see if they're still trying to go inside the church and control some of the embers that are falling on it, because, yeah, this is a big property. This is a big property back here. So let me just go down here. This is what they're driving. It's just, this is all we've seen here, except, again, I saw one fire engine finally go up here, up the street, to control some of those flames that have been burning these homes. See, right back here, you can see a lot of the water. They've been putting the water, and these firefighters are working just out of a water truck then. Did you guys get some of the flames out back here?
So at the same time up there, we're going to get that right now. Let's go back over here.
They're going to try to attack, yeah, they're going to try to attack the fire that's burning behind the hedge, because they just couldn't get to the other side of this right now. Yeah, I will say a lot of people up here, besides a few I've seen who stayed put, they have been heeding those evacuation orders. It's just the firefighters now. I have not seen anyone else trying to evacuate, so that's a good sign. And I haven't seen a ton of people walking around like I did earlier, you know, deciding if they wanted to wait it out or hosing down, moving their trash cans. So that's good. But the bad thing is, it looks like resources are stretched really thin. So I'll send it back to you so we can get out of their way as they get, oh, see the flames? You guys see that? It just hit the roof.
Oh, yeah, we're seeing it light up, Jasmine.
It just blows so quickly. It's just so tough to watch all these buildings go up, and there's really nothing this is a two-man crew here with a water truck, and I can tell you there are still several homes up the way on fire that are just burning with no one to put it out. So yeah, I don't know if they said it's very difficult to get out these flames. You see those up there on the roof?
We can see it, Jasmine, and no one being spared here. Houses of worship, homes, cars, everything's in the path of this destructive fire.
All right. We're going to listen now to a quick interview that Jasmine got a little earlier when she was talking to some neighbors out there. Let's listen into that.
It is a lot of chaos, but I hear things are really bad up north, so I think that's where all the resources are going. That's what the one cop told us, is that everything up north is worse than down here, as bad as it is right here right now. So
you're trying to get to your parents?
Yeah, well, they're safe now, okay. But when I was trying to get to meet them again was when I saw you last, and I couldn't go anywhere. Right. So I came down here, and there was just a total traffic jam, and this man right here was directing traffic, and I decided to get out there with him and help.
You guys actually got it going.
It's kind of a trip seeing this, you know? It's surreal.
What do you think about the traffic jams that have been happening here with people trying to get out?
Well, I sent my family out, my kids out in their car, and I've got my car and I've got my bike. So if it gets bad, I get on the bike and get out. If I could get out in the car, then I'll get out in the car.
People have been stuck, though. I mean, it's been chaotic, and it seems like a lack of resources to get people out of here.
Well, the thing is, it's two veins in and out. So when you shut Sunset down and you only have PCH, there is no third option. So when I left the office when it first started today and came up from Ralph's, it was already closed. Sunset was already closed. It was already chaos before the fire even got big.
And that was some interviews that Jasmine got a little earlier from some neighbors in the area, and she was just showing us church, the First Presbyterian Church, Pacific Palisades. We saw the first little bit of flames on the roof there, and we're just hoping that the firefighters that were there will be able to get that out before it burns. But just seeing so many homes burning here and all around, and so many different areas that firefighters just can't get to it all.
Yeah, as Jasmine was saying there, it's only a two-man crew working on that church fire. And that last interview that we heard from, a great point. Sunset and PCH are the only two ways out. You close any one of those, and there's no third option. All right, let's go back to Mike Rogers at the desk with some more information. Mike?
Yeah, and I was just talking to, so there's a lot of independent photographers up there. We call them stringers. They sell us video and all of that. They're really in the thick of this. And we're looking at some of this video. I'm going to ask the control room if they can get my computer ready, because I want to show you some dash camera video that one of the stringers just captured. I just got off the phone with her. Here it is. It's paused right now, but I want to draw your attention to basically this side of the screen, because what you're going to see, and I'm going to hit play right now, is you're going to see a woman walking along the fire right there. Look at that. Trying to clearly get out. This is not clear if it's a situation where she had to ditch a car or if she's just trying to evacuate. But you see her standing there in the thick of the smoke. Brandy, who is the stringer from RMG, gets her in her car, gives her a ride, and gets out of the fire zone. But there it is again as it plays back. And later on, I'll have you listen to some of the audio. It's hard to hear right now because you can't hear it off of my computer. But this is from Brandy from RMG, and Fire Photo Girl is her X handle where she posted this. And you can see her kind of getting that woman in her car and getting her to safety. And let me see if I can play. There's a second video here. No, actually, I'm not going to be able to do that. But you can see her, just terrifying situation. Imagine trying to run and get to safety in that situation where things are on fire on both sides of you. All you've got really is the road to go. There's a wall of smoke ahead of her. Hopefully she at least had an idea. Look at, even from where Brandy's dash camera is to where she is, you lose her in the smoke because of how bad the visibility is. So a really wild situation, and this is just kind of what's playing out up there and how bad things are, and especially when you're talking about people that have had to ditch their cars and try to get get to safety because the traffic was so bad and the flames were so close. And this is what that is. And we're thankful to Brandy that Brandy was driving down the road, saw this woman, and said, "Hey, get in my car." And you can't hear it on the screen. I can hear it in my ear here, but she's saying, "Oh my God, get in the car, get in the car," and honking at her to let her know that she's there. And you can see I'm sure that woman was remarkably relieved that this presented itself and that somebody was able to be there to help her.
She has to be so thankful. If you saw what she had in her hands, it was basically nothing. It's like a small bag. So she was running out of this neighborhood with flames on both sides, thick smoke covering the street, and basically just running aimlessly, not knowing where to go.
It really is a miracle that during that news conference that we brought you just a short time ago, they said that there had been no injuries reported, which is just really amazing with all that we have seen, all of the devastation, the people stopping their cars in the middle of the road and running towards the ocean to get to safety. Just is such an example of how extreme the conditions have been today. In such a quick amount of times, things really turned desperate, and this is just difficult to watch. We're looking at a live look right here, just a wall of flame here. I believe this is leading out to PCH, is that right?
It looks like it, yeah. It looks like it's coming down the canyon there. Let me see if I can figure out which one of our crews this is here, and I can tell you where they're at. But it does look like that as they pull out. Yeah, so that's from the command post, it looks like. So yeah, that's our camera that was at the command post. And I'll tell you, logistically from the desk, the command post has moved 3 or 4 times. The press conference that we brought you at 3:30 was supposed to happen much sooner. This live shot is from Will Rogers Beach. That press conference was supposed to happen much sooner, but the command post kept getting moved further and further away because of the fire activity and because of where it was going. So, and look at that. I mean, that is just an ominous cloud. It's dark. That is So we're at Will Rogers Beach. The PCH is, right there to the right shot of the screen behind the white truck that says Los Angeles Fire Department. And now you can see the fires coming over the hillside there.
And we do know that fire has jumped PCH. Our Lori Perez was there where it jumped and started to burn beneath a shack there, a lifeguard shack. And, you hope that the roadway is going to be that barrier, but it is not enough of a barrier today with winds that we are seeing such strong gusts, and they are going to be getting stronger as the evening progresses. We are expecting the worst to begin at 10 o'clock tonight. And we do know that we do have a lot of air resources on this fire, but the governor was talking about the fact that even though the aircraft can be up, they can maneuver the winds, they can't make the drops because the wind gusts are so strong, they can't make accurate drops because the wind just takes the retardant or takes the water. So they haven't been able to make the drops that they are hoping to make, but you know, this is just really a desperate time.
It sure is. And yeah, the precision that these firefighters normally have under perfect conditions, it goes out the window when you have these extremely dangerous gusts. They're calling this a widespread destructive windstorm, where some of the more intense winds are going to be happening tonight into tomorrow morning. So it's going to be a while before we see the end of this. And as we saw in some of those earlier pictures where Amanda Starantino was, there's still quite a lot of fuel out there to burn. So it's going to be a while with embers flying and firefighters, they're on the ground and in the air doing the best they can. We are still going to see more of these fires pop up. And it's just really heartbreaking to see so many of these homes going up in flames and residents wondering where the firefighters are when they are out there in the community doing everything they can to keep these fires from spreading. But again, look at that shot on the right side of your screen. Just the intensity of these flames is just something that's very hard to contend with. We were saying, Amy, since 2011, right?
Yes.
We haven't seen conditions like this. So far, 1,262 acres burned here. And my guess is that number has grown since that 3:30 update that we received from firefighters as well. If you need a place to go, a place to rendezvous, they're saying that the Westwood Recreation Center is the place to go. There's going to be some overnight shelter there for evacuees. You can also bring small animals there. If you have bigger animals, they're asking you to go to Pierce College, I believe. That's what they were saying. That's your livestock. Yeah, Pierce College. And the Agura Animal Shelter for smaller animals that perhaps you can't keep with you. Those are some places that you can go to.
And you know, you hear about these areas, Juan, but really getting around, if you are not out of this area, you're really going to have a difficult time trying to get out. We do know that PCH is closed between Topanga and the Lincoln Tunnel. And, you know, just trying to get out of the Palisades area. I mean, you've got such limited options between Palisades to get from Palisades to Sunset, Sunset to PCH. None of those are really big stretches of roadway for you to have a lot of people. And that's exactly what we saw earlier. So many people trying to get out of the area that they got jammed up on the roadways, had to get out of their cars, leave their cars on the roadway and just run and walk, and trying to get away from the fire danger. And it just is so difficult to see the desperation.
And that left officers with no other recourse but to bring in that dozer to then move cars out of the way so they can move in fire trucks, so they can bring in emergency personnel. This video here, you see sheriff's deputies going door to door, knocking on those doors, making sure that people have evacuated. And you see others there, maybe a homeowner there with a hose trying to do the best he can to hose down that bush so that it doesn't catch fire. But it's really hard to fight these flames. Look at this garage. In a very short amount of time, we saw this house just go down to very little here, destroyed by this fire that keeps basically hopscotching streets. The embers keep flying quite a distance, spotting in different areas. So, you know, fire crews are going to be out here throughout the night into tomorrow morning and in the area for at least the week to come to make sure that this fire is fully out and fully contained. And as we know, when it comes to containment numbers, getting that number up takes days sometimes just to get the upper hand on the fire. So this is just the beginning of a widespread destructive windstorm that is proving to be just that.
Yes, and Mike Rogers, you have some new information for us?
Yeah, I wanted to show you. Remember the video, the dash cam video that I just showed you? I was able to, you know, get it the right way and do it through our editing system. And I actually want you to just listen to the moments that Brandy realizes that this person is walking down the road. Take a listen.
Let's do it.
Hey, get in the car. Oh my God. Get in the car. Tell her to get in the car. Get in the car in the back. 51 Golf on command. Just push it over. Come on.
Yeah, so that's when the woman gets in the car. It's a little bit difficult to hear, but I was listening to it. Brandy says it's crazy that you're out here running around. She said, I don't have my car, so it's hard to tell. Brandy then says, where can I take you? Where can I drop you off? And she says, my house is right there. My house is right there. So it sounds like, I mean, based on the video and their conversation, it sounds like that the house had burned or was an immediate threat of burning, and that's why she was running. So you can hear them talking a little bit more in the background about where, where Brandy can take her and where she can go. But you can see this is clearly an act of desperation of somebody trying to get away from the fire here. And unfortunately, their last resort is to run down the middle of the street with fire on both sides of them. And it's really incredible and dramatic video to see here. And this is the situation. And I'm sure this was not the only situation like this that happened today.
And you know, when I look at this, Mike, I have to say she's running, and it seems like she's running towards the fire, but you have to wonder what's behind her. What is she running away from if this is the better route for her to take? What was behind her?
And you can see in the video right there, they come to an intersection. I presumably that's towards the beach where they were telling people to go. But it's really insane here what that she was dealing with. And again, as you said, Amy, what was she running from that's where she was the better option.
Exactly.
And nothing in her hands, which goes back to what the governor was saying earlier, and Captain Eric Scott, to have a wildfire action plan in place to be ready to go when you need to, because as we saw that woman that Brandy picked up, she had nothing in her hands but maybe a handbag or something in a bag with very little else even on her. She just had that long dark sweater, and that's it.
Yeah, it's so tough to see this. And, you know, they've been urging people to get out, and I think so many people thought that they were safe and they could stay in their homes, and the wind shifted, and then all of a sudden they weren't safe and they weren't prepared. And it's just so important. You know, we are a long way away from this being out, and if you are anywhere in this vicinity and for whatever reason you were still at your home, you need to make sure you at least have grabbed whatever items you need to get and be ready to go.
Yeah, and you heard the governor say, I've never been to a memorial for a building.
That's right.
You know, and as difficult as it is, I'm sure whoever's home this is, to watch this be on fire and watch it go up in flames, the last thing you want is to be inside of that while it's happening.
Exactly.
And homes that were spared from the Franklin fire, right, that we had about a month ago. These people made it through the holidays, through you know, Christmas and New Year, and here we have these homes burning now the first full week of 2025. So just awful. We had been forecasting these dangerous winds for about a week or so. We were letting people know this was coming, but even though you prepare and you know it's coming, when you see it happening and unfolding, our Carter Evans was saying that. He reports on this all the time, and when it happens to you, when it's happening in real time in front of your face, it's a whole a different ball of wax here. And again, I keep watching this video, we keep playing it. It's this firefighter who the home is basically done, but he runs towards danger in order to put those flames out so perhaps it doesn't spread to the house next door. And these are the fire crews that we have working out there all the time, doing the best they can. We know it, some of the best in the country, trained for these dangerous conditions when humidity is low, when the winds are brisk. And think about it, it's not even hot now, right?
No.
It's nice, cool conditions, and still humidity is low enough that it's a problem. And the winds are the big culprit here in fanning these flames that are going to be fanned throughout the night.
And likely this was embers that went and hit that home, because you see the homes to the other side of this house, they weren't on fire.
Right.
So odds are an ember was carried by the strong winds and went right to that home, and this is the result of that. And those firefighters just trying to keep it from spreading to the homes right next door. Just tough to see.
And this is why you need to be ready. You made a great point, Amy. If you are downwind from where the fire is, there's a good chance that those embers could make it to your house, whether it's a block away, a mile away. It's just not safe. Be ready, have that fire action plan in place, and start gathering that information, family heirlooms, whatever you need to get out safely.
Absolutely. Let's check back in with our Lori Perez. She is out on the scene. Lori, I'm not exactly sure where you are. Give us an idea of where you are now. You were on PCH a little earlier.
Right, and so we just came a few miles away. We're now on Palisades Drive in Pacific Palisades. We were trying to get up to a neighborhood, but again, we were stopped by what we saw along the way. Let me show you up on the hill here. This is behind Calvary Church, the hill behind Calvary Church on Palisades Drive. You can see there's a building up there that is engulfed. And let me show you, aside from the damage to that building, why that is so risky. You can see that the embers have spread to the hillsides. All throughout this hillside, we can see little hot spots. The hill has already burned to a great extent. In fact, just behind this crest, you can probably see some big flames right over those trees, flipping up over the trees. And all, again, throughout the hillside, you can see little embers, spots that could easily fuel up. There are fire crews that are stationed up and down this road. And let me show you what else looks so eerie along this street. These are all abandoned cars behind us. These were people who were trying to leave, trying to evacuate the area, and just left their cars. They're actually on the wrong side of the road, and they just pulled over, pulled onto the sidewalk, as you can see, parked right in the middle of the street, and just left. That's how serious and intense this situation is. The wind, it has picked up since we got here about an hour and a half ago. The smoke is really spreading. The wind is really much stronger than when we first arrived, which of course is just going to add, quite literally, fuel to the fire, which is such a concern as this night continues. You know what? Another hot spot I see behind the tip of Calvary Church, up on that crest over here to the right. See, you can see more flames in a house or a building up on the top there. This is the kind of horizon that we're seeing as we drive around here. You know, we look to the right, we look to the left, and we can see different things on fire. It's really quite intense to experience as we're driving around here. We are trying to be careful, of course, but we are trying to make sure that we can bring you what we're seeing here on the ground as much as possible. It is also getting colder. I don't know if that will help, but we can also feel the temperature dropping in just the last hour and a half since we've been here. This is going to be a very long night. We're going to keep trying to come back to you as we continue to drive around Malibu and Pacific Palisades looking for more fire and hot spots. Again, let me just show you, this is one building. It is fully engulfed, and you can see that there seems to be another building next to it that is under construction, perhaps, or renovation. And I can imagine that the big risk is that that will also catch on fire. Those flames, again, to the left, really starting to flare up. There, behind this crest, there are neighborhoods. It's street after street of homes from here all the way going down to the ocean, to PCH, which is where we were, earlier in the day. So along our way here, we saw fire units from all over the state, from CAL FIRE, stationed all around these areas. They're trying to do what they can, of course, but there's just so much to handle. You cannot imagine how many personnel are here on the streets, but there's just so much that they need to tend to, and they're really trying to get to everything they can as soon as they can. We do hear emergency vehicles coming this way. We've been seeing this as we've been driving around. It's unclear what exactly they're heading to, but there's just so much happening that, it's just a dynamic situation.
Could you repeat that?
Let's wait for these guys to get by. Okay, that's the police getting by. Oh, they seem to be escorting some residents, because these are private cars now following that police officer out. I think I was mentioning before how surprised I was. Oops, and look at this. You have fire units going down one way, cars going the other, all on the same side of the street. A lot of risks tonight, people. So, if you don't need to be on the roads, absolutely do not be. These cars seem to be following a police officer out of the Palisades area. Again, I was surprised how many citizens we saw around still, even though the evacuations have been in place for several hours. Perhaps people just getting things together or waiting a little bit longer than they should have. But with the way that we are seeing things now at this point, there's no waiting around anymore. You need to leave if you've been told to leave. Again, this is another look at more private cars getting out of the Palisades area. We're actually going to move on to another location and see what else we can see around in this neighborhood. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Lori Perez, reporting live. And right now on KCAL News at 5 o'clock, live coverage of the out-of-control wildfire in the Pacific Palisades. I'm Pat Harvey.
And I'm Juan Fernandez. Right now, the fire has burned more than 1,200 acres, and there is zero containment.
30,000 residents are under evacuation orders. Multiple structures have burned. 13,000 more structures are threatened. And that includes, I believe, 10,000 homes. So we're going to go to our Mike Rogers on the desk now. Mike, you've been following this all day. So give us the latest on what has happened in the Palisades area in terms of this fire.
Yeah, you know, a couple of things have happened, and I want to show you some brand new video. We'll jump right into it because one of the big issues that happened is Palisades Drive became blocked with people who had to abandon their cars on Palisades Drive. And because of that, the fire departments couldn't get in to get to people and to try to put out this fire. So they had to bring in a dozer that would usually be used to cut fire lines, was instead used to shove all of these people's cars out of the way, get them out of a way to create a path on Palisades Drive. Palisades Drive is a narrow road, only a couple of lanes total. So they used Dozer 5, and you can see, look, a home is burning right above it. There's that home that's on fire, and they're using this. Look at that, getting that car all the way almost on its side, as they had to do that to get these things out of the way. What was left was an aftermath of several dozen cars that were then damaged by the dozer in order to get fire crews into where they needed to go. And there you can see some of the video. Remarkable, though, one of these stringers, one of these independent photographers that was up there, also, as she was driving, had a dash camera rolling. I want you to see what she saw.
Hey, get in the car. Oh my God. Get in the car. Tell her to get in the car. Get in the car in the back. 51 Golf on command. Just push it over. Come on.
Yeah, so really remarkable there. You see that woman walking down the side of the road, and as we listen to the audio there, you can hear Brandy, who's the photographer there from RMG News, saying, oh my God, get in the car, get in the car. And you look at the almost apocalyptic scene that she is facing as she drives. Fire on both sides of her. And you know, you guys, we talked last hour about this, and it really makes you wonder what this woman was trying to get away from, that running this way was her better option. And when she talks to Brandy, Brandy's asking her, where do you want me to take you? Where do you want to go? Here's the video again. Look at her walking in the middle of the street there, nothing in her hands as she tries to get away from the flames that are surrounding her. She eventually tells Brandy that her home is just down the street. She needs help getting to her car, which is nowhere near where this situation is. And you just have to imagine how terrifying and how scary that is. I want to come to my computer here because I want to show you a current map of where the fire is, the evacuation warnings and orders, and what exactly has burned. Everything that you see in this purplish red hue here, that is a mandatory evacuation. So that is all of this area up here in the reddish area. That's all of this area into Malibu. And then everything in yellow here are all the voluntary evacuation zones. Everything you see here in the dark red, this is the actual fire footprint. This is what actually has burned. Now, where did the fire start? The fire started up kind of in this area right here, and then we believe kind of moved through the canyon. But everything you see here that is in this these white structures, those are homes or businesses. And you look at some of these neighborhoods, we've seen it time and again. This is a cul-de-sac where the fire has moved through and has potentially impacted every single one of these homes on this cul-de-sac. Anywhere you see this dark red is where the plane that does this has mapped that fire activity has been. So you've got that cul-de-sac. You move down through here. You look at this. You've got a whole host of homes here on Las Lomas Avenue that also very likely were impacted by fire, at least some of them, as it moves through here. We're talking now dozens of homes that potentially have been impacted. And look at this. You have an entire community here off Paseo Miramar that has had fire activity move directly through it and very well could have been impacted by homes. And then you see the fire stretched almost all the way to the beach here. Here's PCH. Again, the dark red is where the fire activity has moved through. You move through the west here, and you see it here on Blue Sail Drive as well. So unfortunately, this fire has chewed through a very, very populated area of the Pacific Palisades and of the LA's west side, and then the evacuation zones moving into LA County. This is the traffic maps. Things looking a lot better now because everybody's gone or abandoned their cars. Everything that you see in black there, that is what are hard closures. So I'll pull it out just a little bit here, and you're looking at PCH. Topanga Canyon on the northbound side is closed. Look at PCH is closed all the way over to what it looks like maybe Pepperdine. Florida, and I'll double check that as well. But Malibu Canyon Road maybe is where PCH is closed, or at least just to the east of it. And then you see the 405 and the 10 are all red. PCH into the Santa Monica area is closed or jammed up as well. But again, coming in closer here, all those greens and yellows that you see on the map now, earlier in the day were just solid red as people were trying to evacuate the fire here. So again, we cannot say it enough. The governor talked about it in the press conference. If you are told to leave, you need to leave. You need to get out of your home. And it's understandable that you want to sit there and you want to be with your property and save it a lot of cherished memories there. But as the governor put it, he's never been to a funeral or a memorial for a building. So they want you to get out of there. And the firefighters need to do their work. Like we talked about, that dozer that had to be used to move cars, they would have rather been using that, and I actually heard them request it, to go try to cut fire lines and try to use it to help stop the spread and the forward progress of this fire, guys.
Well, the firefighters have had such a tremendous odds against them because this is such a horrific event and a historic event. We've never seen winds like this, especially in January at this magnitude, and able to just spread no matter which way the wind shifts. And that's what we're really concerned about right now.
Look at that.
Okay, Jasmine, take it away.
Well, I mean, we're going to get out of here in a few minutes because this is a very dangerous situation when firefighters are facing. So we're still here off El Molito Avenue. And this thick smoke just getting picked up, and the embers are being thrown every which way. And sadly, those are 2 homes that you see burning behind me. And so we're just off of the avenue here above Sunset Boulevard, right off Temescal Canyon. And we have seen this fire. This neighborhood was untouched when we got up here around noon today. People were still here. They were moving trash cans. They were kind of standing by, not knowing, even though they were told to leave, they just didn't know. And now the fire has overtaken this area. We finally saw fire trucks get up here in the last hour, but they haven't been able to be here all day up until an hour ago. And so we've watched the embers catch fences on fire, catch roofs on fire, and then the houses just start to burn with no one to put out the flames. Just listen to this. You see what we're talking about? With the embers flying around, that's what caught the church on fire right down the street, the First Presbyterian, some of the eaves and the palm tree in the parking lot right on El Morito Avenue. That is now burning. They had a 2-man water crew trying to put out the fire on the church, and they gave up because it was just too aggressive with these winds. They had to move elsewhere. And so we can maybe get the wind in between the wind gusts. We get a little bit closer, but it is very hard to see. It's going to be even more difficult when the sun goes down to see up here in these streets, and you see all this thick black smoke. And yes, 30,000 people in these evacuation orders, under these evacuation orders, in this evacuation zone. And I can tell you now, I've seen most of them leave. I saw just one other resident drive out of here, but everyone earlier had packed up their, whether it was a stroller or a bike or a scooter or their car. They were finally leaving, and it seems for the most part this neighborhood is empty except for those firefighters and some work trucks. And you can see why. I mean, with this fire so erratic, and now it's so close to Sunset Boulevard, this is why this whole area was under that order, because they knew that these winds could push all the flames and the smoke and the embers this direction. I mean, look, just being out here, everything is just now covered in this thick smoke, if not now slowly beginning to catch fire. So we've had to jump in the live truck. I met this man, his name, let's get to some video. Sorry, I know I have some video from earlier. I want to show you what I saw up there off El Morito Avenue. These were the homes that were burning with no one around. A guy named Kevin Lake said that he was up there trying to save some of his friends' homes. He saw 6 homes burn to the ground. I took one viewpoint and I could see just several more homes beginning to burn and catch fire. Yeah, you can hear kind of me talking to some of the neighbors who were still there. This is from a few hours ago. But yeah, the wind just really blowing the embers every which way. Neighbors were also trying to direct traffic. If we get to other video, I can tell you it was a traffic jam. It was very difficult to get in, or rather get out of here, and even for us to get in here to this neighborhood. Cars were backed up for miles until neighbors jumped in and started directing traffic. because there was no one else to do it. They finally they could get some cars moving along. They said, one neighbor said he watched this fire start in the Highland area of the Palisades around 10:30 this morning. He just watched it spread so quickly and jump over these canyons and these valleys and spread into this neighborhood where I'm at. And it just pushed by these winds. And so, yeah, I mean, neighbors, could only do as much as they could. Let's listen to some of those residents I spoke with. Obviously devastated. They don't know if their home is still standing, as they also had to rush out. Take a listen.
It is a lot of chaos, but I hear things are really bad up north. So I think that's where all the resources are going. That's what the one cop told us, is that everything up north is worse than down here, as bad as it is right here right now. So
you were trying to get to your parents?
Yeah. Well, they're safe now, okay. But when I was trying to get to meet them again was when I saw you last, and I couldn't go anywhere.
Right.
So I came down here, and there was just a total traffic jam, and this man right here was directing traffic, and I decided to get out there with him and help.
You guys actually got it going.
It's kind of a trip seeing this, It's so surreal.
What do you think about the traffic jams that have been happening here with people trying to get out?
Well, I sent my family out, my kids out in their car, and I've got my car and I've got my bike. So if it gets bad, I get on the bike and get out. If I could get out in the car, then I'll get out in the car.
People have been stuck, though. I mean, it's been chaotic, and it seems like a lack of resources to get people out of here.
Well, the thing is, it's two veins in and out. So when you shut Sunset down and you only have PCH, there is no third option. So when I left the office when it first started today and came up from Ralph's, it was already closed. Sunset was already closed. So it was already chaos before the fire even got big.
All right, back out here live. I mean, we're the only ones on this street right now. I can hear sirens in the distance. All right, right now I'm seeing some work trucks come up. I don't know if they're the brigade, so maybe the volunteer fire brigade. They're finally making their way into this neighborhood. Point two. Driving into this thick black smoke, but they're, they pretty much just left this fire that's burning close to this house. Let's see if this gentleman will talk. How are you? Good. You mind if we talk to you? He's on his way down. He's one of the few that... Oh, he's coming back. Let's see. Come here.
What do you mean?
Just we're receiving a PayPal.
Oh, okay.
How are things looking up there?
Well, I can show you on a video. It's pretty desperate. There's whole streets which have gone.
Is that further up the road? He's showing us
around the
video
corner.
right now.
Just around the corner.
I'm so sorry. And is this your neighborhood?
Yeah.
And you've been trying to just say, oh wow, homes burned to the ground. So
dozens and dozens. Just around the corner here, as you can see. It's decimated all the way around. There's gas leaks all over the place. Power lines are down. Be very, very careful up there. It is extremely dangerous.
Wow. It just swept through that. And this is what we saw. We couldn't get up here earlier because homes were burning. And now it's moved this direction with these gusty winds. And now we're seeing fences down here on fire.
Well, it's moved down here, but it's moved down to Mescal Canyon.
Yeah.
So it's moved it's burning the school at the moment. It's burnt the baseball field, the football field has gone down further. There are 4 houses on Seabeck which have burnt down to the ground, and so we live just down on El Medio. It's getting very close to that. So I'm going back to put water on the roof. We've got fire hydrant next door. We've got, unfortunately, a big pine tree. But I came up here to see a friend of mine, Klaus, whether his house was okay, but I can't get through. It's a mess.
Did you try to save his house? Or
No, you can't even get close. You can't get close.
You just rode up here on your bike.
I rode up here on a bike just to see if I can help.
But you told me the school on Temescal, the Palisades High School?
Yep.
That's burning?
That's burning. Parts of it burning. The bleachers on the football field are gone. Houses just further down the canyon are gone. So I also skirted around to see if any of my friends were still here so we could find out how to get out. If we need to get out, what's a good avenue?
Well, there was a traffic jam earlier right past the high school. People were
from here to the 405.
But the high school at that point, around noon.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that was fine.
And
that was up here. We watched it all the way right across the ridges here.
Right.
Oh, yeah, this place hasn't burned since the 70s. I mean, it's big as these up there.
And
look at this. All right, I gotta go.
Okay.
All right. You're welcome.
Yep, and I think it's time for us to go too. He just showed you that video. I don't know if you're able to see it, but that's proof and evidence further up the road. Homes burned to the ground. It was a horrible sight to see that on his phone. It's just right here. I can tell you this home is beginning to burn as well. And what I saw further up Just horrible. Other homes burned to the ground.
Jasmine,
I'll send it back to you, Pat, Juan.
Yeah, we do want you to get out of there. And you want to say that, Juan, in your shot, Jasmine, it looks like we can see just a trail of what looks like burning leaves behind you there as you were talking, being blown by the wind just down the street there. So yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So we certainly want you to stay safe out there, Jasmine.
Yeah, I think it's like a construction, one of these homes under construction, and they had a huge pile of dirt and leaves, and that was beginning to catch fire and blow this direction.
Yeah, and that's just even presents more danger.
Wow.
You know, I would guess the good thing that you talked about, Jazz, that nobody's there. They're all gone.
It's a ghost town, yep.
I'm glad that guy's getting out of here, too.
No question. All right, Jazz. We'll talk to you a bit later. Okay, well, that gives you a good look at what's going out there, right? You know, this is another live look at the fire from a different neighborhood.
And our KCAL News reporter, Elise Martinez, has been live near the scene moments after this fire broke out, and she has the very latest now for us. Elise?
All right, so it's a little chaotic here. We're on PCH near Temescal Canyon, and we've been driving up and down PCH, but a lot of the time, black smoke would just cross over PCH, and we did see some palm trees on fire at one point, and now this entire hillside behind me is just going up in flames. There's a lot of chaos here because people are still driving around, trying to get out. We've got a firefighter in this parking lot who's telling people, you know, to keep it moving, to get out of here, that it's not safe. We heard that firefighter told me, but it's not confirmed, that a Will Rogers State Building, which is just down the way, is on fire. So we're trying to get that confirmed. We did not see that ourselves, but that's what a firefighter said that he was hearing that was going on. But again, you can just see those flames picking up. I do have someone here who just evacuated his home. Come on in and join me. Thanks so much for talking to me. Tell me your first name again.
Danny.
Danny stayed in his home until about 30 minutes ago. Tell me where your home is and what the situation was when you left.
I live in Pally Bowl. It's about 172 residents there, and I was one of the last ones to leave. I held out to last as long as I could. When I left, I parked over at Temescal so I could get a faster getaway. When I got to my car, both sides of Temescal were on fire. So I got basically just in time.
And you said it's a mobile home area, and other homes there were on fire. We saw that, didn't we?
Homes there? No, not yet. I don't think any. I don't think it's got that. I'm trying to find that out. I was trying to walk back here, but it gets. It's besides all the smoke, it's hard to see and it's hard to breathe. So it's you can only go a certain amount of distance before you have to back up.
Right.
So I'd like to see if my place is on fire.
Yeah, and you said that your feeling was that you were going to lose it. You were going to lose your home. You weren't sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There's always hope, but I'm expecting the worst.
You are.
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
And where are you headed since you're now evacuated?
I parked about 100 yards or so back there. I spent it, and then we'll figure it out after that.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I hope everything goes okay. But again, just one of the people who stuck it out. He's just telling us he evacuated within the last 30 minutes, and you know, he's hoping to get the news that his home is okay. But again, just the wind is so intense that it is just picking up these embers and carrying them everywhere, and then all these spot fires erupting. I'd say 30 minutes ago, this part of the hillside wasn't this intense, wasn't burning like this, and it's just the winds are just whipping this fire up so intensely. And the scariest part was driving down PCH, and at some points you couldn't see the road ahead of you because there was so much black smoke, and that smoke is just blowing towards us, blowing towards the ocean. And every once in a while those gusts just really kick up. Like right now, our door, I have to shut our door, it flew open. So again, just a very scary situation here. If you don't have to be in this area, don't be in this area. They're trying to clear out these parking lots that are right next to the beach because a lot of people are coming and parking here, and they're telling everybody just to get out. But again, it's nighttime now, it's dark, and you can really see those flames burning here on PCH.
You sure can. So intense, Elise, and burning right there off PCH. Just incredible to see that, Pat.
And you know, if you've traveled PCH, even if you have not been to this place in particular, you can see it from the street. And we're going to go to our Tom Waite now, who is at the Getty Villa, and that's right off PCH, Tom. How's it going out there? Is that structure safe?
It is impossible to tell, Pat, because the visibility here is such a nightmare. You can barely see, you know, just a few yards in front of you. We're right across from the Getty Villa, and you can see the glow of flames and all that smoke there right on the hillside that leads up into the villa. And then, Greg, let's swing over here. You can see just how much flame and fire that firefighters are dealing with here. The conditions are just miserable where we are right now. It is so difficult to breathe, difficult to see. You can see the flames across PCH. I'm not even turning my mic into the wind. I'm standing and trying to block it because it's so windy where we are that it's creating a completely just horrific, dangerous conditions for firefighters. It looks like the wind is blowing out into the ocean at this moment, but it's sort of manic. It's whipping around. And the hillside, though, there by the Getty, it's very ominous. We are seeing flames, but I can't even see up the hill. It's just terrible conditions. We were just in a neighborhood just north of PCH, or sorry, just to the east of PCH, and it was just also the same conditions. Visibility, there's just so much smoke, and that's just making it so challenging for firefighters. We saw a number of firefighters working to contain the embers that were flying around and kind of in that particular neighborhood. And then we came down here and we could see the Getty Villa and the flames on the hillside. And you can see it looks like dystopian there. I mean, it looks like a charred planetary landscape or something. And there's just, look at that, as the winds just whip up. Look at how intense that is right there on the hillside, and the flames just, you know, climbing up and racing up that hillside. There, now you can finally see the villa. Okay, you can finally make it out there, I think. I don't know if there's, it looks like there's some flame on something. I don't know what, it's so hard to see what that is. Greg, can you tell what that is from here? I don't know. Yeah, we can't tell, but there's flames. It looks like on some sort of structure, but I don't know for certain what that is. It's just so hard to tell. But for a second there, you could actually see the villa or a structure near it. But it's very disorienting, the amount of smoke and just it's very challenging. I can only imagine how difficult this is for firefighters trying to get a handle on this. But there, if you just along the road, you can see just along that the retaining wall there it's burned. I'm trying to I want to let folks know where I was just a few moments ago, and because it was good news up there. It was Blue Sail Drive. That's where we just were. We went to the top of the hill, and it looked. A lot of the homes there looked fine. For people who live there, it did not look like any of the homes were engulfed. It looks like firefighters were really meticulously going through that neighborhood and trying to douse hot spots, make sure that none of the homes were, sort of the embers were inside roofs or attics. There were the houses, though, I was told by a firefighter there, that were either damaged or on fire, but it was not an overwhelming amount. We went through the neighborhood, so there some positive news there for people.
Yeah, it looks like we lost Tom's microphone for just a sec. And Pat, before there was the Getty Museum, there was the Getty Villa, and there's still so many antiquities inside that building. Beautiful, centuries-old antiquities that have been on display there for the public to see. And it would just be such a shame if the fire overtakes that building.
I'm back. Okay, Tom, you're back with us?
I'm back with you, yeah. So
right.
We're just trying to figure out what that is, Pat, up there. It's so hard to tell if that's vegetation burning up there, but we got finally the outline of what I believe is the Getty Villa at the top of the hill. But, with now night, plus the smoke obscuring everything, it's just so hard to tell. But certainly it's a very dangerous situation, precarious situation, because you can see the smoldering hillside, and that is, you know, when we just had a big gust a few minutes ago, it lit up. It fanned the flames. It's like if you go to a barbecue and start, you know, fanning the coals, and they start, you know, getting brighter. That's what it looked like. I'm not sure how much it translated there on the screen, but certainly firefighters are here on the scene, and they are attacking this a lot. They have a lot of people on this, a lot of personnel. They of course will be fighting this intensely. But they're spread so thin, as you would imagine, just having to get through all these neighborhoods and try. And we just saw there was another round of sheriffs or LAPD going through and making evacuation orders in that neighborhood I was just talking about, up in, I believe it was Blue Trail Road. I want to verify that one more time just to make sure. Blue Sail Drive. So we heard them through the loudspeaker making evacuations there again, and of course there were already evacuation orders in place in that area. But you know, and just driving through, there was another spot along Sunset, just off of PCH, where there was cars burning. And I think we may have had reporters there earlier too, but we saw cars burning in that lot, just across the street from a strip mall. So just so much damage here, and just the weather is so manic right now. It finally is calming down a little bit, but it picks back up. Pat, you remember we were alive all night on the fire in Malibu just a few weeks ago, and it's the same situation. You know, we were talking about then, and you know, Juan, I know you've been out covering these things as well. It's like those moments where you have a few seconds where, oh, maybe it's calming down, and then it just blows up again.
Mm-hmm. You know what I also recall from the Malibu fire is because it was so dark and smoky, we didn't have a clear picture as to what was on fire. And the reason I say that, I'm not just talking about homes, that there was a particular structure, a particular area that we thought could have been on fire, and it wasn't, thank goodness. I think it was a lab of some kind. So we're hoping that this applies to the Getty Villa. If I'm not mistaken, I think they're still doing some construction or work on
What is it?
on the villa.
They're always doing a little something to it, to bring
it looks like it's a fence that's on fire up there. It looks like the fence. That's what it's looking like from this angle.
Okay, but you know
I
what?
don't think the actual structure.
That's good.
Maybe a retaining fence of some sort.
Yeah. And you did mention that there were still some firefighters, right, Tom?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Pat, they have the area swarmed. I mean, there's many engines we see from where we're standing. It's just like so surreal though, looking at the Getty Villa sign with this smoke obscuring it, and then looking up the hill and seeing the flames. It's heartbreaking and scary, and I think that is the villa right there next to those. Yeah, that is the villa, but it doesn't look like those flames are on the. Yeah. And I don't think you can see. I think now you can actually make the villa out. I think there on the top of the hill.
Okay, I think Mike, Tom, stand by. I think Mike Rogers has some updated information.
Yeah, we just heard from Getty Villa. The structure itself is not on fire. As we're seeing in Tom's live shot here, fences, shrubbery, trees are on fire, but the building itself, according to the Getty, is not on fire. The Getty also wants to point out that the museum galleries and the library archives have been sealed off from smoke by what they call state-of-the-art air handling systems, so not to damage or destroy anything that's in there. They also say that the walls are double-walled of the galleries, so it provides significant protection for the collection. So while they say the building's not on fire, even if their fire were to get there, it sounds like they've got it designed in a way that the things inside of it would be protected.
Well, we are really happy to hear that, Mike. When you talk about like others being affected, and we talk about the smoke and how toxic it is, you've got people that, from the west side that are breathing in that smoke and sending in pictures of flames or smoke that they can see from the marina, from different parts of Southern California, and that's certainly not going to be safe because that's going to be around for a while.
Yeah, and AQMD has already issued an air quality warning.
No wonder.
For the area. Yeah.
Well, Pat, I was coming in around 11 a.m. This morning. I was in San Gabriel Valley, and on the 10 freeway, you could see that huge plume of smoke up over. It looked like it was up and over downtown Los Angeles. You couldn't necessarily tell from the vantage point where it was, but we knew it was the Pacific Palisades. But this is a fire storm that's going to be affecting a lot of us, as you said, for the coming days.
No question. I opened my front door and there was a big plume of smoke I'm looking at over the canyon. And even coming in today, folks, if you're on the freeways, hopefully you're not out. But if you are, you have to be careful as well, because there is flying debris, you know, tree bark flying all across the freeway and streets because of these powerful winds. I think it's safe to say that we've taken some hits here in our studio. Since we've been on the air. In fact, I believe at least 4. We've been fortunate to have the power come back on because of generator.
Right.
But a lot of things that are happening, even if you're not in the direct line of the fire. You've got street lights, traffic lights that are out in some areas and some intersections. So this certainly impacts a much larger area than what we've been talking about. But what we're looking at there in the Pacific Palisades is impacting so many people. When you think about 30,000 people that they want to evacuate, that is such a huge amount. That's even larger than the Malibu fire. Is that correct? I believe so.
I believe so as well. I'll have to go back and look at the exact numbers, but to your point, Pat, it is. I mean, look, DWP is reporting thousands and thousands of people without power. They're saying their estimated restoration time is 4 to 12 hours if your power goes out. So, yeah, while we're talking about and focusing on this life-threatening fire that is happening in the Palisades, it's a reality for people all across our viewing area with the wind and everything else. I want to come to my map if we can, because I want to point something out. We talk so much about spotting and we talk so much about ember casts, especially with the wind and where it goes. So this is the fire footprint, right? One thing that the fire department is currently dealing with that I just heard come out. So everywhere you see in the red here, all in this area, that is where the fire is actually burning. What I'm listening to right now is a structure fire that came out at an apartment building right in this area. So that you can see is not close to where the fire is. The nearest section of fire is over here. But they said that it sounded like an ember came and landed on the roof of that apartment building. So they had to divert resources over there. They came out to do a structure fire call over there and even said, we don't have the resources to balance this to a full structure fire assignment. So what do you need? And for example, Engine 60, Truck 60 are handling that fire, which is on Sunset Boulevard. Their station, Station 60, is in North Hollywood. So we've got fire crews from all over the region that are here, and now it sounds like we're dealing with a fire that may have started from an ember cast.
Well, you know, we've been talking about that all afternoon as well, how those embers can just go from place to place.
Travel
find
miles.
a bush, a tree, an eave, and, you know, things can happen. Okay, we're going to give you the latest update at the bottom of the hour here. We want to tell you the latest in the Palisades fire.
The fire has now burned more than 1,200 acres since starting before 11 a.m. today, and there is 0% containment. There are very active flames right now.
Well, 30,000 residents are under evacuation orders. Multiple structures have burned. 13,000 more are threatened, and that includes at least 10,000 homes.
This is a widespread destructive windstorm, and meteorologist Olga Ospina has been tracking the conditions in the Palisades.
And Olga, what are firefighters and residents up against right now at this hour?
You know, winds are kind of winding down just a bit, but we are in for an increase in winds as we head into later tonight and into tomorrow. So if you're feeling some of the calmer conditions right now, do not put your guard down, because we are in for quite the stretch as we head into the coming hours. So the strongest winds will be tonight. Right around 10 o'clock is when those winds start to really intensify through early tomorrow. And you guys have been talking about this. Even if you are just on the roads, you are going to feel it in your car. So take it easy if you are still traveling tonight, if you are traveling early tomorrow morning as you get on the road to head into work, because the critical fire danger continues with it. The peak of it is going to continue still through Wednesday, but still through the end of the week. We have the red flag warnings in place through Thursday, and then the fire weather watch that continues through Friday. So really throughout the week, through the entire rest of the work week, we're going to continue with elevated fire danger, because look at these wind gusts. We're talking 50 to 80 miles per hour, and then isolated gusts in the 80 to 100 miles per hour. We've seen some wind gusts so far in the 70s across some of our mountain areas. So these are destructive. These are very dangerous winds, and we're seeing it pretty widespread. Right now in Pacific Palisades in the 40s, we're seeing lots of 40s. Malibu Beach as well, Simi Valley in the low 50s. So these are very strong gusty winds. Take it easy out there. Here's a look at more of those gusts in the past hour. So we've been in the mid 40s in Claremont, 48 in Burbank, Santa Ana also in the mid 40s, as well as Lancaster in the 50s for Saugus, and then up in the mountains we're seeing those stronger gusts nearing 60 miles per hour. But these are not the peak of this wind event. So I'll take you through futurecasts. There are those stronger gusts, again, usually in the higher elevations, so foothills and mountains from the San Gabriel Valley into the Inland Empire. We're seeing the strong winds there as well. Heading into the 9 o'clock hour, seeing some strong winds out through parts of Orange County, getting a little stronger as we head into the early part of Wednesday, and really widespread also for Ventura and the LA County area, seeing 45 to 70 mile per hour gusts. And for places like the Antelope Valley, also seeing those strong winds early on Wednesday. So we'll take a look at the red flag warnings, the high wind warnings, and what to expect as we head into the rest of the week and for the weekend in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you so much, Olga. You know, the news there is that these winds we expect to continue throughout the evening.
Throughout the evening, Pat, and into tomorrow morning. So it's something we're going to keep an eye on all night long.
All right, well, let's go back to our Tom Waite now. He is near the Getty Villa, somewhere off of PCH. Tom.
Yeah, that's right, Pat. Just outside of where the entrance is, and we can take another look here. I know it's very hard to see what is going on here, right? But I did get an update from the Getty, and they say that the structure that we were looking at up there on the top of the hill is the Via de Leon. And my understanding is right now nothing is on fire there in terms of structures. Obviously, the hillside and the vegetation, that's a big issue, and there's obviously a very big concern for firefighters trying to tackle all of this. You can see just how much fire is burning around the property. I mean, the retaining wall area, there is a fencing area there, but let's go back to you. I'm told to wrap. Go ahead.
All right, thanks so much, Tom.
Let's go to Temescal Canyon and our Jasmine Veal with the very latest from there. Jasmine.
You guys, Temescal Canyon is on fire. We are burning on both sides. This is the high school to my left. The high school is burning, the football field, all the hills on Temescal Canyon. This is right past Sunset, Drive. These are apartment buildings and homes. And again, this is the Palisades Charter High School. This looks to be, the swimming area seems to be fine, but right up the road, I don't know if you can see, if we walk right up here, fire trucks are zooming all over because the hills, every side of Temescal is on fire. We had to get out of the El Medio Avenue area because El Medio, I think I have some video of that, or we're trying to turn it around, but El Medio Avenue is also now burning on both sides as embers are being pushed across the road. Oh, and you see that? You see that gust? That's what they're, wow. Literally pushing me.
Okay.
Firefighters are now racing, trying to deal with. Okay, just come up here a little bit because these homes are gone on this side of Temescal Canyon. I can't believe this. Earlier, this was a traffic jam. Cars were bumper to bumper trying to get out of here, and this is exactly why they were told to leave. Because they knew that the flames and the fire could reach down here eventually, and sure enough, it has. Again, most people have gotten out. 30,000 people in this evacuation zone, but this was a traffic jam earlier, so thank goodness they all were able to leave. There was a bus stop on fire up here, and a lady trying to still leave and escape on her bike, carrying her bags, and hopefully she got out of here. I just saw her up there on her bike, riding through the flying embers all around. Look at the side of Temescal right there. I mean, this shed over here, Oliver, just went up. And the high school, again, it's just heartbreaking. You can see right here, this is how it's starting to catch the sticks on fire from the football field. So these flames, they're now blowing. They're now blowing all over, and I'm breathing in soot. My earpiece just fell out, so I can't hear you guys very well. But anyway, let me give you one more look, and we're going to jump in the line and head out of here because it's just too dangerous to be here. As this fire just keeps pushing us further and further closer to PCH. We started up there on El Medio Avenue, and you can see those flames just raced over the canyon and the hills, and now we're that much closer to PCH. So let me leave you with that shot, and I'll try to find my earpiece. I found it, so you guys can talk to me now. It fell out of my ear.
Okay, but Jasmine, you know, we're concerned because when we see those embers burning right behind you, even on the ground there, but that's, you know, that could just start another fire. So we're really concerned for your safety, even though you are really giving us a clear picture and an understanding of just what is happening where you are in Temescal Canyon. And I can remember hearing some sound earlier of a family saying, well, our kids are at Pacific Palisades High School. We're not very worried about it right now because they can just walk across the street to the beach.
Right.
But of course, you know, when you look at what's happened, this was several hours ago, and to see what's happening right now, that is so... Okay, Jasmine.
There we go.
It's time to
Jasmine,
go, Jazz.
get in the truck, honey, and get out of there.
Time to go.
That's what we're talking about. That wind could just kick up those embers like that. So, sure, Jasmine is okay. She's smart, and she's been doing this for a long time. But at the same time, you know, we're going against forces that we really have no control over when it comes to
fierce,
fires
Pat,
and the
winds,
wind and burning, catching almost anything on fire.
And how
even
quickly
close
was
to the
that?
ground. That was very quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, we're going to let you know how Jasmine is. We know that she's safe, though. We're sure that she's in the truck and hopefully on her way away from there. Another good thing to note, Juan, is at least as Jazz was talking, we saw fire engines going toward the direction of where those homes.
Right now, the high school and those apartment buildings across the street on fire. So very sad.
I'm hoping that Mike Rogers can possibly give us an update a little later. There he is right now. There was a senior center, a senior citizen community that was in trouble earlier today. So we're going to get to Mike in a minute, but first we have another one of our correspondents.
Let's go to Elise Martinez, who's been covering this all day long. Elise.
Hi to you both. We're still on PCH. We're just getting another gust of wind, and because we're so close to the ocean, we're getting sand whipped into our face right now. It is just blowing so hard on PCH near Temescal Canyon, getting sand in my mouth as well. We want to show you what's going on behind us. And then we have a realtor who's been checking on some of the homes for some of his clients. He's got some stuff in escrow as well. We'll talk to him just a second, but we'll show you behind us. Those flames just so intense, so close to PCH, which is now closed except for emergency vehicles. And then behind that ridgeline, more flames, and behind that area there are a bunch of homes, so we don't know the fate of those homes yet, but again, you can just see, especially at night, how intense those flames are burning so close to PCH as that wind keeps picking up. All right, joining me now, tell me your name and where you're from. You said you were coming from Venice.
Yeah, correct. My name's Grant Vasic.
Grant, we were talking, you were saying some of the most expensive homes are behind those hills right behind us. Tell me about that, and then tell me about your clients as well.
Okay, great. Yeah, right behind us we have the El Medio Bluffs, which is currently, as you can see, the flames are ripping up that ridge line there, pushing towards the Huntington from what we can see down here. But yeah, first things first, I was supposed to be in the Palisades early today when I got a text from one of my inspectors around 10:30 saying that she saw plumes of smoke. And she lives in Topanga Canyon, so she was worried about road closures and whatnot, so she rushed home. And then from there, I monitored the situation. As it progressed, obviously, it just erupted into more flames and continued to grow. At that point, all of our clients were getting concerned and rushed back from work to their houses to grab animals and important documents, and then continue on their way to try to safely evacuate.
And you said a lot of them said they just don't even know what's going on. They don't know the state of their homes right now.
A couple of our clients confirmed that their houses were on fire, and they don't know the actual result, whether there was just some fire damage or that it was complete loss at this time. Yeah, the majority of our clients have no idea whether their homes are standing or not.
All right, we're getting another gust of wind. You can see this guy is 6'5", and he's getting pushed around in these powerful wind gusts. We're both wiping our eyes, even though I have goggles on. The sand is just blowing this way. Again, a very serious situation here on PCH near Temescal Canyon. PCH in this area is shut down except for just emergency vehicles. And again, those flames just picking up in intensity as the night goes on.
All right, Elise, just, you know, a horrible situation there.
No matter where you are, right?
No, yeah, absolutely. So we're glad that you're in a safe area. We can see cars behind you. And for the longest time, you see that, or at least you're just because of the wind, right? We get it, shielding your face.
The wind and the sand?
Yeah. So the wind picked up really intensely right there, and the sand, there's also rocks on this pavement here. We're in a parking lot. The wind picked up. I had to turn my body because I was getting pelted by rocks. So you can just imagine, you know, what's happening.
All right. Okay, we're going to go to Mike Rogers now with some updated information.
Yeah, I want to go back to, we're going to talk about, we had to get Jasmine out of there because it was just simply not safe for her to be where she was. But I want to show you here, and I'm going to break down kind of the area that she was in. First of all, I'm going to show you this map first, because this is the map that shows kind of what's burned. Now, this has not been updated in a while, and I don't suspect that it might be for the rest of the night because it is now nightfall and we have lost a lot of the technology that is able to do that. But I just wanted to show you on a map. This is Palisades Charter High School. Jasmine was right in this area. Now, what I was telling you about before we went to Jasmine, there's a fire that is burning in this area. And what I'm listening to is that has now become a very significant operation for the fire department because the building, even though they are under a mandatory evacuation order, is full of people. So what they're doing right now is they're using an air horn to try to tell people to evacuate and get out of there. And at the same time, they are trying to go floor by floor. And look at this. I want to show you on this Google map here how significantly large this building is. So this is what I was telling you. Remember I told you it sounded like that an ember may have hit the roof and that's what started the fire. Well, this is that building. This is that very large building where that is happening. And right now it has become a significant operation for LAFD to try to go floor by floor and evacuate this. And look at this. As I come down into more of a topography view, look at the trees and all the shrubbery that are right here and even up against this building, which just is making everything so much harder for the fire crews and so much more difficult to try to keep fire away from buildings like this because the shrubs and trees are so close to it. So this is a very active situation that has become now a priority, obviously, for the LAFD, and I'm listening to them having to go floor by floor to try to get people out. They were trying to use, there's people in wheelchairs that I'm hearing now, or they're also trying to get out. So this has become a very hectic and chaotic scene, and it's right next to where Jasmine was, which is at Palisades High School. I also want our viewers to know, we've had a lot of people write in and say, hey, has this place burned? Has that place burned? We're working on getting all of that. One viewer told us that the bleachers here at Palisades Charter High School have had structural damage. Somebody was concerned for a church that I believe is just further west on Sunset. We're trying to work on all of those things, reach out to the appropriate people involved. As you can understand, it's a very chaotic scene down there right now, as you saw from Jasmine's live pictures. So that's where things stand. We're continuing to monitor that apartment building fire that is happening on Sunset. It's the 15,500 block of Sunset Boulevard, that very large building that I just showed you, which, as you're looking at my map, is in the mandatory evacuation zone. And it is so critical that if you are in an evacuation zone that you get out. People in that building did not. And now they're finding themselves in a situation where they're having to be rescued. And the fire department is trying to go through, and I'm listening to where exactly the fire is. It sounds like it's in the corner of the building. So look at though, I mean, we have a significant chunk of people that probably didn't think the fire was going to make it as far as them. And that's here. This is Charter High School, and Palisades Charter High School. That building is here. But look, all of this area, the Riviera Country Club is under a mandatory evacuation tonight. And all of the people that live there surround it. Will Rogers State Beach, where the command post is also in that mandatory evacuation zone. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that, that command post move yet again because of now how significantly close the fire is to where all of this was going on. So we cannot say it enough. If you're in an evacuation zone, you should listen to that warning and you should leave. Because what we don't want is what's happening in this apartment building right now. These people were under a mandatory evacuation zone. They didn't leave. And now the fire department is trying to rescue people out of this very large building.
And you know what? If you're not in the exact evacuation zone, if you're close to it, pay attention.
Right.
You know, and maybe you should leave anyway. you know, even if you're not directly affected at that time, because we have seen these wind shift and this fire just spread since it broke out, what, at 10:30 this morning?
Yeah.
And here we are at 5:47.
So fast.
Yes.
And just because the fire is, if you look out your window and you don't immediately see it, these are more live pictures now of the fire, but the embers that will shoot and cross and jump and do all of those things, just because you are not necessarily right up against the blaze, doesn't mean that those embers aren't going to carry for hundreds of feet, thousands of feet even, and light something else on fire. Everything is so dry out there.
And Mike, I believe this is our LAX camera that we've pointed into the direction of Pacific Palisades to bring us these pictures, and you can see
which is wild.
What an intense fire line, how long it goes, how smoky it is. And again, the worst of the conditions, the fire conditions, are happening right now into the early morning hours.
And you can see the camera bouncing around from the wind at LAX as we look to the north.
You know, we talked about earlier today just how dry we've been. We haven't had a significant rain since May. But you know, when you did a close-up of those shrubs and greenery surrounding some of these structures, you know, that's still fuel for fire. May not be as dry as some of the other vegetation, but you know, in this particular instance, you know, our enemy is the wind right now, because it's driving these flames. The humidity is so low that it doesn't matter necessarily if it's greenery or not. That's still going to catch fire, and that's what we have seen happening here. I think a lot of people have been surprised by the amount of structures, the amount of buildings, but with a fire as fierce as that, it doesn't matter. This picture you're looking at right now, Mike, just want to say that's Jasmine leaving the area.
Jasmine, let's go to you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
You guys, I'm holding the phone as my photographer Oliver is driving down PCH. We just came off Temescal, and it is unbelievable, you guys. Right in front of me. Oliver, maybe just stop for a second here. That, I'm shooting through the windshield, so hold on, let me get you a better shot. That is either an apartment building or another home up in flames. There's debris all across the road. We're trying to avoid traffic cones and trash cans that have been thrown across. People, I've actually seen a line of residents being let out by fire trucks, or I guess fire SUVs, trying to evacuate them, maybe those who chose to stay too long. There are flames on Temescal down to PCH, and massive. Look at this. This is the building. We're going to inch past it. Oh. And you can feel the heat just through the window as we got out of there. We just came off Temescal. Yeah, that's. It might be what Mike was talking about, the apartment.
No, that's
building,
a different one, Jazz.
Yeah, Jazz, you're on PCH. The one we were talking about is on Sunset. So this is a whole other building. Your GPS looks like.
Wow.
Are you south of Temescal on PCH?
Yeah, we just went, we went west on PCH, but we just came off Temescal, going back through this intersection, and the visibility is horrible. And you see what we're dealing with, cones and trash cans all over us. Look, this guy just swerved around one.
Wow.
As he's trying to get out of here. And that's the Pacific Ocean. You can't even see it. It's just thick smoke. I mean, flames. Look at this, right along PCH. And it is chaotic. Fire trucks are going every which way. Look at this massive flame.
It just, you know, the more we see, Jasmine, the further you get, it just seems like there are more flames.
Yeah.
And we know.
I mean, this guy just, did he hit someone?
Oh,
they're trying to avoid the cone. I mean, there's just, I don't know how trash cans got in the middle of the PCH here, but yeah, there's a lot of obstacles to avoid as not only emergency vehicles, but just trying to get out of the way of the fire, right?
And that just makes it even, well, for firefighters, they can barely see in front of them. And smoke that heavy, that thick.
Yeah, and you can't see. I mean, I wouldn't even go up to Mescal Canyon. That is, I mean, all those homes right along that stretch look to be gone.
And, you know, we will hopefully get an update before the night is over. But, you know, hard to keep up with numbers like that when it happens so quickly.
Well, we're so glad that you're doing okay,
absolutely.
Jasmine.
See, and now you can barely make out. Yeah, you can barely make out the view, right, of Santa Monica. We're looking in the direction of Santa Monica. If people can
know exactly where you're looking
now.
at. You know, looks like you're getting into more traffic, or are people stopping, pulling over the side of the road, Jazz?
It looks to be where kind of they're staging all the fire trucks now, as this fire has moved down off El Medio Avenue. I mean, it's just crazy. This is where there were tons of cars lined up earlier, a few hours ago, trying to get out of here, and now the fire has made its way all the way down to PCH, across to Mescal. It just, the winds pushing these embers every which way, but the fact that it's moved this far, yeah.
Oh, look at that
and
big
there's
truck.
they're all
Just
coming.
pulled out right
so
in
they're
front of you.
staging. Yeah, and they're staging all over here. I mean, this is some heavy equipment. They're trying to bring in the dozers to stop this fire from moving even further, right? Closer to Santa Monica, because you can see those lights in the distance down there.
Well, that's where a lot of
That's
people
Santa
were
Monica.
evacuating too, from what we heard. Even some people started out on foot heading towards Santa Monica. Go ahead, Jazz.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, on foot, on bike. We just passed a lady. I hope she got out of there. I told you, right when we had to leave, she was on her bike, riding out with some bags on her back.
Well, she's getting out any way she could.
Yeah.
Another thing, there are some businesses up and down PCH, and I don't want to name any, because I don't want to mention something that happens not to be true. But there are some familiar spots where people like to dine and enjoy.
Iconic.
And you just don't know how they're doing at this point. So I said, even if you don't live in this area, if you do, it's so sad and unfortunate to watch. But again, this is impacting so many people.
Yep, 10,000 residents, 30,000 homes in the area there, businesses, as you mentioned, Pat, houses of worship that have caught fire as well.
Oh, there's Jazz.
And now we see your face, Jazz.
Oh, yeah. So we just came to, this must be Topanga, right on PCH, as emergency vehicles are heading up that direction because the fire is moving that direction as well. As we saw it off Temescal, it was just burning through anything it could, and these embers were flying everywhere. And it's heartbreaking to see that high school, the football field. Yeah, we're going to be directed through. Yep.
Thank you. Gotcha.
So Jazz,
field,
they're turning on
Charter,
Topanga?
yep.
They're turning on Topanga? Those fire trucks we saw?
Yeah, we're right at Entrada. Entrada Drive, we're going to flip around, so let us go see, because they're worried that it's now, it's going to jump, right, if you're familiar. So Patrick's Roadhouse, we're passing State Beach Liquor. Yeah, so Chautauqua, did I say that right? Chautauqua? That's the boulevard where...
Chautauqua,
yeah.
That's okay. Chautauqua. I can't even speak with the...
Great, thank you.
Smoke in my...
And real quick, where she was, where we saw that fire burning, I believe that was off Tahiti Way. It looks like it's a row of homes that are right there that may have been burning. So Jasmine came off to Mescal and then was coming southbound on PCH. And it looked like near Tahiti, Shore Drive, Driftwood Drive, Vista Terrace. I think that's what she was looking at when we saw all of those things on fire. So it's incredible out there.
And the thing too, I mean, as she's traversing, you also have a number of homes that are on the beach. Right. Right off the water.
We're going to go back down this way.
And I gotta say, I'm a little surprised about how many citizens we're still seeing out there. How many people are still in this area despite how long this fire has been burning?
I'm surprised as well after hearing all morning long about people running, leaving, to get out as best they can. We heard about people walking, and we saw and talked to some people who were on their bicycles. And the fact that some people are also stopping, maybe they're waiting to think that they're going to get some kind of clear to go back to their homes. But the way this looks for the time being, that probably won't happen.
Yeah, no, not for quite some time. And it could be a lot of people that thought that it would never move as far as it did, never move towards where we've been talking about, where that apartment building was. That I'm told our Tom Waite just got there. He's not up yet, but he described it to my colleague Orlando as chaotic and insane. So we're going to hope to establish with Tom soon. But again, they're undertaking a massive operation to try to evacuate a ton of people out of that apartment building.
Now, is this still Jasmine's camera?
Yes.
The reason I'm asking that, wow, what a picture that we're seeing from that perspective. I'm thinking even as she goes forward, I'm hoping to see fewer flames or no flames at all as you get closer
Yeah, well,
Santa Monica to the 10.
She turned around, so she's going.
Okay.
She's going back northbound, so she's going to come back towards the fire. And you see things on the right-hand shoulder. On her left is the ocean, and then on the right is the fire. She kind of zooms in there, and I think it looks like she's getting closer back to where we were earlier. Yeah, so I believe this is that row of homes off Vista Terrace and Tahiti Avenue that are on fire. Jazz, does that look like Tahiti? Does that look like you're just past Temescal right there, right? You're at that intersection?
I can't even see.
Yeah. And
I mean,
Oliver's
I can't
turning
even.
back around.
You know, we're so turned around. I thought we were going one direction. That's the problem. I thought we were going one direction. I can't even see with all the smoke, and I guess we did end up back at Temescal. I can look at the map in a second. I was trying to.
Yeah, no,
sure
I'm
okay.
tracking you, and it looks like you just made that U-turn at Temescal. So what you were looking up was Tahiti.
Yeah. So that must have been it. And these flames are just ripping through this hill. Yeah. And there's a guy on a bike. See, he's just watching.
All right, Jasmine, hold on for a second. We're going to be getting back to you very shortly here, but we want to welcome our viewers to the 6 o'clock hour. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Pat Harvey, and here's the very latest on that destructive Palisades fire we've been telling you about. It was first reported around 10:30 this morning on North Piedra Morada Drive. At the time, winds were blowing around 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 50 miles per hour. It has now grown to over 1,200 acres. More than 200 firefighters are on scene. There are also hundreds of other members of local law enforcement helping in the firefight. Now, PCH is closed from Lincoln Tunnel to Topanga Boulevard. And around 30,000 residents are under evacuation orders. That could be more. More than 10,000 households remain threatened by the fire. That could be more. More than 13,000 structures are also threatened. And the reason I say that could be more because we have seen picture after picture in just the last hour or so of more structures that have gone up in flames, more homes. Multiple structures we know have been damaged, but fortunately, and here's the good part of all this, we have heard of no injuries tonight.